Okay, we are live now.
We are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Guidance Vault, fellow BP content creator, and I will be doing a live stream today. And we're going to discuss a couple of topics related to the BP and the community, such as the safety risks of being a BP content creator, such as the fear of
Mm.
getting doxxed or the fear of
Yeah,
getting.
we are hearing you a couple of times. We are hearing you twice. You have to fix it.
Um, oh shit, there's an echo. Uh, is it better now?
Yeah, we have to wait until it goes back. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it is.
Oh, so would you like me to repeat the topics that we're going to discuss? Not sure if they could hear it correctly because of the echo.
Just
Wait, is it still doing that?
yeah, you're saying stuff twice.
Um, yeah, I don't know, dude. I'll just actually wait. I'm not sure if the host can leave and rejoin because that's going to end the stream. Let me just is it better now? Still hearing it echoing?
Mm. Yeah, still saying the same thing twice. I don't know, guys. Write in the comments if the same thing has happened to me or not. I can't tell.
It says everyone is echoing, bro. Um, wait, are you like playing the audio on StreamYard and the YouTube?
I'm not. No, no, the only thing it's coming in my. I'm wearing a headset. It's the noise I'm getting. Like,
Shit.
mm,
Um, wait a minute. Let's go to. Let me see if I have the. Yeah, I have echo cancellation on my mic.
okay,
Back.
what about now?
It just sounds the same. Like you're not echoing. I couldn't hear you echoing at all. So I didn't really know what was going on.
It's because of the recording issue. I don't know how is that.
Someone said the audio is fine. Like, are you
Yeah,
hearing yourself echoing as
yeah,
well?
yeah, yeah. No, what you said now did not repeat. Now it's fine.
So it's fine now.
Yeah, it did not repeat. Yeah, I heard it only once.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. But so what Guidance and I are going to discuss today is like the issues surrounding being a content creator in the Blackpill space, like the risk of getting doxxed or the fear of getting canceled for saying controversial things. We're also going to be talking about Wheat Waffles quitting YouTube and the future of Blackpill on YouTube. And we'll talk about navigating social situations with Blackpill knowledge. So
Yeah,
Guidance.
these are mainly the main points. We started the conversation yesterday on Discord, and we decided to finish it live here with audience and with comments from people. So you can be active. We're going to read your comments while we're debating this. One main, it's very important to make this differentiation. I'm not talking about showing your face versus not showing your face. We're talking about fear of doxing, because if you are not the, if you are less than, if you're not good looking, it is pretty. It has shown. We have a lot of proof. Rehab Room has talked about this. Aesthetic Waiting have made a whole video about this, where people have a lot of following, whether they're playing Minecraft or doing like BP content, and then when they show their face, they lose a lot of viewers. We're not talking about that. We are talking about fear of doxing, fear of people at knowing who you actually are, guessing or finding out your real identity, where you live. That's the fear we're going to discuss, not the fear of losing subscribers, right?
Right. Yeah, it is interesting that you brought that up, because I actually haven't thought about that for a while. Like the last time I thought about like losing subscribers after you show your face was like with the whole like Mitten Squad tragedy. You've heard about that, right?
I'm not sure I remember their name correctly, but I have seen countless examples where there were a lot of people
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat yourself? I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi, but it
okay,
cut out.
I'm here. I don't know if it's exactly the person or the group of person you're talking about, but we have seen a lot of examples where people showed their face and their like subscriber count, not subscriber count necessarily, but the interest from people, the views have dropped significantly, in a quite brutal way, especially from the audience that claims that black pillars are shallow and superficial. It just showed that in reality, as soon as they
Oh
saw their
yeah,
face,
yeah,
suddenly they think they can't take the YouTuber seriously anymore, and they stop watching him. Despite like his content quality have not dropped, it's just the same content quality.
yeah.
I'm still here.
Guys in the comments, are you are both of us cutting out?
According like from what I'm watching, like here on my phone, it is fine. It like stable. It doesn't
Uh,
look like it's cutting.
okay. Yeah. So let's fear of doxing. So
Yeah.
if I understand correctly, you think that the risk is very overblown. Is that correct?
In my opinion, yes. When I started making videos, it was not really a big concern for me. Like the image I had, the expectations, I thought like if I become famous more or less, if people recognize me on the street, that's going to be a win. That was my thinking. So I was completely oblivious to the danger of doxing. And when I saw other people are afraid of doxing, I did not judge them. I've considered that maybe it's something I don't know. It's fine. Like if Rehab Room or Wheat Waffles or whatever, when they were creating content without showing their face, I said I was comparing them to the red pillars, right? Like AMS, Coach Red Pill, like those guys. They are very easy to dox and they're not afraid. And a lot of them talk about sharing their content with the girls they meet and stuff like that. So I came from that school. I was not really worried. The first time I met this was actually Rehab Room himself, where he told me like, "Are you not worried about being doxxed and stuff like that?" So that was the first time I ever considered it. Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
Then this instant happened, and I really started to think about it seriously, like taking the plus and like the how to say this. I was comparing the pro and cons, okay, of the situation. It was actually on a date. So the quick story of the date. I met this girl and we had a coffee date. It was fine. She was very attractive. We went through a walk in Moscow. And then when I was trying to escalate it, let's say to move to approach her physically, there was some sort of hesitation on my part. I
Guidance.
decided. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm looking. It only is happening to us here, but on YouTube, it is stable as far as I'm following.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, that's good.
so on this date, I told the girl like, okay, let's gonna end this date here. You can order a taxi, and I'll wait for you. Like, I will just wait for the taxi to come. Then you can go home, and I can go home. Okay, I considered that the date was over, and we stayed in silence for 10 minutes, and the taxi did not arrive. It was bad weather or whatever. And then she told me, "You're not gonna post a video about this, right?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "You're not gonna make a video out of what happened here." I was still not understanding what she was telling me. I only had like 37 subscribers or something like this. I started making videos, and she kept alluding, and I still could not connect it to Guidance Vault. I mean, you can imagine, I only created like 2 or 3 videos.
Yeah.
So later she told me like, your videos. I was like, okay, how did she find them? Then I quickly connected the fact that she could maybe take a picture from me, then Google it, and then I used the same picture from my dating app as the thumbnail for my video. So she saw my picture on the dating app, and she could find she could dox me basically, right? And
Mhm.
she accused me of having this channel that discusses these kind of things exactly. And the thing is that I did not handle it. I handled it well. You see, I did not panic. I used to say like, "Yeah, I do such content. I like, what's the problem?" She was like, "Yeah, this content could be seen as like this and that, like the keywords, right? Misogynistic, sexist. I mean, the whole vocabulary, right?"
Yeah.
I told her like, "Yeah, like the same content women create about men. I don't see anything wrong with it." So I answered her like dismissively, like, "Yeah, so what's wrong with it?" Later, since the taxi did not come, we just kept walking, and everything got fixed. And I can, without going into details, everything worked out with this girl. So it was still, despite her doxing me, knowing that I create this channel, she understood English, so she understood what I was talking about, and it still did not stop me from getting what I want from this girl. And that put it into perspective, the idea that we waffles say like, I will be doing well with a girl until a point that she discovers that I have a channel, and then because of that channel she's gonna stop, her interest in me is gonna drop. Her
Mhm.
interest in me did not drop because of it. So I'm attributing the problem to the SMV of the content creator, not in terms of doxing or not. So this was in terms of the interest that you're going to get from a girl. So if this aspect you can understand, I'm telling you, this is not the only aspect. I know that there are a lot of other considerations like your work, your school or whatever, but I'm saying just the dating world, whatever arguments I heard did not pan out in that case. And then when I started to think about it, I said, yeah, I'm making content to men. It should not affect what I like. When I'm with a girl, I'm with her. What I do on my own time talking to other men is not of her concern. That's how I saw it. So, could you explain to me if you see anything wrong in my approach in terms of like hiding my channel or my identity as the YouTuber and separate it from my life in terms of my dating life, and then we can move to other arenas, let's say, to other areas.
Mm. Um, well, you have more experience in dating than me, so um, like I think that you're. So I don't really have very much to push back on. Like, if that's your experience, then that is good. And maybe we shouldn't be so like paranoid about like if a girl you're dating finds out about your channel and leaves you because of that. Maybe that fear is a bit overblown. But I don't know. Like, I think that it's just like you don't really know. It's like I don't want to regret it if it's too late. You know what I mean? Like, by the time that a girl actually leaves you for that, you're gonna wish that you never let her know about your channel. Um, because
Yeah.
I think if you're just fortunate for that not to happen to you, then you're gonna be like fearless about it. But that's kind of like a delusionally feeling invincible.
Well, that is the fall of a lot of men. But The thing is that what you said right now is you are going to regret it afterwards because you cannot go back. Like once she knows, and she's gonna reject you because of it. The thing is that I do not believe that she can reject you because of the fact that you have a channel. I don't believe it is possible. So I will automatically just assume that she was not that interested into you. She was not that interested in you, and that was her excuse to leave you. That's what I will believe. So that's like a lot of men, like Bob, the guy, the guy you rehab room did a video about. He said she doesn't respect me because of my belief in Trump. Well, do you realize that if he was a Chad and he supported Trump, it would have not mattered, right?
Yeah.
I see it as the same thing. I see it like if my SMV did not carry me through me having a channel, I think she will find another excuse to reject me. So it's not going to be my channel, it's going to be something else I did. And when girls find nothing about you, they will just find an ick. You know what an ick is, right? You're like
Yeah.
you're younger than me. You know this stuff better than me. So she's
Uh,
gonna find an ick, or she's gonna find any plausible excuse, because you see the point is, what I made of the story of wheat waffles is that girls don't want to be superficial, don't want to look superficial when they reject you. So if she rejects you because she found a better looking guy, she's gonna feel bad about it. But now she can reject you because you are misogynistic. You gave her a very good plausible excuse that she can take home. That's that's the part of the girl. Now you take this logic, right? That it did not really matter that much, and what mattered was your SMV and other things in your life, and you just transpose it like this. You take the fact that it did not affect dating much, and then you take it to work and stuff like this. So by extending the same logic, if you got kicked from your job because of your YouTube channel, then you were like really hanging on a thread. They were trying to get rid of you somehow. That's how I believe it. So if you are in the employee that they rely on a lot, finding out that you have a YouTube channel should not be that. Maybe it is, maybe in the West, the I don't know what country you live in, but if we're assuming it's US, UK, and stuff like this, I would assume that you're gonna be more concerned, like depending on your position, right? If you're gonna lose that job and you will not be able to get an equivalent job, then maybe that's a serious consideration. But if you're planning, for example, to be a full-time YouTuber, why would you care?
hmm.
Yeah.
So, um,
You're here, right?
yeah, yeah, I am. I'm just like taking in what you said because sometimes I just draw blanks, like I can't come up with the words, but it's gonna come back to me.
Uh, Turbo, you
Yeah.
here?
Oh, right, right. Because just you're saying like to summarize what you said, it's like if they reject you for these reasons that are like unrelated to the context, like if you get fired from a job for a reason unrelated to your job, or if uh like your partner leaves you for something that doesn't have to do with the relationship, it's like they're just looking for a reason to get rid of you because you weren't that good in the first place. That's what you're saying,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well,
I do not believe that it's the channel.
yeah, but I think I do agree with that. You're right about that, but what about the guys who actually aren't good enough? Like, not everybody can be Chad, right? Not everybody can be the best employee, like the senior of the office. Like, if you're an average guy, then don't you have to worry about these things a bit more?
So I am I value this liberty of doing what I want. It's very important for me to do what I want, and I realize that this is not a possible case. It would be an ideal world, like if everyone could do whatever they want without being judged when it doesn't matter. But that's not the world we live in, right? In reality, your job might be affected by your activities outside of it. But my goal here would be trying to make to set conditions where I'm working a job with people who don't care, if it is possible. If it is not possible and you have a high paying job that will get cancelled, then for that case you can be, for example, not worrying a lot about getting doxxed until you make enough money from YouTube to leave that job. Because if you are that scared about your job, I don't think you are comfortable at that job by definition. So if you're working at something and you're making a good amount of money, but you are so paranoid your whole life that any mistake will end that job for you, ideally you want to leave that job eventually. That's what you would want.
Yeah.
And YouTube is a very consistent source of income. Given you can be banned one day, or YouTube can change their monetization scheme, but if a lot of people know you, a lot of people support you, a lot of people want to listen to your content, you can move it to another platform, or you can start again. Like, we know a lot of people who made the second channel after the first one got shadow banned and stuff like this. So that would be what I want to strive for. If I am living in a country where any action I take in the job or outside the job might get me fired, then I'm living in a country or in a city that's making me anxious the whole time just because I'm a man. And I did not grow with that. So if I move into a country where that is the case, I will be wanting to move out as soon as possible. I will not be able to sustain that. And the proof is like in yourself and your colleagues and your friends that you talk about. Don't you think on average that you are all too anxious the whole time? I mean, isn't this your reality?
Um, well, I don't really feel anxious about like getting canceled on like the day to day. I just like I don't really think about it often. So it's not like I'm just like anxious all the time. I just it's just the reason why I will never show my face on YouTube. Like that's just it's just my reasoning, but I'm not thinking about it all day.
But you can see that in the community, uh, the doxing is treated almost as death. Like, I remember when Wheat Waffles was doxed. Uh, I mean, I do not support what the other guy did. It was very low. It was pitiful. Like the guy who doxed Wheat. I mean, I would be okay if he went to prison like for 10 years for that, because if we did not want to show his face, then that's his choice. I respect this freedom of choice, you see. But but you remember what happened, right? I mean,
Yeah.
for the guys who don't know, there's a guy like Wheat Waffles gave him a fair rating of 3 out of 10, and that guy got got mad and he doxed Wheat as a response. And I don't think that's fair, but treating it as if it's the end of Wheat Waffles, I do not see how that's the case. I mean, he made videos with his face, and those videos still were well received. And the damage that was done to him, this is where we disagreed, right? The last time you stated that the damage he received was quite significant, and I said like that's nothing compared to the benefits that he's getting, right? That was our point of contingence for us.
Um, well, you're talking about the like that other guy like showing his face. I don't think that really did much damage to him. What I think did do damage, like was the stuff when it started to affect the people around him, like the girl he is dating getting harassed by someone who knew his channel. Like I think when it starts to affect other people in your life, like that's where I would draw the line.
Okay, now about this, I don't think Wheat Waffle handled well, and not because he's bad at this, just because like he lacks experience. Like, he is young, he has been raised, he grew up in a Western society, so he does not have this. I'm sorry, I'm going to use this word, right? He doesn't have the confidence and the game to deal with the situation in a better way. And I'm not saying these terms in like the red pill sense. I'm gonna showcase the example, right? Do you remember in a rehab room like 3 videos ago or like 2 videos ago, he stated that chads are more comfortable in their lives because if someone hates on them, they have the experience that other people will be good with them, so they can just use that energy and confidence to ignore the guy who's hating on them, right?
Right.
So A Chad gets experience in life that allows him, like when something bad happens to him, it allows him to keep the confidence that something good will come and it will help him fix the bad situation that happened to him. So the first time something happens to you, it's significantly more impactful than the second time and the third time, given that you handled it the first time and the second time. So every time a problem happens to you and you solve it, your confidence grows. And you are less anxious about what can happen to you or to your family if you know that no matter what it is, you're going to be able to deal with it. And I'm not saying this in the delusion of invincible. I'm saying if I lived in a foreign country for 10 years, right?
Yeah.
The amount of stress and anxiety I would feel if I'm missing some payments, if I my registration is about to end, this thing, the first couple of years, I would be having panic attacks. I wouldn't be able to sleep, right? Because if I don't do this, I'm gonna get deported. If I don't fix this, what if they ask money from me? I did not know how to handle the situation, but now I handled this situation so many times that even if I am in a worse situation, I'm just confident that I will find the solution. And in terms of like this case with Wheat Waffles, where his girlfriend was harassed, I'm saying if he handled it and he told her like, listen, this is not a big deal, okay? How I would, maybe it will be clearer for you if I tell you how I would have reacted, right? I would go to the girl. Believe me, I would have gaslit her into making it look like this is the good thing that happened to her. Can you believe this? I would be telling her like, people are harassing you because you're with me. Like, look how lucky you are. I'm not gonna say it in this way. I'm just gonna imply it. You
Yeah.
get the logic, right? So listen, every girl, like literally every one of them, 99% of the girls would be thrilled to be with a guy who can be recognized on the street. And I'm thinking this happened to Wheat Waffles a lot. Like if he's walking on the street, if I see Wheat Waffle on the street, I will go give him a hug. Okay, I will invade his uh, because of the help he did us with all his videos. I will invade his like intimacy, private space, and I will hug him. And if
Yeah.
a girl sees that, if a girl is walking with him and she sees that, she's gonna be like, whoa, I'm with a great guy. You see, that's the positive thing. Okay, harassing is negative, harassing is not good, but if he frame it, like reframe it, and he made it look like, listen, yeah, it's a bad thing, but yeah, that's what you gotta pay for being with me, and he passes it as a joke, even the girl herself will not be growing this big. Okay, imagine these two scenarios, right? Quite fast. So yeah,
I
they're saying gay. Yeah, I would hug Wheat Waffles and say no homo. That's very important. So the
okay.
girl with Wheat Waffles. Let's say you are Wheat Waffles and you have a girlfriend. Okay,
Yeah.
you're with me.
Yeah. I can hear you fine.
I can't hear him.
Oh.
Ah, okay,
It was
he's
now?
here. So you're here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So you have a girlfriend, and your girlfriend has been harassed by a guy, and she came to you with this. She's telling you, "Hey, Turbo, a guy have harassed me and told me that you are a bad guy, and I'm dating a bad guy, and I don't know what's better for me and stuff like this." So she's telling you that she's complaining to you. You have two choices, okay? You can tell her like, "Oh my god, this is so bad, we have to go to the police and stuff." And now you escalate the situation in her head, and she's panicking now. She's thinking, "Okay, this is a very bad thing." As opposite, you could have, so what? I mean, is this the first time that happened to you? Like you're implying that, is this the first time she's dating someone famous, right? Is this the first time that happened to you? Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. Like, not a big deal. It's always like, we guys, he's gonna annoy you. Just ignore him. Move on. So he dismissed the thing before it even started. It did not take time to grow in her head. So do you see how this could be a way to deflate the thing before it even happens? Do you agree with me? Like, do you see at least how it could work?
Yeah, I do see how like that your way of handling it would be a better way because you're not blowing it up.
Yeah, and I think Wheat Waffles did blow it up. I mean, you have seen how he's threatening the guy physically. Like, if I see you, you have like better have eyes back your head. Like he was really, he was aggressive, right?
I wouldn't say it's not like a physical threat. He didn't make a direct physical threat, so I'm just clarifying it to the viewers so that
Oh
people
no,
don't get the wrong idea
it was.
about what he said. But he didn't make a physical threat. He was
No,
just like
that might have been my erroneous interpretation. I apologize for that.
no, it's okay. I'm just clarifying it. But go on.
Yeah, so Wheat Waffles, the least we can say that he got mad. Okay, from his reaction, we could see that he did not like that at all, and he considered it as a threat, which it is totally is. Like if someone harassed your girl, you can be upset about it, but rationally, if you take a step back, the best way to deal with it is not to make big problem out of it. The same thing can be said in this is like the power of game. Okay, this is the thing that you need time and experience with, like not if you have more time, more opportunities to learn this game, you learn how to deal with the situations. And this is the whole point of the stream we're having, which is how to deal with the situations with the black pill knowledge. Okay, so by taking a step back, you prepare yourself for these situations. Let's say the same situation I said before, where a girl is finally uh, coming up to you and bringing up your YouTube channel, like, hey, you have a YouTube channel, or any situation that is related to your YouTube channel. What I do is that this is the autistic part of me. I would prepare these conversations before they happen. So I am dating a girl. She doesn't know about my channel, but I assume that one day she's going to come to me and confront me about it. So what I'm going to tell her then? Now I know on advance what I'm going to tell her. So the day she comes telling me like, hey, I found your channel, I don't agree with what you say and stuff like this, I will be dismissive. I can say something like, listen, that's not stuff I really believe in, but I tell guys that because that's what they want to hear. I mean, I believe the BP is the truth. I'm just saying what I tell the girl, right? I tell her like, this is what I tell the guys because it brings me views, but I don't believe in that. Just bullshit. And she's gonna be, okay. If she likes me, she's gonna buy it. If she doesn't like me, she's not gonna believe me anyway. That's what I believe in. That's the true B pill. The true B pill is no matter what you do, you cannot really affect how the girl is attracted to you, whether she's attracted to you or she's not attracted to you, or let's say it's a spectrum, right? She's very attracted to you, she's like kind of attracted to you, she's neutral about you, she hates you, she hates your guts, right? Let's say that's the spectrum. You do not move whatever, like how you call the needle, right? You do not push it by your actions, you push it by your SMV, by mugging other men, by pre-selection, by maybe game a little bit, but it's not mainly what you do, right? So if you are dismissive, if you are confident about how you're going to handle the situation, you can prevent it before it gets blown. I mean, we do not talk about someone who stalked his girlfriend like with a sharp object and tried to harass her physically or something. We're talking about a classmate who gave her an oral lecture like, this guy is very bad, you must stay away from this guy and stuff like this. Yeah. I would be talking to my girl and we would be making fun of this guy. That's how it would end up. It would end up with me and the girl making fun of the guy. That's that's how I imagine it. I don't know. You can comment on that.
I wanted to ask you about something that you said earlier. You said that you would you like be dishonest to the girl you're dating and pretend that you don't actually believe in the content that you make?
I'm saying that's one strategy. I don't say like you necessarily have to do that. That's one of the ways. I don't do that. I assume the BP comfortably when I talk to girls. I can give you an example and you can get how far it goes, right?
Okay.
I'm with a girl and she's like putting her head on my chest and she says stuff like, I have never felt this comfortable with anyone before. How come you are so easy? We don't know each other very much. How come I find it so easy to get connected to you? And I tell her, maybe because I'm handsome, right? And I say it like it is. Yeah. It is a bit ironic. It is a bit ironic, but in reality, it is true BP, right? And she's gonna be like, "You're so mean. You're so confident. You are so like this. You are such an asshole." But the thing flies. That's the important thing, right? The thing like it flows, despite me being completely direct with her. Because you can talk about the BP, but you just don't have to be like making a lecture about it, right? You don't have to be like explaining it like a Wheat Waffles his videos, like the PowerPoint like, look, statistically, a lot of guys do this, and now you are attracted to me because I am statistically taller than 3% of the men. No, you do not tell it. You do not say it like that. What's up? So I'm discussing, like, I'm talking with a girl, and she watches one of my videos. Okay, she
Yeah.
she calls me after watching the video. She's subscribed to my channel. So a girl I'm dating is actually subscribed to my channel. She calls me and she's like, "Whoa, what you said was pretty mean." And I was like, "But it's true, right? I mean, it's not wrong though, right? I mean, but it's the truth, right?" And she's laughing. She doesn't admit it, but she's laughing. She's like, "Ah, stop!" Like, she doesn't admit that it is the truth because, I mean, in the end, she's a girl, right? But she
Yeah.
knows I'm right. And since she likes me, she let it slide. But the thing is that a lot of people can confirm here in the comments that when a girl doesn't like them, they can be as safe as possible. They can be non-controversial at all, and the girl will still find that they're doing something that, like, you breathe the wrong way, and she's annoyed, right? We hear a
Yeah.
lot of such stories, like the guys, like, in long-term relationships where the girl was just settling, and now she feels that she's been safe for too long, and she wants to move back to the CCC, right? She
Yeah.
be, she's on the forums complaining about the way her husband takes out the trash. So
Right.
yeah, that's just one example, but we see that if a girl wants to complain about whatever about you, she can find anything. So your BP beliefs are not an exception to this. That's what bothers me in the whole, like, that's what started the whole thing. Like, you're talking as if your BP beliefs are the problem in life, but even if you didn't have those beliefs, you are someone who is already rejected from the society because of your looks. I mean, we have a shallow society that would reject you because of your looks. So now that you carry a BP beliefs, that will be just the thing they will they will point to while insulting you. If you did not have those beliefs, they will make up something to insult you. I don't see the difference.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I, I am B pilled. Okay, I am totally B pilled. You have no doubt about that, right?
Yeah.
And if a girl doesn't like that about me, I'm just gonna think retroactively. If I said something else, she would have also not liked it. If I came in a black shirt, she would say, like, "Oh, I don't like his black shirt." If I came in a white shirt, she's gonna say, like, "Oh, I don't like guys who wear white." The opposite, she would have liked me anyway if she liked who I am physically. So following that logic, and I think everyone here agrees, it's not about what you discuss. So that's the part that I think
You
hopefully
cut
it
out
goes
at the
back
end.
soon. So this is the part where we talk about the girls who rejected Wheat Waffle, who did not want to go out with him. I don't think their interest was high in the first place. And you agreed with that. So you're just reminding the guys we're watching. We
Yeah.
agreed that in terms of dating like that, it doesn't matter. Now you said the danger to your family or friends, right?
Mhm.
Do you think that I do not have control over my sister and my mother, that I will not be able to say BP things in front of them?
Oh,
I mean, this is a question to you. Do you think I'm afraid to discuss the BP with my sister or my mom?
well, but no, but well, based on your character, I don't think you're afraid of it. But well,
It is the case.
I'm not afraid of it either. But it would be stupid to do. Like, I'm not going to tell my mom that or dad that I believe in the BP because they're just going to be even more disappointed in me. It's like, okay, your son's a failure, and he believes in all these quote unquote negative things. No wonder he's in the place that he's in. So
Um, hopefully,
yeah, but that just
hope,
goes along with what you were saying, because if you're already in the red zone, so to speak, then any more negative things that you tack onto that, then people will just point to those because they already see you in a negative way.
okay, but you said yourself that given my character, I wouldn't be the guy who would be afraid of that, right?
Yeah, because you're brave
And
as fuck.
yeah, and I want to know, what do you think? What is your guess? I mean, I know I'm just playing a game with you here, right? What's your guess on what made me this way? How do you think I ended up this way?
Well, like you said about like moving to a different country, and you said that at first, like during the first few like months or years, you were like pretty anxious that if you didn't like get your bills paid on time or something, then something would happen to you. But I think that you just got like more like mentally tough and resilient from going through like that stuff and still succeeding anyway.
Yes, that's correct. That's the factor of age and experience, because I'm not saying that I was this way like I 17, 18. At 17, 18, I was a total simp, okay? I was blue pilled, simping, begging girls, so I'm not ashamed of that, because I think every man had such a phase, unless like you were like a Chad born, right? So that weak, like being weak and then growing over time, is optimal. I wish that by your when you become closer to 30, you would not be afraid of your parents. You would be thinking like, okay, if they get disappointed, then they will get disappointed. I don't need them for anything, really. That's what you would be thinking. And then your parents will either be in your life because they love you, or they will not be in your life because somehow they don't love you. That's it. So you will not be really panicking about losing their support. That would be ideal, in my opinion. You see, my humble, very humble opinion. I could think that. But then there is another factor that you missed, and I totally understand why you would be not be able to guess it, right? So, correct me if I'm wrong, but you grew up in a Western society. Whether you're immigrated or not, it doesn't matter. But you grew up in Western setting, right?
Right.
So it was gynocentrism and stuff like that. So a lot of female teachers. Your father was not really a role model for you. Maybe stuff like that, right? Possibly. You don't have
To
to
a very
reveal details.
small extent, but
Mm-mm.
I think to like a very small extent, because I actually had like a mix of male and female teachers, like an even split, and my dad was like a stronger role model for me than my mom was.
Okay,
But
but that is better. But we can realize for the average viewer, especially that my viewers and your viewers are mostly in the UK, US, right? Most of them has grown in like very weak household, like single mom or like weak father, absent father, stuff like that, right?
right,
Yeah, for the guy saying about the stream earlier, yeah, maybe we could do like earlier streams, but for now, 22 is not a bad number. Please put some likes, like 22 watching and only 7 likes. So you can like the video if you want more people to join in. That would help the stream a lot. So yeah, I want to at least see like 15 likes.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
I will go back to the talking about the theme, right? So when I grew up, I had a very, very, very strong grandfather. Do you want to know how strong my grandfather was? Like he would be sitting here and he gets hungry. He doesn't have to do anything. The wall behind him is the same shared wall with the kitchen, right? He just hits the wall like this with his punch, like one, two, three. And my grandmother brings him food. He doesn't say anything. Okay?
holy shit!
Yeah, I grew up like that. That was my grandfather. He's badass. I can show you a picture of him later. He's like badass man, like very manly man. Okay? I was 4 years old, or maybe 3, 4 years old. As like when I started having memories, right? When I was in our house and my mom was trying to force feed me something, I would cry and then she would make me eat it. Like, eat. This is the food. Like, eat. Then later, I was in my grandma and they were trying to feed me something I did not want to eat. As a kid, I was crying, and my grandfather looked at them and said, "If he doesn't want to eat, don't force him to eat anything." That was the first time in my life I saw resistance to women. It was the first. I was like 4 years old. Okay, maximum 4 years old. And I remember this. He stopped them from bullying me. You see,
Yeah,
having that in my life was very important. So now we understand that there is a man who, quote unquote, controls his women, right? You know this term, right?
yeah,
So not growing up in the West allowed me to see a vision that would look distorted to someone like you. If you see my grandmother and you see my grandfather, the other ones, right? She was a Stacy, a Giga Stacy. She was the most attractive girl in town. Easily, she was famous for her attractiveness. My grandfather was a sub 5. Okay, he's like balding since he's young. He's fat. He's darker skin. She's white, and all this stuff. He talks to her as he's not afraid of losing her. There is no such thing as dead bedroom. He does not go home wondering what he needs to do in order to sleep with his wife. There is no such concept in his. He would have not ended in like these dead bedroom Reddit, right? This
yeah,
is not something that occurred to him. So the idea of feminism or any women having a control over you wasn't there. So I had that when I was young, but I started watching Western series. I started adapting to American culture. Despite me being in North Africa, I started becoming a simp. All the confidence that my father and grandfather uh, like taught me when I was young, I lost it when I became, how to say, about 14, 13. Like when you start like acting out, right? And my acting out, because I had a masculine father and grandfather, my acting out was actually me taking my mom's side. So I became softer. Do you realize how it, like, instead of growing soft and then going hard, I grew up hard and then I got soft. Okay.
Yeah, that is
Then,
interesting.
yeah, then hopefully I was introduced to the red pill, which will be a whole other different, like I want to do a whole story about how I became red pill and black pill. Those are very important events in my life, right? Then my life has started to change and I gained back the power that my grandfather had, and I started doing stuff that my father did, and I realized, like, okay, those men were right, they knew what they were doing. So I'm sitting with a girl. This was like me after starting becoming red pilled, right? I'm sitting with a girl and I'm like, open the window, and she's like, yeah, but it's cold. Before that, I have never yelled at a girl in my whole life. I was so simp, you see. I told her, close the fucking window. She just like stood up silently, went to the window, closed it, and came back and hugged me. Now I feel like I sound like Andrew Tate, right? But
Yeah.
I was acting. I was acting. That was not genuine me. I was not like that. You see, I was like acting. Like you gave me a script and tell me like, hey, tell the girl that. So that's what I did, and it worked. And since it worked, like, okay, AMS has AMS is right because I was watching AMS videos. Okay, so that dude is right. You have to check the girl and stuff like this. And so we go back to the idea of experience and having opportunities to train. That's very important, right? So we go
Yeah.
back to my family. I have a mom and I have a sister, and I'm not gonna lose them because of my beliefs. My beliefs define the relationship. I am the main guy in the house. We are not equals. I'm the man of the house. So if we are dealing with something and I say a blue pill statement and my mother or sister gets offended, I tell them like, okay, go cry. I don't give a fuck. Go cry. Like, what are you gonna do? Like that moment when you realize like you're one on one with a girl, and she's like trying to stop you, but then you don't stop, and she has nothing to do. If you remember this, it was, I think, Snoop Dogg. I think maybe Snoop Dogg, and a girl told him, "Do you apologize for what you said in your?" No, not Snoop Dogg. It was a white guy, and the interviewer asked him, do you regret what you said in your songs or stuff like that? And she expected him to apologize, right?
Uh-huh. Yo, can you repeat
Hello.
that?
Yeah, so it was an interview with a white guy, and he said something in his rap song or something, and then the interviewer was asking him if he's gonna apologize for the statements he made or something like this. You remember, right?
Yeah.
He told her like basically no. For the guys who did not watch this, right? He told her no, I'm not gonna apologize, and the girl was like shocked because she expected him to say like, yeah, I'm sorry. And so that's the only scenario she was prepared to continue. She was not prepared to him saying no. So she was like flabbergasted. She doesn't know what to say next. So when you are on one-on-one with a girl, it's your sister, it's your mom, and then like she tells you something like, oh my god, I can't believe you think this, I am very disappointed in you. I tell her like, okay, then I guess you're gonna be disappointed in me. She doesn't know what to do next, because all her life dealing with simps, she's used to her like being aggressive, and then the men backing out. Like, if a girl tells you this thing and you tell like, oh, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I do, because I tried the other way and I realized it worked because I am physically stronger than the women I'm talking to, right?
Yeah.
I go random, it could be anything, guys. I'm just gonna use this as an example. You go approach a girl and tell her, hey, can I get your number? She's like, yeah, I'm hitting on this or something. Can I get your number? So like, you're hitting on me? And I said, like, yeah, I'm hitting on you. Like I saw that ass and I said like, yeah, I must hit on that girl. Like on that ass. I mean the girl. Yeah. Like you just assume it. Like you hold your position, right? You stand your ground. You stay in frame, right? To use the cringe words. But I don't think Wheat Waffles does that. I think he panicked. I think like Wheat Waffles approaching a girl because of the way he's programmed, right? Because like everyone can agree, society rewards rebels. Like the rebels are rewarded by society. If you do opposite, it can be dangerous. If you're sub 5 and you try this, you're done. I'm not Brett Pill to tell everyone to go risk their lives, okay? But if you are sub 5 and that doesn't work for you, at least you know that doesn't work for you. Now, being doxxed or being cancelled is not because of what you're doing, it's because of who you are. That's the whole debate. That's the whole conclusion I'm trying to make. So, Wheat Waffles is good looking, okay? He's better looking than average. He is white, he is not short, he is smart. He's a very smart man, but he goes talking to a girl, and as soon as he feels any kickback, he's so afraid. He jumps like a frog, like "Oh," like what do you call, like the cricket, right? He jumps back like a cricket. He's like, I did not want to. Sorry for bothering you. I'm sorry, so sorry. Have a good day. I did not want to bother you. And like this, he backs out, right? That
Mm.
kind of behavior, I don't know if that's what happened, but because of that behavior, because he showed his videos where he's like backing out of some situations, I was just assumed that when that situation happened with that guy, he did not handle it correctly. he
Ah, yeah,
he did not handle correctly the fact that his parents learned about. Maybe he's uncomfortable if we talk about this, so I'm gonna move past this point fast, okay? But when he was doxxed, there was a problem with his parents, right? I
oh,
still don't think he handled that correctly, but I don't blame him. He's like 21 or 22. I don't blame a man. He was put in a situation that was bigger than him, stronger than him. If it happens to me right now, if I become famous on YouTube and my clinic call me, like I let's say I work in a clinic, right? If I
yeah.
become famous enough that I get a call from my clinic and they're telling me like, what are you talking about in your videos? That's very dangerous. You must like either delete your videos or quit work. Then I will assess the situation, which one is financially better for me, and I will decide based on that. But I will not be scared of being canceled. I don't want to be. I don't want to go as delusional as Jordan Peterson when he said, "You don't cancel me, I cancel you." That was cringe. That was cringe. Okay, but if you saw it, right?
Yeah, I didn't see that particular one. No.
Yeah, he said like when they were trying to cancel him because of some speech he made, he said like, "You don't cancel me, I cancel you." Yeah, I don't think trying
He's got
to,
billions of subs. He's famous, so he can actually cancel other people. But go on.
but Wheat Waffles is famous enough to get away with it. That's what I believe.
Yeah. Perhaps. Yeah. Like one thing that you when you said that you were hard at first and you got soft. Um, I used to not be so like I used to not really care about getting canceled and um like if someone like getting fired or getting in trouble or getting rejected for having different beliefs. So when I was in like middle school and high school, it's like 13 to 16 range. Like if I disagreed with someone, I would just like assert my point and I would just like tell them what I believe straight up. I wouldn't try to like like keep things to myself if I'm afraid that people might reject me for it. But um do you want to like respond to some of the chat messages because I have a few that I think are quite important.
Yeah, the ones that saying that Wheat Waffles is not good looking. I did not say he's a Chad. Okay, I just said that he is normal looking. But okay, this one,
Yeah, this one.
despite the stalking, not that it didn't have an impact at all. He's talking about the girl that was harassed, his girlfriend, right?
Um, yeah, I think yeah, this is about wheat, but okay, actually, no, not this comment. I just want to ask you, like, I think there might a lot of the black pillars they might have an issue with like location or maybe just the types of people that they hang out with, because well both you and Wheat Waffles, you both have said that you've talked about the black pill to people in real life, and they actually thought that your opinion was legit. But maybe the black pillars, maybe they're not finding the right people or something, because it's a very common experience among black pillars to be like socially ostracized if they express a belief that is too controversial. um and I'll,
Okay,
well, one more thing
framing.
though.
What framing? Like you can give me an example. Like you're in a conversation and it comes up. How would you frame your black pill argument to that person? Because I think it matters.
Okay. Well, the way that I would do it now, if I had to do it, I would try to make it in as normally palatable of a way as possible. So, some creators that it would be similar to are like aesthetics waiting, like Brian Unchained, like these looks maxing channels that they don't talk about like hypergamy and modern women. They just like they frame it in a self improvement, positive, optimistic way. That's how I would do it.
Normie palatable is a good way to say it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can see that you at least recognize that there was a mistake in your approach in general, how to frame the argument, right?
Hmm.
So no, I mean you can recognize that if you come up like with a chart like this, right, and you do the statistics and you start like, do you know that statistically you are three, but then you forget that the average person does not even conceptualize stats well, right? You have to simplify it like it's one
Yeah.
out of three people you meet and stuff like this. So
Hmm.
also it does not serve you well at every scenario. If you tell someone like if you tell your short friend, yeah, oh my god, look at that guy, he's with that girl, you say like, yeah, but have you seen how tall he is? That's gonna feel negative to your friend. He's not gonna like you because of it. So when something is useless, you don't have to say it. I'm not saying you have to say BP stuff for the sake of BP. That's how you judge in terms of situation. But let's say your girl is just trying to talk to you, and you don't want to be like walking on eggshells while talking to her, so you will be mean to her. And this behavior is not related to the topic of the BP. It can be anything. If a man is confident enough in his skin, he will be dismissive with any subject he discusses with his girl. The thing is that the average B pillar is very weak in terms of character. He did not have a lot of friends growing up. He did not have a good family growing up. He does not have the looks to allow him certain opportunities to to be better person. We cannot tell a person be more confident if he does not have the opportunities to practice and become confident. You see the dilemma. So
Hmm.
it's very, very hard to ask someone who did not have any friends to go talk BP. That's very hard to ask someone who did not have any friends to go talk
Oh, what you say in the last like 10 seconds? Okay, guys, if because I know that you guys can still
uh,
hear us, so
yeah, I'm here. So yeah, you can go.
you can you repeat what you just said, or I'm probably gonna open it on my phone, so just in case it cuts out on my laptop, I can still hear what you said. But
Okay, so you can agree that the average B pillar is not a very good conversation. He's not good at conversations, right? Regardless of the subject discussed.
yeah, that's true. I think that's generally
So,
true. Yeah.
yeah. So even if they're discussing vegetables, the black pillar will still lose the debate. It doesn't matter. Now, that's what is important. It is not the subject at matter, because let me tell you, there are more controversial subjects than the BP. Okay, B pillars don't want to hear this, but in life there are moral dilemmas, there are political points, especially moral ethical dilemmas, right, that are way, way, way stronger than the BP. And a lot of people can discuss those openly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, listen, if I had in my life to tell patients that they have terminal cancer and that they're gonna die, I had to tell parents that their children have schizophrenia in English, right? So
Hmm.
me having those conversations, of course, toughen me up to make other conversations. Do you realize, right, the point
Yeah.
I'm making?
Yeah.
The BP did not have intense conversations where he had to say the right thing. Your tongue, the way you say stuff, the way you explain things to people, it can make or break your life. Having a good like tongue, you can get yourself in sticky situations, or you can get yourself out of sticky situations. The problem with B pillars is that they do not have ground to practice this. I think that's why the YouTubers that are better at navigating the BP are, unironically, the better looking ones. I'm not even including myself. I'm saying like aesthetics, weighting, and stuff like this. The guys who are clearly BP, right? He knows everything he's talking about. I watched his video. I binge watched his video after he commented on my channel. Aesthetic weighting is based, like everything he says, I agree with it. I told him that. I wrote him and I told him, your channel is exactly how I want my channel to be. You're an amazing guy. Everything he says is correct. Okay. Then you realize he's white, above average looking. He had his first girlfriend when he was 14. So he had the opportunity to grow up his personality, quote unquote, right? His skills and his conversation skills and stuff like this. Then he became B-pilled, and the BP is just one theme that he discusses now, like any other team, right? Like any other theme. It is not something special. You agree that there are things that are more controversial than BP, right?
Yeah, yeah, 100% agree
Yeah.
with that.
And people discuss them daily. Why would the BP
Oh
and
man, well, about that though, I'll let you finish, but I'll respond to it.
no, you can respond.
Um, well, I think that you've brought a lot of wisdom to the table with your experience, and you know, like your story of how you got stronger from your experience. But I see a lot of black pillars in the community who keep getting negative reinforcement that actually makes them softer and softer. It's like every time they try to like assert themselves or something, it backfires. So like the only solution for them is to actually be more shy and reserved and more agreeable. Um,
Do you
well,
see that helping? Do you see that having an end point of helping? Do you see that if you are soft enough, that will finally work?
not really, but I can definitely like I relate to the experience where I feel like being soft is the only just sort of following the guidelines and not trying to like step outside the lines too much. That's the only way that I can even get to like a tolerable point in life, right? Because like what's more important, like me being able to talk about abortion or something, or getting a job? Like for me, I want to be able to get to like a minimum standard of life before I'm gonna take risks that could like potentially shoot myself in the foot. Because if you're like a very high value employee, you have a resume that you've worked at a lot of places, you have a lot of work experience. Then like one controversial thing, like if a tweet blows up and your employer finds out about it, it's not really going to affect you much. But if you're at zero and you're still working towards getting your first job, it's pretty dumb to like take a risk of like that could shoot yourself in the foot at this point.
Okay, if you are measuring things rationally and you're putting the pros and cons of every situation, and your decision is that you must hide for now, I totally respect that. If objectively speaking, you have a lot to lose and you don't have a lot to gain, then I respect it. The whole point is that I want it to be done for those reasons. There are a lot of people who have not a lot to lose, and they gain or they don't gain. The most important part is they have nothing to lose and they're still scared shitless to discuss or do anything in their lives because of these beliefs that are not necessarily true. Because I see a lot of blue pilled, I'm saying blue pilled, completely in denial, sub fives who are having decent lives. And this decent life is because they're not B pilled. And we hit now the last post you had about worrying about B pilling the wrong people, right? You had this fear.
That was more about like morality, like if I'm actually going to be like a negative influence on the viewers.
Okay, but you can see the point that I'm making where some people that are better be built because that ends up with more confidence than
Yeah.
not, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't believe that's the case anymore because this society advanced to a point where you cannot deny looks anymore. It used to be possible before, but with social media and dating apps and stuff like this, we are more visual than ever. And getting away by being confident when you are sub 5, it doesn't work because I deal with people who are older than me. And this might surprise you, but well, you know my age, right? I'm older than you. But what's going to surprise you is that I grew up in an era that did not have social media at all because I was in a third world country. And when Facebook was established, I was the only one with a Facebook. Like in my classroom, I was the only one who had Facebook, and all my friends were from England. So I do not have social media affect me in the part when I'm growing up. But for someone like you do not know life before social media, right? So it is very hard for you to imagine a life setting where this is not affected. You're not affected by the social media standards.
Yeah.
This is an example how it plays out. So I play football with older guys. I'm there like the second youngest one. They're all older than me. So the guy can be half my height. Like I height mog him so bad. He's like in my he's the level of my legs, right? He's balding and he's fat and he yells at me so confidently as if he mugs me. And I'm afraid of him. Like genuinely, he's that strong. His personality is so strong. That will not be the case for you, for example. You will never be yelled at by someone you mug, right? Life changed a lot. You agree on this point, right?
Yeah, I about social media, but like that you'll never be yelled at for someone that you mug. Um,
Yeah.
and you say that changed because of the recent like changes in society.
Yeah, it intensified. It not like changed. It become more impactful.
Hmm.
So before, men were all equal, quote unquote, right? If you're playing football, if you were handsome, taller, you were catered to, you were appreciated more, you could get away with more, but you could not like get away with disrespecting people and if you had a fight with a sub 5, if Chad had a fight with a sub 5, it was more equal than now. Right now in 2025, if it's a group of Zoomers and Chad had a fight with sub 5, everyone will be simping for the Chad. Do you see the difference?
Hmm. I
No,
mean,
you can win a
yeah,
debate
you know,
by
I
looking.
agree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with it. All I'm gonna say is I haven't seen that play out in my experience, but obviously you have more of it than me. So
No, I'm telling you, the situation is we are playing football. The guys are like in their 40s. They grew up without social media. They have kids. So when I'm fighting with him, he doesn't see me as a threat because I attract more girls than him. Okay, so when I'm fighting with this guy, he does not see me as a threat because I attract more girls than him. It does not matter to him. I mean, he's married, he's done. He's not threatened by my superior looks to him, right?
right.
So this guy, he can discuss the BP without giving an F. So that would be I'm not saying there is a solution for everything. Okay, I don't want to like BPLers to cope to like accuse me of coping. I'm saying if it is over, it is over, right? But if you can live without the hierarchy of looks and you are not afraid to be honest, and you are not afraid to so long. Let me rephrase. If you are so something, maybe you can reach the point of you don't care anymore. Because what you told me is you are soft, and then when you are soft, you have to be softer, and then people are gonna get take advantage of you. People are gonna disrespect you more, and now you have to be even softer and to accommodate more and more. Do you realize that there are guys that were threatened by like divorce in their couple, and
Yeah.
they tried everything to not get divorced, right?
Mhm.
And the woman will go to the point of cheating on him and not act on it. She brings the other guy and get caught on purpose just to provoke the other guy to finally break up with her. Do you understand the situation I'm telling?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because he did not want to lose her. he showed how inferior he is to her. He cared a lot about her more than he should, and he got disrespected to a point where it started slowly. Like she started by yelling at him. She started by looking at him the wrong way. I mean, if you see a woman disrespecting a man, you don't think of that's the first instance. It was gradual. At first, like she disrespected him a bit, he allowed it. Then she disrespected him more, and then he was cool about it because he did not want to lose her. And then you understand how it becomes.
Yeah, it gradually escalates.
He gradually ended up provoking him. You see the continuation or not?
Yeah.
So my advice would be, if you are a Chad, like just assume your position. You have nothing to lose because of how valuable you are. If you are not a Chad, you assess your position like, do I have this much to lose? Do I have this much to gain? What's my situation? But if whatever you're going to gain is not that huge, and you lost your self-respect, you don't feel comfortable in your life, you're walking on eggshells all the time, when do you reach the point of not caring at all? When do you reach the point of like, okay, it doesn't matter to me anymore? When do you reach that point?
Well, this applies to a very small number of people, but I think that if you are like that, if you are very, very, very detached from like the mainstream, you might never reach that point. Like you might always be having to monitor your behavior in order to adapt to the environment. But I think that this only applies to like people who are like very neurodivergent or things like that. So
Well,
I agree with what you're saying.
I'm not saying that it is possible for everyone. There are people who are genetically incapable of accomplishing such feat, but we are saying maybe for some part they can strive to it. If it's gonna help them, it's not gonna help them. If it's not gonna help them, then nothing would have helped them anyway. You see the dilemma, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So let's take this. A lot of people are talking about the neurotypicality and neurodivergence in this, right? And
Okay.
this comes to me from my experience in work, which allowed me to quantify things that are quite subjective and quite like as your emotions and feelings. And I gained the ability to quantify how I feel and add it to equation and make an autistic conclusion based on subjective feelings. Do you see the image?
Can you repeat that? I think you cut out for like a few seconds.
Okay, it was a complicated thing anyway. So how you feel, you cannot really measure that. It's subjective, it's unquantifiable, right?
Right.
Yeah, but there are other factors that are like your time, your money, your physical energy, the hours you spend awake. Those things are quantifiable. You can lose, win, or you can have more money, you can have less money. Okay, but the way you feel is very unquantifiable. Like it's very weird to put it as another factor. So what I became able to do thanks to my job or thanks to my education is that I can estimate it as a factor and take decisions based on multiple factors, including how I feel about the situation. So
Yeah.
how do I feel about this? Do I feel positive or negative? Okay, how positive? Like, is it positive that I want to like do it every day, or negative that I want to die every time I see it? So it's better to give an example to make it clear for the viewers, right? It's getting complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I am, let's say, in a situation, a social situation at work, and there is this guy who annoys me. A girl who, let's say, stepped on my foot and she did not apologize to me. Okay.
Okay.
Now I can make a big mess out of it. It's like, hey, how dare you? You stepped on my foot and you do not even acknowledge me. How rude of you. And she's gonna be like, I did not see you. And I say, like, yeah, even if you do not see me, you have to apologize. Okay. And now we escalate. And now she cries. And then she calls the manager. And the manager tells, I tell him the situation. The manager listens to me. He acknowledges that I'm right. And then he's like, I can predict all that thing. And I say, like, okay, do me being offended by the fact that she stepped on my foot, how important is that to me? And I take, let's say, like it's like a number, right? Like say, like it's not very, it's insignificant.
Yeah.
Now that we established that it is insignificant, I'm trying to make a decision based on that factor being fixed as something quantifiable. A lot of people don't do this. A lot of people, most people, 99% of people don't do this exercise, and therefore their subjective opinion dictates everything they do in life. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
How he feels The average person, the majority of people, whatever they feeling right now is exactly how they're gonna act about something.
Hmm.
So as a B pillar, as a sub five, you are predisposed to negative feelings. That's your life.
Yeah.
You are about to be rejected from every event in your life. You're gonna be said no every time. So the better you can detach from these negative feelings, I mean, the more, the better. Will you be able to do it? No, because if you are too hysterical as a person and what you feel is really important to you, then you're gonna suffer. But I can see a lot of B pillars, a lot of sub fives who made peace with those points, who stopped worrying that much. So you do not consider yourself attractive. And your feel of cancellation I should be having, because if I lose what I have, I would be affected more. Because according to your claims, because I watch your other videos, if you do not have things going on well for you, then you have nothing to lose. Then why are you so worried?
Yeah, not
Like,
because I'll lose it, but because it will shut the door for future opportunities. I feel that I'll be a lot safer if I actually if I've built up that foundation.
so you would be safer if you stay safe. So the more safe you are, the more safe you're gonna
No,
be.
no, no, like you said before, it's temporary. Like you said that that's okay, right? As long as it is temporary to get to a certain point, and then you want to work on that confidence to the point where you stop caring.
I think if we're gonna use like we go back to the wheat waffle thing, I think that if he did not care, the problem would have not been as big. So I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate for it, but most of it was in his head. I believe so. I can argue it, but I believe that most of it was in his head.
Yeah,
And I know that it's, listen, you cannot tell someone, hey, it's in your head, and have them react nicely to that.
of course.
Yeah. But I think I know few people who are the exception to this, because I could talk sense into a couple of people. One of them is a close friend, and the second one is my cousin, where he would be coping about something, and I tell him to be like, "Hey, you're coping," and he's like, "No," and then he makes an excuse, and then I tell him, "Listen, you know me, right?" He's like, "Yeah." How many times have I been right? And he's like, "Okay, you are right most of the times." I'm not bragging. This is reality. Like, he's blue pilled, and I teach him the B pill. He refuses it, and then he comes back a year later and he tells me, "Oh, you were right about this." You see the how it plays, right?
Yeah.
So I tell him like, okay, this is gonna be one of the same times. Like, you're gonna disagree with me right now, and you're gonna come back to me later when it bites you in the ass, and you can tell me like, oh, you were right. So why don't you just admit that I'm right now?
I think that
Why are you why are you not gonna just believe me right now and play along? Like, why don't you just do what I'm telling you, and then you're gonna realize that I was right, and then you're glad that you followed my advice.
well, this is sort of
Hmm.
like a devil's advocate kind of thing, but wouldn't Chad say the same thing? Like, how is this not Chad giving advice to the sub five? And like a lot of sub fives in the Black Pill community, they don't want to take the advice of Chad seriously because of this reason.
Okay, but the blue pilled Chad, he will tell you things that are very easily verifiably impossible. I am not looking at a person who looks worse than me and telling him like, "Hey, approach girls confidently." I have never said that. And if I said that, I was joking. And everyone knows that I'm joking when I say stuff like that. Like, if I'm writing on Discord like, "Hey, go approach 1,000 girls." Please don't go approach 1,000 girls. I'm joking. But when I'm telling you stop worrying, it is like not that bad. I'm not giving you such an, like, you're saying, "Well, yeah, but you don't know my life. You're a Chad. You're not." I'm not a Chad. I'm just saying like the answer I'm getting, right? Yeah, you're a Chad. Of course you don't have to worry about this. I have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about this. I'm saying like, I'm not trying to harm you. I don't have any incentive. For example, like even a Chad, when he tells you like go approach girls, like he does not intend to harm you, right? But I do not intend to harm you consciously. Like, I've thought about this, and I think that sub fives who do not care a lot about what people think about them are better off than sub fives who worry a lot. Like,
Yeah.
clearly, I objectively think that as a sub 5, worrying about what girls think of you is not important. If you are a high tier normie, you must be worried a lot because you're in the game. You want to improve, you want to see like what's wrong with you, what you can improve on. You have something in the game, right? But if you're sub 5 and you consider that it is over for you, so it is over for you. You're not gonna participate in the dating life. Okay, and now you have to walk on eggshells in your job. You have to be afraid all the time of what you tweet and what you say. Maybe your countries hate sub 5s that much that uh, it is the case. In that case, I would be leaving that country. Yeah, if I was an ethnic sub 5, listen, I'm not even a sub 5, but I wouldn't go to Germany or UK or any country like that
Okay.
because I enjoy the life I'm having right here. I can give you an example that will like blow the minds of the people watching right now, right?
Yeah.
The sub 5s that I meet in my life, they are not as being as aggressed as the sub 5s I see in US in videos or people talking about. So if a sub 5 at work is friendly and he's nice, he does not get that disgust right away that it is getting hard. We are getting there, right? But it is
Yeah.
not as bad as what you guys describe. So it's given me perspective. And then those guys, they use that experience to gain confidence. And then he's hugging girls, for example. I cringe, okay? I cringe when I see a sub 5 hugging a girl, and then the girl is giving him a side hug, and he doesn't see it because he's oblivious to it. I see it, I cringe. But in my mind, I'm thinking that sub 5s, at least he sleeps better than the other sub 5s. They cannot sleep. The sub 5s who are very, very worried. I'm gonna say about this guy who is on Discord. I'm not gonna say his name out of respect to him, but there is this guy in the Discord who is very, very worried about how people will look at him when he's in a bad situation. He has this anxieties like the agoraphobia, like wherever he's in public or something, he feels that people will look at him negatively. But in other conversations, he will be saying that sub 5s are invisible to women and to people. And I'm like, choose one. Are you invisible or is everyone making fun of you? Which one?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a good point.
So, do you think that people are focusing on you because you're sub 5 or they're ignoring you because you're sub 5? They cannot do both at the same time.
Well, in my opinion, I really think that most people are no one's looking at anyone else. Like people don't care about like strangers. Like they're all minding their own business, really. Like
Exactly.
you agree, right?
Yeah, myself personally, I care about other people and I look at them and I judge them more than the average person because of the BP. But I know that most people are not, and most people are worried about their own head and their own self. Like worried about what's gonna happen to them.
Yeah.
Like, do you realize like if you're dating, if you are in the dating game, right, and you're dating a girl, do you realize how crippling it is if you are worried about what she thinks about you,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, if you like for a lot of people it does like get to their head a lot, and it's like that you become that sub 5 who's like overly nervous and you can't like sleep at night. So
Okay.
you don't want to get to that situation.
Okay, so the opposite happens with me. When I'm with a girl, I am looking at her panicking and I'm laughing in my head. Like she's panicking. She's worried about how I look at her. And I'm not saying this in like I'm not trying to mug people. I'm saying that I do my due diligence before I meet the girl. So I only meet girls who are very interested in me. This is a topic upcoming for a video. I'm gonna talk about my text game to get rid of the girls who are not interested in me.
Mhm.
Uh, you can. I saw Wheat Waffles because he showed like the WhatsApp texts right with the girls. His text game is very poor. Like he does not vet at all the girls that he's dating. He's going in blind. He's going on the date. He does not know if the girl likes him or not. That's not the case with me. I talk to 100 girls before I go meet one, but when I meet one, she's interested in me. I'm not a Chad that gets every single girl interested in me. That's not the case. I have to go through a lot of girls, but I only spend energy when the girl is interested in me. Okay? Now I meet the girl and I'm not worried about what she thinks of me, whether she thinks about my channel, my job, my accent, my the fact that I'm ethnic in a white country. I'm not worried about those things because I am made sure that I'm with a girl who is interested in me. Okay,
Yeah.
If I'm not in that position, then I consider it a loss and I don't invest my time and energy instead. That's
Mhm.
how I go about it. If someone could learn a lesson from this, which is if you can reach the point of not caring about something and you can feel fine with like being ignored, being cancelled, being whatever, then let it be. If you we go back to the same point. If you have money to lose or like opportunity, like real opportunities to lose, then yes, I understand. But if you have potential opportunities that you do not have and you have no signs of them ever coming your way, and you're worried about opportunities you might not even have, then I think it is overplayed. It is exaggerated in someone's mind. That's my stance. You can give your stance, and then we can move on to the next point if you want.
Okay. I actually have a couple things to say to that because the first part where you said that you implied that Wheat Waffles wasn't um like he wasn't screening women who aren't interested in him from the get-go, but like Wheat Waffles himself, he said it's the opposite. Like, haven't you watched his videos on like what he calls like the S tier strategy, where he only like puts time and he only gives attention to women who show him strong signs of interest right off the bat. So isn't he doing exactly what you're saying? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because you said that his text game is bad and he's failing because of that. So if we put two and two together, aren't you saying that even if a girl gives you S tier, you can still fail if you have bad game?
First of all, if it is actual S tier, by I hate his classification of S A tier, but let's say, let's for the sake of simplicity, if a girl is giving you S tier, I think chances of you failing is very very low. Like you must be really bad to fail S tier, right? To
Waffles'
fail
game
in,
wasn't that bad, right?
hmm?
It wasn't that bad, right? How bad was it? His text game?
It was how to say this? It was bad, pretty bad. Okay, like
Pretty
pretty
bad.
bad.
It
I
wouldn't
would
be
rate.
top tier, right?
I called it in my React video, and he is playing Chad's game, which is he comes to the girl, he throws his value at her, and he's like, "Hey, do you accept it or not?" That's
Mhm.
his game. His game is like, "You gave me S tier, so why is this this simple? Like, am I not a Chad to you? Like, why? You see, that's how I think his game is."
Okay.
And the first point you said, okay, so let's start with the first point. You said that he vets them by only talking to the girls who show him S tier signals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the passive part. Okay, that's the part that gets you to texting. Now, texting started, and we are on a new step. There is a new step. That's what I believe in. So, the step of getting the girl's number, there is the step where you assess her choosing signals, and based on that, you and based on her reaction to you, you decide whether you take her number or not, whether you text her or not. That's the part where he's doing correctly. Next, you're going to text her, and his texting game does not ask the right questions. You
Mhm.
see my point?
Yeah.
I don't want to like spoil my own video, but if I'm gonna give you a hint, it's gonna be like he's suggestive, he's wondering, he's not asking to vet if the girl is interested or not, if this is gonna move or not move forward. You see, he's not doing that. He's not actively asking the girl the right questions. He is passively assessing her interest, but then he does not ask her controversial questions.
Mm.
I'm not saying he's gonna ask a girl like, "Hey, do you like me or not?" But there are a lot of questions that you can ask the girl, and for based on her answer, you get the answer to that.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I can give you a very 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 great way to show this. My cousin can show me the conversation of with the girl that he's texting with. Okay, I can read the conversation and tell you with 90% accuracy if he's gonna be able to kiss her or not on the date.
Okay.
So that's how well I spent my time learning game. That's how good I am with game. And this is not a brag. I spent a lot of time studying this. Okay. I have a lot of practice. I have talked to more girls than every man I know combined. So I learned these things, and I even can read another guy's conversation and pretty much understand the girl's position. I don't think Wheat Waffles is very good at texting. I think it is very good that he only talks to the girls who are interested in him. But then there is, and the second part now I'm going to answer right away. Yes, you can fumble in S tiers. Like, there are girls who are good at giving S tier signals to everyone. Okay? That's it. There are girls who appreciate the attention that much. They really need guys to make fun of in front of their girlfriends. So they need to have more guys asking for their numbers. So they are bubbly and receptive of every guy, and they can fool you.
So it's fake S tier. You're talking about fake S tier then.
It can, like, wheat waffles is not good enough to know a fake S tier from a real S tier. And do you know why I say this?
Mm-hmm.
Because no man is. It's not a wheat waffle problem. No man can tell real S signals from fake S signals. That's it.
Oh shit.
Do you want to know how you can tell?
How?
By applying tricks. By literally applying tricks, hacks. You do stuff to see. So one thing I can reveal, because it's not my idea, I had it from AMS. Do you know what he said, like how to differentiate between real interest and fake interest when you are like in a bar or something?
How?
You don't talk to the girl in front of other people. You try to exclude her. You try to take her number and talk to her. You try to talk to her where she cannot expose that you are approaching her. She cannot reject you publicly. That's the only time you can see if her interest is real or not.
Okay.
So if we are in a group, this happened to me, for example. Let's say when I was working in the restaurants, and there is a hostess that I like the girl in the entry, right? And when we are in the room, like in the restaurant, she's playing with her hair, she's touchy, she's smiling at me, and I'm thinking like, okay, she might be interested in me. Then I meet her in the back of the restaurants where people smoke and stuff, right? I meet her there, and she's not as enthusiastic as when she was in the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So it was S tier in that setting, but as soon as we are one-to-one, she's cold and distant, and she does not seek the excuse to stay on me one-on-one. It's not consistent. If you were so attracted to me, you would be thrilled that we have this one-on-one moment. How come? And I don't think Wheat Waffle assesses these things because of his BP beliefs. He refused to learn game. His game is basically, he goes to a girl and say like, hey, I think you're beautiful and I wanted to get to know you. And then he's the second text, he's like, hey, I'm looking for a serious relationship. If you want to be in a serious relationship, please sign this document. I don't know why he's doing that. Okay, I'm trolling, okay? But that's basically, but that's how girls see it. If you go to a girl, tell her like, can you please tell me right away what you're looking for? No, you do not do that. Yeah. Regardless of your SMV. I mean, even a Chad can ruin his chances by being like that. I'm not saying he will, but if the girl is hot enough, even a Chad can ruin his chances by like acting like this. No, I'm not teaching him on game. I'm just saying that Wheat Waffles is inexperienced, and that's the part where men optimally should somehow, like, this is crazy, but do you know what this feels like, Turbo? This feels like I'm asking people to get experience, to get a job, to get an entry job that requires experience. Do you know the dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need experience to get the job, but you need the job to get experience. That's the same dilemma with the B pill, where you need to start getting experience in dealing with people, but you cannot get this experience, so you're just learning in theory. And it's very hard to apply what you learn in theory. Like, I can teach you all day how to manage your social situations with Blackpill knowledge. You still have to meet people and try those things and get away with it. But your goal in life should be how to get less stress as possible from your life. I mean, do you agree at this point, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So you're not going to get a lot of girls drooling over you. Maybe you give up on genuine desire from Stacy, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have a 6'2" blonde Swedish volleyball player down at your feet, sadly. Okay, now you are feeling stressed because of the way you are being treated in society. How are you going to minimize that? What are the solutions? In reality, if you are so low IQ, if you are so bad looking, there is not much you can do. So it's easier for us to try to move to talk about the people who have slight hope, right? That's
Yeah.
more productive. I mean, we can stay like for 10 hours repeating that it is over, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna talk about the people that actually can do something. Okay, so what is our average guy? He grew up in Western soy boy society. Uh, this guy's what average man can do. Yeah, we're talking about the average man right now. Like this is actually what we're gonna answer.
Yeah.
So the average guy we have right here, he's someone who grew up in a shaken home, like divorced maybe, or a single mom or something like this. I don't believe that the average Western man grew up in regular conditions with happy parents. He had been indoctrinated in schools. He had been weak his whole life. He did not develop a strong personality. Now he ended up being red pilled for a couple of years, and he gets black pilled because he understood that being confident did not work for him. Right? That's our average guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's working at some job, and he's afraid that if he follows my channel, he's gonna be flagged and like dismissed from job based on that. That's his dilemma.
Hmm.
He started maybe a YouTube channel, or he's commenting on Discord, but he's hiding it, like he's hiding like some Playboy magazines, because if people find out about him, he will be uh, like panicking. Okay, he will
Yeah.
be afraid. Okay, but I used Playboy magazines accidentally, but do you realize how bad it is if you are 13 and they found out your magazines? Do you realize how the amount of shame you will feel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but if we found the magazines of your father when he was young and now he's 45, how is he going to react to that?
I think he might like try to make fun of it. It's like, oh, like when I
He's
was
gonna
like,
laugh it off.
yeah,
Exactly. Exactly. That's the point I want to say. He's gonna laugh it off. He's gonna be like, yeah, my magazines, yeah, yeah, give me that. And then he hides them. And he hides them like this. So he's gonna take a look at them later, right? Remember what he used to jerk off to when he was young.
yeah,
So all I want to show guys is that it is possible. One day you're gonna grow old enough that you're gonna be able to look at those things that you are panicking about right now, and you're gonna look at them comfortably. You're not gonna be so afraid. You're okay, counsel me, okay, I don't care. It is possible. I'm not saying it's for everyone, but there is a possibility that you could have something bad happen to you, and it is not the end of the world. You can have something bad happen to you, and it's not going to be the end of the world. Wheat Waffles got 2 rejections, and he deleted his YouTube channel. Isn't this like is this a proportionate reaction?
no, 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 it isn't.
Okay, so if you slowly manage your life better, you're gonna gain that confidence eventually. I'm not saying this in terms of like you're gonna approach girls or you're gonna start slaying. If you're sub 5, no, you do not apply this in order to start slaying like a Chad. No, but you apply this so you can work comfortably. So you do not work on eggshells. So you're not like anxious like to order some pizza or something. People are very very weak, and well, it saddens me to say this. I would love to coach each teenager one on one and tell him like, hey, you can improve in life. Now you're 15, you cannot get girls. You feel like you want to die, but you one day you're gonna be 30, and that's not gonna be a big problem. A lot of guys here are under 25, and they saying like, it is over because I'm 25, and I did not get this experience and that experience. Well, I can see that it would have been ideal if we all could have girlfriends when we were 14, right?
Yeah,
Like Chads have girlfriends before they hit puberty. That's unfair. Okay, I'm not. I am above average, and the first girl I ever had a serious interaction with, I was already 19.
hmm,
Okay, I can say I did not miss on much, but I'm 30 and now I am less worried about my age than when I was like 22. When I was 22, I felt that I was older than what I feel I'm 30 and I'm feeling like, okay, I'm fine. Now, you can attribute this to the fact that I improved in looks and now my life is objectively better. That's completely true. But I'm saying there are a lot of people my age who are sub fives, but they are less affected by their sub fiveness because we are not in high school anymore. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm gonna just jump right away and say like life is a bigger high school. That's what Rehab Room loves to say, right? Like life is just the continuation of high school. It is true to a very people who manage to make their life to make something out of their life between their hobbies and other things, which I'm not asking you to cope that way, but within their hobbies, they acquired the confidence to manage situations better than what they used to when they were teenagers. Like these hobbies were um, a gateway to get the experience that they could not get when they were younger.
Yeah.
You see it was so some a lot of people could travel, not travel like vacation, like they could change the city they work in, and now because they are in a new setting where they cannot rely on their parents, for example, they're forced out of their comfort zone. They can be confined and depressed and go back home. That's a possibility, but it might push you to go to places you weren't ready to do and you haven't had the opportunity because you did not met the looks requirement in your previous city. But now you have some couple of friends. At least when you are in some sort of conflict, you can manage that conflict better than what you would have done when you were just a sub 5 in his city.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is just a small possibility. For example, like you right now, right? I bet that you were really bad at conversations 3 years ago.
No.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I was worse than I am now. I'm still not
Okay,
good. I have a lot of room for improvement.
yeah, but why did you improve? Because you made a YouTube channel and you talked and you took people's feedback, and now you're talking to me. And let's say I'm older than you. By talking to me like this, you learned. Uh, it's not conscious. It's like, when you learn a language by just being in that country, like stuff like this. Like learning how to you're passively learning how to talk better. And
Mhm.
I had this opportunity, and I'm thankful for the friends that I had older than me, because when I was 14. My best friends were, some of them were my age. I had younger friends than me, and I had friends 12 years older than me. My closest friend ever, he's 45 now. Okay? He's like almost 15 years older than me.
Yeah.
But dealing with him, he taught me a lot of things that are BP, red pill, but he just taught them to me because he was older than me. So I would be panicking in a social situation. And do you know what he like? I was worried about losing a girl at that time. Do you know what he told me? Like, that this was before the internet, bro. This was before the BP, before the red pill. Like, even the movie Matrix was not even that famous in back home, right?
Mm.
He told me, uh, Bobby will go and Foxy will come, or something like this, which would translate to uh, plenty of fish in the sea. Okay, plenty of fish in the sea is pretty like blue pill. Uh, it's a very blue pill argument, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, he told me that because he saw that I was having oneitis. So that was his way to heal me from oneitis. And I had a hard oneitis. if if I have a younger guy who's coming to me with oneitis and say like, "Hey, I like this girl is best, la 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 la, this girl is the best girl ever," and I'm like, "Show me this girl," and she's an average Becky, right?
Mhm.
I'm thinking like there's nothing special about this girl, and he's gonna tell me like, "Oh, but you don't know her, but no, 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 but she's like this, and I never met a girl who's so good. She's so smart." Like we have
Yeah.
these conversations, bro. These conversations. I'm talking to her, and time feels like it's flying, bro. We stayed the whole night texting on Pokemon chat. Okay, you don't have Pokemon chat. You're young. Okay, so
Yeah.
this girl, I played a couple of LOL games, League of Legends, with this girl, and then we stayed on Discord, and now I'm in love with her, even though I never seen her, and she could be a guy using some AI voice modifier. But I love this girl, man. You don't know, she's very fun. Okay, I'm gonna look at that guy and tell him I love the girl with all my heart. I thought that she was the best girl ever. She was like maybe my first or second girlfriend in Russia, right? I mean,
Uh-huh.
she's beautiful objectively, but I was like coming from coming from sand country, seeing that white skin, like, ooh man, like I was crazy about her. Okay,
Oh,
so I was broken when this girl like broke up with me. Well, she broke up with me, but it was like I was talking to other girls, so it was not like the classic breakup. So this girl, I was broken, and I genuinely believed I could not get a girl as good as her for the rest of my life. Even though I did not truly believe that, but I thought that for a while, right? I mean, you know what one-itis is. So
yeah,
after that, after a while, started to forget about her and remember her only occasionally. Like we kept texting and stuff, and because we are like far away from the cities, we do not have the time where we meet and like meet up again after the breakup, right? You know, like after 3 weeks and then after 6 months, we did not have that because she was living far away. So my heart was broken, and I thought that she was so special and stuff. 4 years after I saw her the last time,
yeah,
she came to Moscow, and I forgot how I knew about this, but I think like I saw a picture or something, and then we met. That was like 4 years after I got red pilled, then I got black pilled, then like a whole thing changed, like I looks max and everything was different. And I meet this girl, and she is the most basic bitch ever. Nothing is special about her. She's exactly the same like the girl I dated last week, and she's exactly the same like the girl that I dated the week after.
yeah,
There's nothing special about her. Everything was in my head. Okay, so I went through this experience, and it taught me a very valuable lesson. That lesson I will be willing to give someone else. Now I'm like giving it for free, you can say, but maybe I do one-on-one like consultations in the future. You can see that I can do it, right? But if I could help even one guy get rid of his one-itis, I would be so happy. Now, I would say I have the same experience with being worried about what other people think of you. Because if to put back to context for people who might come late, we were talking about doxing, which I have nothing against if you have a lot to lose, if you have money to lose, if you have a job to lose, then being afraid of being associated with something so controversial as the BPL is very understandable. But if your main fear is how people are going to think about you, then I think that you should start panicking less about that by exposing yourselves to other things, by understanding that it is not as big as you think it is. So the same thing with the girl. So you have one-itis. Have you had a one-itis, Turbo? I'm asking you.
yeah. I have.
Have you healed from your one-itis? Talk to me like a bit how it lasted and stuff like this.
Oof. I actually wanted to talk to you about it in private because you have a lot of experience, and you can like help. You can help me decipher what probably went wrong because you have a lot of experience with text conversations. So you can because you can tell if a guy is going to kiss a girl by looking at his text. So um, would you
Yeah,
be down to review some texts like after the
yeah, yeah.
stream?
We can talk about that in private, of course.
I don't
But
really want to talk to you on the stream though.
okay, but I'm gonna be like asking people in the comments, like guys have had one-itis. Now I'm not asking the guys who only had one-itis. I'm asking the guys who were old enough to heal from that one-itis, to actually have successfully forgotten about the girl.
Hmm.
Okay, we don't have a lot of people watching, but we're gonna assume that at least someone has forgotten his one-itis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we ask that guy in theory, when he was living in that one-itis, could he imagine a life where he would heal from his one-itis?
I don't know. It really depends. What do you think?
I think that when you are deep down in it and you are not old enough, you would think that you will never be over it.
You think that you're gonna be in love with her forever?
Yeah, possibly. Or like you will never forget this girl. Like this girl is so amazing. Like you are 14 and you think that you will be 80 and thinking about this girl. I mean, I have talked to a lot of guys who actually think that. I
Hmm.
will never forget, like, where, like, okay, maybe you don't have to become as stone cold like me because I don't remember even the names of the girls I talked to. But in the healthy middle, if a girl doesn't like you, it is healthier to move on. How to move on? You moved on because enough time has passed, because you had other experiences in your life. Okay, now, if you're if you value your online presence in the BP community and you are so afraid to lose it, like, if you, oh my god, if people dox me, I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done. If you think, like, if people dox you, you will not be able to live in this world. Like, I think it's the same case of the one-night thing. It's so big in your head right now. When you are
Yeah,
like, if we could like open a portal in the future, bring Wheat Waffles, who is like 30 years old, and talk to him about the incident that happened last week, he will be like, what I was thinking, I could just like continue making videos. Like, what the fuck is this? Why is this a big deal? Like, why, what was I thinking, right?
yeah, perhaps would be cool to see that
Yeah,
happen.
yeah, it is his theory. I believe I could be wrong. I could be wrong about this. But I believe that Wheat Waffles could handle the situation better, so that every B pillar could handle the situation better. Because we do not expect everyone to have Andrew Tate's money, that he can be so rich that he doesn't care about governments, right? But okay,
Mhm.
do you have anything to comment before I like gather my idea again?
No, not really. I agree with what you're
Okay.
saying.
So
Like a
what
lot of
was like our third point? And when we were at the stream, like we had a third point, like after Wheat Waffles, what was it?
we were talking the future of Blackpill content on YouTube, but I want to put a pin in that because I have to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be right back.
Okay, then let's take a bathroom quick. Guys, please like the video. We're gonna like take a 2 minute pause. Please like the video. Like, you're 16 of you. Let's have more likes, guys. We're coming back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm back, guys.
Hey, guidance.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the comments before he comes back.
Hey, I'm
Uh,
back, but
you're here.
I greeted you before you put on your headphones.
Okay.
Yeah. There was like one guy in the comments that like asked about this thing like a few times, so I don't want to leave that topic untouched. But before we move on,
Yeah, go ahead.
um, oh, so it's yeah, it's like a guy online named Clavicular, and
Yeah, I saw that, but I did not watch the video. I saw that Aesthetics made a video about it. I put it like to watch, and then I slept. This guy, Clavicular. I think like, he was Lux Maxing, and then he got expelled from his university.
mhm.
But I don't think because he was Lux Maxing, because he had a YouTube channel, right? I mean, I don't want to comment on something I don't know about. So if someone in the comments will write like a small paragraph when he basically says what happens, I will be able to give my opinion, at least based on that, right?
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, why like keep guessing and give uneducated opinions? Yeah, we should discuss Clavicular, but tell us what happened. He got doxxed and he got bad consequences, which was being kicked out of university, right? Okay, being kicked out of university when you are in university sounds catastrophic, right? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hmm.
Yeah, but if you are like established by the age of 40 and stuff like that, there are a lot of people who got like expelled from schools. But this thing where there is one path of life, like you go through school, then you go high school, then you like go to university, and then you get a job and stuff, then later you realize that it's not what you want to do in life, and then you get rid of like, then you leave your job and you start doing something else that is more fun and that get you money and stuff like this. So you see this path, right? There are a lot of people that would consider being kicked from the university as a blessing. I'm not saying that this is good. I'm not excusing what happened to him is very unfair. I'm not saying that it is a good thing that happened to him. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that when you are 30 and you look back the fact that you were kicked out of school when you were 16, it's like an anecdote to you. I remember this guy, CRP, when I was watching him and I was red pilled, right? I was like 22, and I was listening to him saying that because of a girl that accused him of harassing him, he failed 1 year in university. Do you know that coach Red Pill, right?
yeah, yeah. When he was at Dartmouth, I heard about that in his videos.
Yeah. So he told the story where he lost 1 year in university because of a girl who fakely accused him of something. And I believe him. I mean, not that I have the proof, but his story sounded believable. You get me, right?
Yeah,
So basically, he had this interaction with this girl, and she was like fat or stuff, and he didn't want her, and she accused him, which very plausible. I mean, given the time, he was attractive enough. She could accuse him of that and get away with it, right? Given like it is America. Okay, you hear me?
yeah.
I bet you that he was devastated when that happened. And he still says, like, I was devastated when that happened. But later, with the years, he's like 45 and he's telling it like he's telling a joke. He's practically bragging, right? He's like, yeah, I remember that girl that kicked me out of school. Yeah, you fucking bitch. I had to repeat a whole year because of her.
Yeah,
So he's telling it as if it's a joke. Like, yeah, I repeated a whole year because of that bitch. Okay, so this guy, Clavicular, clavicular. A lot of people are talking about him right now. Isn't this like his race to fame? I'm gonna check who he is after this. Maybe I'll subscribe to his content if it's good, right?
yeah.
Do you see this as a possibility? No.
Um, wait. By possibility, do you mean like the comment? Are you talking about the comment that I just showed, or are you saying what you just said?
No, no. I said, don't you think that now that Clavicular's case is becoming famous, a lot of people are interested in who he is, and if he have good content on YouTube, a lot of people are gonna subscribe to it. For example.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's well, he is a very good-looking man, so he can take advantage of that as well. It's kind of like the criminals who actually get like positive attention from women when
Okay.
their mugshot go viral, like because these
Let
criminals are good looking.
let me say this. Uh, for Jeremy Meeks, he was destined for greatness anyway, but the best thing he could do is actually commit a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, Meeks, the best event in his life is that his mugshot. He has the most attractive mugshot of all time. And that actually kickstarted his whole life, right?
Mhm.
I'm not being overly positive. I'm saying Sub fives panic a lot and they don't have a lot of things to lose. For example, you are in university and you got kicked out of university, so now you learned how to weld or like how to do manual work, and now because of that work, you make a lot of money, and the job you were studying for has been replaced by AI before you have gotten your degree. So you don't know what's better for you, right? You're talking about opportunities as if you have like a script that's going to pan out in your life, but you cannot promise me that what you're doing right now is going to lead you to the best path you're leading. You don't know where you're going in life. So if something bad happens to you, you do not panic that much. And I'm not saying this again in like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. No, like if you get an accident and your face is ruined, then your life is ruined and you lose. I'm not that coper, okay? But what, okay, let's say it in this other way. You remember when I described the average guy, like what, how he grew up, what he is, what he does, and he has a job and stuff like this, okay? What is the worst thing that can happen to him? Tell me about the worst case scenarios. I'm interested.
Like you
Like
mean like there's no limit on how bad it is, like the literal worst.
okay, so
Literal worst is like he fucking like
he
loses
gets
legs in an accident. Like he goes blind or some shit, you know.
no, I'm saying I'm not saying like what it had happened to him naturally. I'm saying if he gets doxxed, what's the worst thing that can happen to him? This guy got
This
kicked out of
very,
university.
very
Okay,
low
it's
possibility, but somebody could go to your parents' house and like kill your family. Very low chance, but when people get doxxed, there are some lunatics on the internet who might do something like that.
okay. So let's say this: if someone is going to end my life, this is dark. Okay, let's not go that route, right? But there are a lot of people who are joking about roping. They do not have the power to do it, and then they are so afraid. Okay, look, so let's decide: do your life matter or not? Okay, uh, I think we're gonna cut that part off, right? I'm going too dark here. Let me dial it a step back. Okay, so someone is threatening my family. So you are telling me that someone is crazy enough that he's gonna find my family and gonna harm them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm gonna tell you that there are such crazy people, even if I am not known incognito. Okay, will being known increase that chance? Definitely. But I do not think that is significant because, listen, if I start believing in stuff like that, I will not do anything in life. That's how I think about it. So I can, I work in a clinic. Okay, that's my job. I can have a parent who will think that his son got mentally ill because of the medication I gave him, which is not true, which is not going to be true, right? So his son got a mental condition. I tried to heal that mental condition, but that mental condition was resistant to the treatment I was giving him. So now he's worse. Okay? He's worse off or something. The parents are going to blame me. I'm going to call the experts and we're going to explain that no, it was not because of the medicine I gave him. His situation was unfortunate. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, that parent does not believe me, does not believe the experts, and he decides to murder my family anyway. He's a crazy person that I had to deal with. Why? Because I was doing my job. Why was I doing my job? Because I wanted to make money. So the frequency of meeting crazy people is multiplied by being by having an online presence. But I think that it is so rare that multiplying it 3 times, like it's like 0.0001 to happen to you. Now it's 0.0003. That's still a minuscule chance. You are very, very, very unlucky if someone tries to kill you because of something you said online. It's going to be sad. I'm not advocating for it. I am not a violent person, but I realize that there are violent people anywhere who do not need a reason to do harm.
Yeah, like like you said about the rejection thing. Like there are some violent people who look for an excuse so then they can finally get to do harm.
Yeah.
Which they always wanted to do all along.
So if someone, I have seen this pan out. You play a football game and there is a guy who's not confident in himself. Okay, let me say this in BP terms. There is an unattractive guy. For example, he sees that a Chad comes to the football game with his girlfriend. Okay, so we are playing football. playing like football, and there is this Chad on his field, and there is his girl cheering for him, like on the stands. This ugly guy is so jealous that he will tackle the Chad as if he wants to kill him.
Yeah.
That happened. I saw it with my own eyes. You have seen many examples of this if you lived enough, and I'm pretty sure that you can understand how this is a common occurrence.
Yeah.
Okay, will your conclusion then be, okay, Chad, hide your girlfriends. Don't come to the football game with your girlfriend. Hide your girlfriend in the basement. Is that your conclusion? Is that how you're going to approach this? Is that the solution for this situation?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so we decided that I'm not going to hide my girlfriends in the basement because some guy might be jealous. Then everything in life is like that. You want to make money, you're going to take some risks. And I'm not saying that take risks that will ruin you. I want to my dream here to everyone. I'm announcing like my dream is to make money off of YouTube. And by being useful to people, I don't intend to become a grifter. This is my dream. Now you're telling me that I could do it without showing my face. But on the other hand, I can tell you that since I am above average, maybe my face helps with the me being more relatable, right? When you watch me and you feel that I'm a human, not an icon, I'm not dissing you, right? I'm just saying people
Yeah.
are more people see me, see that I'm a real person, that I have medical practice, and they are more inclined to pay for my one-on-one consultations when I become more famous, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when that happens and I make money, I will be happy. That's what I want. That's what I'm striving for. Now you're telling me, but hey, if you're gonna do this, okay, if someone is leaving, bye bye. No, I thank you for attending. Please put a like before you leave. So the guys that are going to pay for my services, one of them is gonna be crazy enough that he will want to harm me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so should I not try this thing because one potential of the 20 I'm gonna eventually give me money is gonna end up crazy?
I don't think so. Like I think that what you said in the comments is like the right approach, because you can like get security and like implement measures to like protect yourself and still pursue your dream.
Yeah. So if I become famous enough, you bet your ass I'm gonna have bodyguards. Do you want
Yeah.
to know the funny? Do you want to know the funny thing? If I became like so famous, like let's say this lucks out crazy, right? And I have 10 million followers. Do you think I will go uh, to a dark alley at night with a girl on my own? Do you think I'm that stupid?
No.
Do you think I will not use VPNs that are AI programmed that no one will ever know my location?
Yeah.
Do you think I will not have bodyguards who will be from my own country because I know that they cannot be bought by other people, like people who are personally close to me, like some poor people. It's like the guy who flunked school, like who studied with me, who like still have a good relationships.
Oh, that's
Okay,
cool.
that is a stretch. Okay, we are joking now, right? Okay, we are joking, but in reality, what is the income of Wheat Waffles? Wheat Waffles said that he makes $5,000 to $8,000 a month from his YouTube channel, right? This is like open knowledge. He stated it in his video. He made it public.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna assume that Wheat Waffles makes more than 100K a year, like with his face rating and stuff, all included, right?
Right. Yeah.
So he is extremely filthy rich, especially for his age.
Yeah.
So, do you tell me Wheat Waffles could not hire a lawyer who would have nuked this guy for harassing his girlfriend?
Yeah, he could.
Yeah, I would do that if I was in Wheat's shoes. No, forget about 100K subs. If I have 10K subs, I'm gonna be entering like restaurants with not bodyguards, but at least a couple of friends. Look, I am not known. I am incognito. Okay, I'm not Guidance Vault. I did not create this channel. When I was walking in France, I did not go to certain places because I knew they were dangerous.
Yeah.
So, Wheat Waffles assumed that he can be famous, he can talk about the BP and not have anyone talk back to him. Why did he think that? Who promised him that? He's being
Look, I'm gonna push back on this because I think like the general approach is more like, I know that there's a risk and I'm going to go on YouTube, and if this risk pans out, in the case that that does, then I'm going to quit. I think that that's what he was that's like his headspace.
But why act so dramatic and radical? I mean, he left and change his mind. He can change his mind again in the future. So the way the drama about it, like the fact that him being harassed by that as if it's the end of the world, I do not think it was genuine. I said it in my reaction. I will just repeat it for the guys. I would have been way more accepting of him saying, "Guys, I think my videos are way more, like worth more. I just want to put them on Patreon. I don't want to be bothered by YouTube anymore." I would have accepted it. A lot of people would have called him a grifter, and I mean, a lot of people called him a grifter anyway. But I don't think he cares. So now that he doesn't care, we established that he doesn't care. Well, try not to care about the 0.1% of assholes who are trying to ruin your life and try to abuse the advantages of being famous and rich.
Yeah.
I would do that. So it would be better for the future of the BPL, which is our last point, right? I will slowly ease into that point. It would be better for the BPL if we had people who could articulate these points openly in public, because there are a lot of young men who are in need of people like Rehab Room who are willing to tell the truth to people. His style may be too aggressive. Maybe he can make like future videos where they sound like more like guides and stuff, because once he will be established, because now he needs to be funny, he needs to be satire, he needs to say controversial things to grow his channel, right? But let's say he's an established person. Let's say Rehab Room has like 2 million followers, 2 million subscribers. He can make educational videos that will be very useful. BP knowledge is not a privilege. I mean, it's not a luxury. If you don't have it, most likely you're suffering. If you're a Chad, you're leaving a lot of gains on the table. If you're normie, you are missing years you could use for your improvements. If you're sub 5, you're wasting your time improving. So being BP is important. So having BP creators is important. But let's forget about the greater good and discuss this as selfish people, right?
Okay.
I want to make money creating BP content because it is fun, it is truth seeking, and I feel it is genuine. When I'm discussing BP, I'm being my genuine self. Like you see, people the Japanese say, like, where you have the face in public, and then when you have face with friends, and then you have face when you show only when you are alone.
Mhm.
Right now, when I'm talking to you guys, to the viewers, to you, I'm talking as the same way I would be talking to myself. Do you realize how intimate this is?
Shit. Yeah.
So right now, what I'm saying is you hearing my thoughts. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. I am being genuine. This is me. This is how I think inside. I
Uh-huh.
will not be talking like this to girls, for example. I will not be talking like this to colleagues. But the only people I would let this close to me are like my cousin and one close friend, and that's it. There aren't a lot of people that I would be this real with. Maybe my sister, because when my sister is about to get married, and I gave her genuine advice. I told her, like, you're going to respect your husband as if he's the main authority. I don't want to hear anything like that you're gonna be like 50-50 or anything. You serve that man with everything you like. I had a real talk with her. Why? Because well, I care about her, so I showed her the real me. But then I went back to just talking normal to her, right? It was just like one conversation. But we need people who can talk to this, because, and again, there is another video you're going to spoil for me right now. I'm saying you, but this is me bringing this up, right?
Yeah.
The importance of the BP. I'm already writing a video. I already started it. Writing a video about the importance of consuming BP knowledge and the importance of the creators we have. I'm going to list like Black Robin, Rehab Room, yourself to a certain degree when you are not a lazy ass, right? When you are creating good videos, like not right, like not whatever you're doing right now, right?
Yeah.
We have like that aesthetic guy. I mean, I really loved his videos. There are a lot of BP, and I'm not talking about the trash content where they show like attractive guys and start comparing them, like this mug, like mug battles or whatever. I'm saying about BP advice, BP dating advice, BP game for those who can, and BB philosophies for those like who are off the dating game. There are a lot of people who are off the dating game and they must know about it. We must tell them like, hey, if you are from a country that have what do we call the arranged marriage, you must go back to your country of origin. Don't stay in Europe. Don't stay in the USA. Like some tangible advice. For example, like this guy, aesthetics waiting, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people told me that he's in Thailand. I don't know if that's true or not, but do you realize that he's good looking enough that he could get a girl in UK, right? He's white, he's like tall enough, he's attractive enough. He could get a girl in the UK, right?
Yeah.
But why is he in Thailand? Because he's pragmatic, he's smart, he knows what he wants. He wants this, so he goes for that. And having people like him guide people who are aspiring to be like him is very important. Do you agree?
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, so can we have the BP censored and hidden and frowned upon in public? No, because that will hinder us from growing, from appearing to more people.
Uh-huh.
This comes from like every like open market thing where my selfish desire of making money off of BP will help other people learn about the BP, right?
Yeah. Look, where I'm gonna disagree is like, well, this is not something that you can really do much about as a creator, but it's I feel like popularizing looks maxing is only like trending the sexual marketplace and the culture of dating, like just further in the same direction it's going. It's just going to accelerate like people's focus on looks. Like people are going to be more lookist and superficial than ever. And I would not like to see Western countries turn into something like South Korea, where like people gift each other plastic surgery as like a birthday
Yeah.
gift. It's like it's there's a point where if looks maxing gets too intense in the mainstream, it's just like it starts to get toxic. So what do you think about that?
Okay, that would happen. That would be the case. But I'm looking at where it goes past that point, so people realize the importance of looks, not the importance of looks matching, and then something can be done about that. Because going backwards, like trying to ask women to lower their standards, is not the way to go, right? I mean, what you're saying is carries a lot of negative points, but go telling women that to lower their standards is impossible. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's impossible to do that, but this is like a side point. But you know, it is possible to convince conservative women to have more kids so that their ideology can outcompete the left. But you know, that's neither here nor there.
I mean, yeah, that's a stretch. I mean, they will be in schools, right? So like she will not be able to raise them conservatively themselves. I don't know. I mean, I understand that it's not a serious point you made, right? But
Yeah.
I can make my point very clear to you by telling you Russia's strategy to deal with the lower rate of fertility, right?
Yeah.
So they hired a lot of people to solve this issue because the fertility rate is plummeting in Russia, like all the white countries and stuff. And they said like, okay, we want to fix this. We want to fix the solution. We're not going to keep bringing foreigners like the strategy of Europe, right? So how are they going to fix this problem? Believe me, they started asking people in emails, like random people, write us suggestions. Okay,
Okay.
I received this email asking like, "What is your suggestion to fix this thing?" Of course, I did not write them a BP essay, right? That would be harmful to myself. But the suggestions they're making, please marry young, and they're trying to give money to people who get married young, and they're trying to give money to girls who have more than 3 children, and they're trying to give money to families and stuff like this. All like band-aid solutions, right?
Hmm.
Then like I saw one funny post and I checked it and it was actually true. This committee that they hired, that they're getting paid a lot of money from the government, they said they want to ban Turkish series airing in Russia because they contain attractive Turkish actors that are reducing women's interest in Russian men. I
Okay.
kid you not. I kid you not. That was their strategy. And I'm thinking the more BP the black pill becomes, I say BP because I was afraid of censor. I don't know. I have censorship. Let's say I can say BP or like, I don't know.
You can say whatever the fuck you want on my channel.
Okay, so the black pill, if it becomes more mainstream, maybe people like will hear about it and maybe they will realize that the solution is not by looks maxing, it's not by bringing more people from other countries, it's not by banning some foreign series or trying to show to promote ugly men on series or whatever. It is actually in the ban of social media and dating apps or updating them. Do you want to know like a real solution for me? If I could apply the solution, right? I would make it like a clear solution.
Okay, hit me with it.
If dating apps were created as if you can report a girl for wasting your time, and if she does it more than twice a week, she gets suspended from the apps, we will have girls liking only the guys they have realistic chance with.
Wait, define wasting your time.
So if you match, if I match a girl, if I like a girl and she likes me, now we're matched, okay? The app gives us only like 3 matches, and one of these 3 matches must end up in meeting actually physically, and we must like report some sort of way in it. If the girl I matched, I text her and she doesn't reply to me in 3 days, I can screenshot the conversation, send it to the app, and there will be like an AI review. They will say like, okay, this girl matched this guy and she ignored him later. This girl is most likely a bot and she gets suspended from the app.
Okay.
So basically, measures that will limit. Let me say it again: measures that will limit the flakiness and the freedom that women have. So a woman now can have 4 chats that she can meet for fun time, and she can have 200 orbiters, right?
Yeah.
We must update the apps so they are not only for profit; they're actually limited in the services they provided by governments. Do you realize that time where the guy who was most liked on Tinder, they gifted him infinite likes and subs for life because he was the most profile ever? And I think apps like Tinder should not have such power. If you add, I don't think like an app should just like do some update and then that app will change the world. If Tinder makes filter by height, it changes the whole dating dynamic more
Yeah.
than more than anything in the past, more than wars. So there is a guy who can write 5 lines of code and can change humanity more than all the worlds combined.
Holy shit! Like that is actually crazy, but it's true.
Yeah. We have Mark Zuckerberg can just wake up one day, make a decision, and change my life. And by my life, I mean life of everyone.
Yeah.
That would be how I would want to fix the solution. And hiding the importance of looks is not even related here. If some guys can improve their looks and improve their lives and they fall on my channel, then I will be helpful to them. They will maybe reward me with money and I will provide them the service and they will take that improvement and it might improve their life. I don't see the negative in that. I don't see how it is negative to share, promote the BP. Maybe it's something I'm not seeing. Like, tell me what angles I'm not seeing that you think would harm people by promoting BP.
Hmm. I have a couple like I'm about to actually cover all of them in a video going over I think 24 arguments, which include arguments for spreading the BP and arguments against it. So I'm gonna spoil that just like you spoiled your video on game.
You can
Um,
say your points
yeah,
vaguely because maybe I will react to your video and debunk you on the reaction, right?
Yeah, okay. So leave some for the real deal.
Yeah,
But
just say in
this is
general, right?
like the chat message that I'm responding to here.
I mean, I can respond very easily. The fact that you cannot black pill most people. Most people will never be black pilled any, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
we're
that's it's I mean, in the status quo, it's easy to say that, but like just looking back in history, like people used to think that slavery was moral. Like it's insane the amount of like change that culture can do to like what people think is common sense. So maybe in the distant future, maybe everyone will be black pilled. I mean, it's possible.
um, you see, the difference would be that the black pill, the recognition of the importance, recognizing that looks are the most important thing, is too close to the ego. Most people cannot take the hit. I mean, honestly, it is so brutal, man. Man, I took the BP a long time ago, and I'm still shocked. I mean, bro, do you see what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Also, like saying that slavery is moral. I mean, it's also like mind blowing, right? But the BP is like basic stuff is determined by the bone structure of your face. You relate those two things, and it makes sense every time.
Uh-huh.
Man, man, they're brutal, right? I mean,
Oh,
will I be welcoming to the idea that more people will be able to be beepilled? Yes. Will we ever be the majority? I don't think so. I
okay.
mean, there are a lot of sayings. For example, in my culture, the importance of face is very recognized. Like there are a lot of people who will tell you BP stuff, right? Blue pill stuff, but people will say stuff like life is lived with faces. Like there is a saying in my country we say like this life is won by faces. It is a saying, common saying. Everyone says it.
Yeah.
So how could these things come? Because for our whole life there were people who just recognized the importance of looks. There is even another saying that says it's not how hard your arms work, it is lucks, like the importance of being lucky. It's not by hard work, it's by luck. So there's this saying too. So the black pill have been around all the time. I don't think we will be black pilled. I think maybe more people will be, but honestly, it would be crazy if we live in a world where the majority is be pilled, right?
Yeah, it would be fucking crazy, bro.
Especially like the only way I would start to begin to picture this is, for example, there will be like, do you know the enemy where they live in a game, Sword Art Online or something? I
No, I've
think.
not heard of that, no.
Yeah, it's basically where they wear a mask and their conscious is transferred to a game and they can have girlfriends in that game, stuff like that.
Oh,
So if we have like AI girlfriends, if they are as good as we wish them to be, I mean, we will be in conditions that we cannot discuss right now, right? It will be so far beyond our imagination to even think about it. That will
yeah,
be like trying to discuss how to send nuclear energy underwater to people who are living in tents 1,000 years ago. They do not. They lack the grounds to grasp everything we're going to be talking about, right?
yeah,
How can you explain like nuclear energy changing like mercury into gold to get infinite gold to someone like 1,000 who lived 1,000 years ago? Maybe the world that will be built will be so far in the future that everyone will have an AI girlfriend, right? I mean,
yeah.
so we will be trying to lux max where there are like can you imagine this, right? We are talking about lux maxing right now, and then there is someone 30 years in the future reacting to this, making fun of us because he did not have to lux max because he bought his Stacy girlfriend on a subscription. That's
Yeah.
also that is also a possibility. But
Mhm.
if we want to go back to making the stream a little bit more serious, and we go back to actual solutions for the foreseeable future, right?
Yeah.
For the foreseeable future, there are lives we could save by spreading the BPL.
I mean, there are. So okay, this is something like I'm glad that you brought this up because like this is it's gonna get kind of dark. So you don't actually if you want to hop off of this point, you can. But
Listen, we are on your channel.
yeah.
We can go as dark as you want, right? I am willing to go.
Okay, so this guy brought up ER. You're familiar with what that stands for, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know him.
So sure, spreading black pill content does help a lot of people, but it harms like a smaller amount of people. But the harm that that small section of people do is way, way, way bigger than like it's like if you help a guy improve his looks, he gets a girlfriend, versus like something that's like 1,000 times more rare. But this guy in the BP, he finds out about the BP, but he has like pre-existing mental health issues, and if he did not get into the BP, he might not have ended his life or done something else that harms other people. But like to that, I'd just say like if you're building an airplane, like someone's gonna die eventually, like you can use like the car company justification. Like if you're the CEO of a car company, like there's lots of people who have died like driving the cars that you produced, but like you just have to justify that if you want to keep selling cars and consider it to be moral.
Okay. So I'm gonna use an analogy here. I hope you don't mind. So
Yeah.
if you are a store, like you are a guy who wants to eat meat at home, okay? You buy the meat and it's very uncomfortable to eat because it's huge chunks. So you need a knife. You go to the store and you buy a knife. Okay.
Mhm.
There is a crazy guy who went to that store to buy a knife because he wanted to inflict damage to another human being. Should we close the knife store?
No, no, we shouldn't. But like
Okay.
the only justification for that is that it's quite uncomfortable for me to like think about, because we have to then conclude that it's more important for the chefs to be able to chop their food than for the guy getting murdered to live. Like it's not
That
very.
though as those are not related events. If someone is crazy enough to go to your store, buy a weapon to end someone else's life, he could do something else to the same result. He could use another weapon to end another person's life. So you were not preventing that by closing your store. That was not what was stopping him.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay,
do,
you're right. That's a good point. But
let's determine what made ER go ER. Was it his pre-existing mental condition, or was it the BP knowledge? What was it?
well, it's like one of these. It's like if you make a I was gonna make a chemistry analogy, but I forgot the fucking chemicals. But whatever. If it takes chemical A and chemical B to make an explosion, which chemical's fault is it? Well, it's both of them. Like it wouldn't have happened if you didn't mix both of the chemicals.
Okay, but let's say, even if you want to be as autistic as possible, you saved 10 men from ending their own lives and caused another man to go on a rampage and end a couple of lives. Net positive. I mean, it's horrible. We're not comparing.
You're using the BP like I'm asking you directly, and so do you believe the BP saves more lives than it damages? Like
Okay, so
people who would have self-deleted if they didn't find the BP.
listen, okay, if you don't want to talk about like theoreticals because we can never count them physically, right? I can tell you this. If we go back to my analogy, you are talking with a very, very, very subtle implication that you are not admitting to yourself right now. Do you know what your implication is?
What is it?
You're implying that the person who's spreading the BP is also spreading negativity. I don't
No,
think
no,
like that.
I think that you can cause a negative outcome without intending it.
Yeah, at this point, the knife store user in my example, he was not promoting using the knife on people. He was not promoting that. So if you bought a knife from him and you used it for not the intended purpose, that's on you. Okay, we cannot stop selling knives because of someone who bought a knife and used it as a weapon.
Yeah.
That's the logic. So okay, I'm going to spread the BP. I am never going to tell anyone, bro, it is over. Here's a rope. I'm never gonna do that. No man should ever do that. We are stating very obvious things, but they need to be stated, right? I'm not encouraging destructive behavior. Actually, if you notice, when I'm sitting on Discord and things go crazy, I do not engage with them. If someone is saying very harmful stuff, I do not encourage it. I'm like, there's more to life than this, guys. You can calm down. So if we have crazy B pillars who are trying to make dangerous jokes or trying to harm people, it's in our advantage to stop them ourselves before other people can come and use them. But then
Okay.
the media can attribute anything to anyone. So think of BP as, which it is, a set of beliefs. If you do whatever you want to do with it, we're not going to responsible because someone crazy, because that crazy person who did that thing, he could pick something else as his context. He could pick a religion and commit crime in the name of that religion. He could pick a political party and commit crime for that political party. He can claim he heard a voice of God and then acts on it. Uh, I know, but like, I would think that the incident we talked about, like ER, he could go ER without the internet. Because do you know why? Because there are a lot of shooting that happened without any BP included.
Of course. Yes.
So, if let me say this. So I hope people clip this or like this gets famous because I really want this to come across to people. If watching a couple of videos on YouTube made you go ER, you are a crazy person who did not need the two videos to go ER. That's it. You are a
Yeah.
crazy person who went and did something very like harmful and that no one is promoting. Even like people who joke about it, I think it's distasteful, but no one is actually advocating for that while being a decent human being. If you're advocating for that, you are not a decent human being, regardless of your belief status. If you are black pilled, red pilled, blue pilled, you should not be promoting such beliefs. So we are assuming that the black pillars, they do not have for goal to do that. So if you're implying that there are black pillars who are going to be pushing for those thoughts, I mean, like, I hope you're not wishing for black pillars to push that narrative, right?
Yeah. I'm just responding to a comment there.
Yeah.
He was countering your argument. Oh, you cut out there. What did you say?
Like, you cannot stop a coper from coping. You cannot force anyone to look smacks. You cannot force anyone to believe anything. So sharing the no, okay, can I make another argument? Actually, I have a better one.
Yeah, sure.
Women promoting feminism is more dangerous than men promoting people.
Mm-hmm.
For societies, promoting
Yes.
feminism causes more harm than promoting black pill.
Wait. I just want to get some specifics on your worldview. So, what year approximately in the West should feminism have stopped?
Before it began. But my goal is the happiness of women, actually. I think women are happier if they're not working. I said
Mm.
this in my previous stream with Board Kanak, and I told him, like, throughout history, the most successful women are the ones who don't have to work. And it is still the case right now. Have you seen how feminine the wives of attractive football players are, right? Because I'm just giving you the extreme, right? But because they don't have to work, so they can be in their feminine energy. So that would be ideal for women. You see, if I was ever to marry a woman, it would be in my conditions that she will not be someone who's worrying about politics much. She will be just supporting whatever I support, and she will be happy that she doesn't have to work. That's how I imagine women are. I don't know how you see this, because you believe some narratives on the internet, but when I worked with women who are working, they are not happy working. Most of them.
Isn't no one happy working? I mean, a few people are passionate about their jobs, but like, how is it different that men don't, women don't like to work, don't men not like to work? Or maybe
Because
men
women
might
have another option. Women have another option. Men don't. Like, okay, non-Chad men don't. We are a Blackpill channel, so we are going to acknowledge the presence of Chads who break the rules. But for 99% of men, we do not have the opportunity to just lay home and play video games and have a girl working on us, right? You
yeah.
either you either inherited a crazy sum of money, you're a good lifer, or you have to actually work for something. So as a man, when you suffer, you just suffer and you have no alternatives. But a woman who could actually marry a man who will suffer double now, but she could be not suffering, but she chose to suffer anyway. Now that allowed her, I mean, we're not going to discuss like the basics of the red pill, black pill, right? That allows her to not to have more money, and that money she will spend on getting herself more attractive so she can appeal to Chad, who's gonna pump and dump her, and now she's gonna be sad, and then she's gonna hit the wall, and then she's gonna marry a Nufi Doofy. Like, all that circle is because women vote and work. I think like I know like my I'm talking about this casually, and you're on the fence, but believe me, I came from a non-Western society. My mom didn't work; she didn't have to work a single day in her life. My father did all the working, and I think that made me more balanced than the average person. I mean, that's my subjective opinion, but I think I am more balanced than the average person. And I think a big part of that is that I had a mom who did the job of the mom, and a dad who did the role of father of the. I mean, these things are too obvious for me to discuss. But now if you want to be solution oriented, okay, we're getting off topic. You're right. If we are going to be solution oriented, okay, how are we gonna help the people who did not have as good start as ideal? Like, how are we gonna help people who did not have an ideal start? By spreading BP knowledge, by telling them like what you have known so far is not the only way to live.
Yeah.
There are alternatives, but before people uh, before people understood took the BP, they were living agent free.
Yeah.
So people were living randomly. They were trying whatever they were trying. They were taking advice from women, right?
Uh-huh.
They were taking advice from Chads, and it did not work, and they ended up depressed, and then they ended up oofy doofy, and then they ended up divorced, and they ended up. I mean, what's worse than being divorced, right? So yeah, they end up watching Hammerhand streams. That's what. That's the final stage, right? So
yeah.
So by existing, I will be giving an outlet to these guys, tell them like, oh, look, you are not that bad looking. You're tall enough. You are not, you're white, or you can move to Thailand, or you can move to this. There is a solution for you, because listen, if our solutions worked for everyone, then they work for no one, because we're just gonna balance everything back, and
Yeah.
like, so if our solutions work for everyone, then they work for no one. But if we are going to give advice to the ones who need it, we can save few lives, we can improve few lives, and I think that's noble. And
Yeah.
I'm not being philanthropic here, because I'm gonna gain money from it, right? Those people will be paying for my advice, and I will try to give them the best advice possible. But as a BP content, as a Black Pill content creator, I will be creating content for people who need it. The people who need it are going to benefit from it. Will there be leakage where something bad will happen because of it? Yes. But I'm not going to feel bad about it, because I did what deemed to be sensible. I thought about it. I said, this needs to be done. There's a lot of harm being done to those people who have no access to the black pill. I'm going to show them the black pill. I'm even ready to make black pill videos in the different languages I know. I don't mind making black pill in Arabic, in Russian, in French, just so it reaches more people. Because it's not the what the black pill is promoted by the media. It's not a negative thing like, hey, give up, nothing matters, genetics, determinism. No, I'm gonna be telling people about the importance of looks, what they can do, how they should think about life, that they have been lied to. And if as a result it is over for you, then now you know that it is over for you, and you're going to thank me for telling you that it is over for you, or you're going to improve your life and you're going to thank me for improving your life. Will some people realize that it is over for them because of my advice? I will tell them like, hey guys, if you are like this short and this poor and this ugly, then it is over for you. He takes that, and that to him means okay, go make go ER. Then that's on him. I cannot be held responsible for that. Otherwise you will have to hold everyone responsible for everything. I mean, do you realize that if something happened to someone negative, you have to there is steps. My father used this very cool example to explain to me something. I'm just going to explain to you now. If you hit someone with your car because you're drunk, you are responsible for his death, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you are driving your car drunk, but you avoided the guy, but because you avoided him, like he tripped and then he pushed uh like some fruits, and then the shop like stuff, the banner from the shop fell on someone, that someone avoided it, and the cat jumped and the cat scared the woman, and that woman fell and then she died. Okay, are you responsible for the death of that woman? Like,
Probably not. No.
yeah, at some point it's gonna stop. At some point it is. At some point you caused the dilemma. But at some point, so many events have happened that you are not responsible anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the same.
I
I
have
am
like a whole like mathematical, like autistic quote unquote way of like modeling this. That I'm gonna make in a video that's like years down the road, because it's so complicated. So I don't even want to explain it now. But
because you're lazy. Yes, that's why.
it determines. It's like a mathematical model that determines like whether you're responsible for something.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, you just cut out. You didn't say anything, did you?
No, no, I didn't say anything. I can see when I cut out, so I just wait it out. It's like a couple of seconds, then I come back.
Okay, cool. There was like this comment that because I think that you're like, because I think with Blackpill, like when you first know about it, there's like an initial dip period where you might be shocked, you might be depressed. Um, it could have like a temporary negative impact on your mental health, but over the long term, you'll come to terms with the black pill, and you'll like, you're gonna grow from there, and you can overcome this hurdle, right? Um, where was that comment? So there was like, I think like there are a lot of people who come into the black pill, and they're already in such a depressed state that once they're exposed to it, they're not going to last long enough to overcome the dip. Like, they're not going to get to the point where they grow from it and still have like a sense of purpose or something. Like, once they hit that dip at first, that's enough to like be the final nail in the coffin for their mental health.
Okay, so and this worry that you're having right now is making you unsure about your black pill creation. Is it a good thing morally or not, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you know like what I do for a living, like you know my education, that I am a psychiatrist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you realize like every psychiatrist has patients that, despite the treatment, have ended their lives, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, do you realize like how traumatic it is for me to be responsible for someone, and then you come and he ended his life in the clinic or home or whatever?
Yeah, that's fucking
That is brutal, right? Like when you think about shrink, that's not the first thing that comes to mind. Like, but yeah, that's because listen, if a surgeon makes a mistake and someone ends up dead, that's his direct fault, right? But as a psychiatrist, you just feel sorry, but you know that you're not responsible. But following your logic, this job should not exist. We should not advance on psychiatry because one guy is gonna learn about his condition, and that's gonna be the cause for him to suicide. So we should not tell him about his condition and try to heal him. I know that this is a bad example, but you can see the logic.
Yeah.
And what you start, the belief that you start to develop once you work as a shrink. I know that you're not going to experience it, and like most people won't, right? But when you work the work I did, you're starting to realize that not everything is in your control. You do what you think is best, and you wish it goes for the best. That's life. That's the whole point of life. You do, like, you're passing an exam, right? You're not going to have a perfect score in that exam. So you do what you can do and you wish you succeed. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but well, it's a bad example because the exam actually, it really depends on what you answered, right? But I'm saying, if it's something random, if it's something that is out of your control, you do what you can, and then you just sit and wish it pans out. You will have unfortunate events, but you cannot, because of the possible negative events, stop trying to do good and help people. I don't know. I'm trying to pass this point, but I think I'm not being convincing enough.
It's not that I'm going to quit just because of a few negative events. It's that I'm not fully convinced that the net is even positive.
Okay,
And
so
this was the comment that I was searching for here.
if we close to commit, if it's slightly easier to, it's gonna be a stroke that broke the cask. Yeah, but you will never be tell that that was the straw or not. You can never tell.
Mm.
You see, like, you can have a patient who is completely fine by your assessment right now, and you dispose him, and he leaves the clinic, and he dies like a few hours later.
Yeah.
You can't put me in jail because of that. Despite that, you can tell me like, but a few hours ago you said he's fine. Yeah, a few hours ago I said he's fine, then he stopped being fine. Can you tell me what happened in his mind then? No.
Mm-hmm.
Am I happy it happened? Definitely no. I feel sorry. I feel devastated every time it happens. But that's life. I have like I'm sorry. If I'm being brutal for you, right? But this is my
You're not being
experience in
brutal.
life.
I like it when people argue very directly. So tell me exactly
Yeah,
what you think.
I
Let's
have
overcome.
seen horrible events. I told you, I have went to people and told them like, hey, you have terminal cancer. You're gonna die. And the person said like, how much do I have left? And I have to tell them like, not much. Like, you're gonna die pretty soon. But I'm feeling fine. Yeah, I know you're feeling fine for now, but you're actually gonna die very soon. And then you have to deal with the aftermath of the situation. Being through these experiences makes my heart harder. How to say this, and makes me more pragmatic. And I don't think discussing the truth is immoral. That's it. What we are calling black pill is discussing truth, right? We are seeking to know what's true. We want to understand how this life works. How how everything works in this life, right?
Yeah.
So if trying to know the truth can carry negative feelings, but it can never be immoral. Maybe it can, like, depending on the methods you use. I mean, maybe I'm wrong there, but just asking questions and trying to have conversations like we are having today, trying to gather people who are smarter than average to discuss people that are not very comfortable for other people to discuss. We're trying to understand what life is about. So if someone listens to this and decides that it's better to end your life, I don't see how I can be held responsible for that.
Yeah.
Uh, People have ended their lives way years before the BP appeared, and they will continue after. And I'm sorry, but there are a lot of things more controversial than the BP, more harmful, and they're being discussed in the open. I think if you want to ban subjects, to like, if you want to do censorship, there are a list like of hundreds of subjects we must censor before we start talking about the importance of looks in society. We have how would you explain otherwise the surge of uh, plastic surgery? Plastic surgery has become like going to the barber shop, right?
Yeah.
So how did we reach this point if we're gonna still avoid talking about the importance of looks?
Um, someone wants to join the stream. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, a YouTuber or just a friend of yours?
Actually, I don't really know him. Maybe he's someone from like Discord. I don't recognize the username and the profile pic, but
I mean, I'm not like we are chilling here. Like we are
yeah.
having.
Like how much time you got left? Because I can stay on for like as long as
Me
you want
too.
to.
I'm like a bit hungry, but then it's not something serious. I can stay. Uh, we just how to say later I might cut some pieces and like do some shorts from the. If I said anything cool, right? I can download your
Yeah,
stream
yeah.
and
Your channel
have some.
deserves more stuff.
Yeah, but I look at my subs. I didn't gain any today.
Like
That
no,
is.
I like how you like use social proof because I saw on your channel like your banner is rehab room vouching for you. So, bro, that's peak social proof right there. Celebrity
Bro,
endorsed.
bro, I have or aesthetics waiting commented on my video. You saw that, right?
Yeah. Wait. I don't think no, I actually didn't see that comment. Okay, he says he's down to join guidance #1 fan. So, should I send the link?
Yeah, yeah, I don't mind. Like, if you have any
It's
questions
not,
related to the topic.
you. It's just like because on some more famous YouTubers, there have been people who've joined the stream only to say the N word, because but I trust him, so I'm not big enough for that to be a major risk. So something for the future, when the channel's
Yeah,
bigger.
but then if you drop it on the YouTube, a lot of people can click it.
Oh fuck. Okay, if he joins and I take it down. No, but I only have to. You have to add people to the stream, right? They don't show up like if they're just invited.
Oh,
Yeah, you
okay,
have to
okay.
add the stage.
Yeah, if you have interesting questions about the subject, we can try to answer him. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna close my window. It's getting a bit cold here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some water. Okay, I'm back. And Plaque Doctor is our guest
Hey,
today.
how's it going? How's it going, guys?
How's it going?
I listened to the stream so far, and I ain't gonna lie, man. Guidance Ball is the new messiah to Blackpill, bruh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's base as hell, bro. He's base as hell. Not gonna lie.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Well, I'm really aspiring to be like when I said, like I know, like everyone would say, "Oh, I'm being genuine. I'm being genuine," but I'm really being genuine. Like I'm really telling what I think about this. Like I don't think I'm having any filters right now. What I'm saying literally does not. How to say this? Do you know? Like it's not that I'm. I don't have incentives to lie. You see my point?
Yeah.
We're
So,
discussing it. Yeah, go ahead. If you
yeah.
have any question, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a few. I have a few to ask, but um, so for starters, I comment a lot on your stuff, and I remember I was hearing you react to one of Wheat Waffles videos, and you was like, you was kind of like you don't like you kind of like you wasn't like you weren't like obviously you weren't hating, but you were just saying that you can see some things that Wheat Waffles have that he doesn't realize or take advantage of or capitalize on. Like how he was kind of complaining, like like Wheat Waffles was kind of complaining that like, oh, this channel doesn't do much for me. It's more this benefit than and you kind of like checked and said, bro, like you literally make videos for you literally get paid to make videos, and like there's plenty of people that will want to be in your position pretty much,
Yeah, including
and
myself.
including yourself. And I know, and I respect that. No, and I respect that because most people, they hold stuff like that in. Like there's like everybody, it's human psychology to naturally want what other people have, or if people have really good, it's only natural to want that. We're competitive by nature, you know. So
Yeah.
most people don't, but the problem is most people don't admit it, which leads to them becoming enviable. You know what I'm saying? Like when you hold it in and repress those desires, and you're not open or comfortable with that, you end up becoming like, volatile. So I respect that you're one of the few people who actually would admit that, like, bro, like me included, there's plenty of people that want your positioning, and I generally feel like I feel like you can definitely grow and become a great channel. You got a very analytical approach. You're very based for the BP, and of course you don't look like the typical archetype, incel archetype that, people would imagine. So that's going to help you, for sure. Because, they already try to put you in a box. Like most of us, they'll try to put you in a box, say, oh, he's just an incel. What is he know? He just this. Oh, why we gotta listen? Because yet again, the halo effect comes into play, right? So I feel like it's also a good thing that you don't have the incel archetype look too. So your message can low-key spread further.
I mean, it does not, like, if you know how YouTube works, it is not
Yeah,
about how based I am or how smart I am or how
yeah.
honest I am. It's
On
about
point you
other
are, yeah.
factors. It is about other factors that are out of our hands. So
That's
if I
very
get
true.
if I
No, go
get
ahead, sorry.
to get famous, I'm gonna keep spreading the same message. I don't have to. Um, I do not intend like to change anything. This is
Got you.
unless like improve, right? Like improve the quality,
Of
improve the
course.
content.
Yep.
But what I said about wheat waffles, it is envy. But the thing is that I do not consider envy to be a flaw. Like people say, like the seven sins in Christianity. Like I don't know what like
Yeah.
one of them, but one of them is envy, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you like alternative thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Envy because of something that someone else got like by luck, or like, nah, let me rephrase. Envy when you want someone else to fail, to lose what he has because you're so envious. I would say like that would be negative thing. That would be a sin, like sinful to wish that someone else has gets removed from him because you're jealous of him. But
Exactly.
aspiring to have the same thing as him or better than him is very positive. I don't think that's envy. If someone uh, if I was in Waffle's position and someone looked at me like, "Whoa, man, you have such a great channel. I wish I could like
Yeah.
talk like you and have subscribers to listen to me like that." I would tell them like, "Good, yeah, aspire to do that." I don't think that's envy.
So what
A lot of
if
people
I'm not
just
actually
wait a second, I want to
oh my
clarify
bad,
this
my fault.
because a lot of people may get the wrong idea when I react to
Of
Wheat Waffles.
course.
I love the guy. I love him. I had this first. He helped me start my channel. But beside that, I used to binge watch. I used to binge watch his content. I love his
We all
content.
did.
The guy is based, especially his older videos. Man,
Oh yeah.
these
Oh
his
yeah.
like slides and stuff. I was watching them,
Mm-hmm.
mind blown, man. My mind was blowing watching with Waffles. He's so
Hell yeah.
amazing, man. So like me being critical of him is because I expected more from him. I don't hate him. I
Mm-hmm.
love him. So me saying like I want to be like him, I
Yeah.
wish, man, I wish he continues to make video, and I wish to continue to react to his video. I hope, like,
Yeah.
I was wishing to have another conversation with him, because when we had our first debate, it was my first time ever speaking like to people like this, and I got crushed.
Yeah, of
Despite that I believe that I had, like, that I was right. I'm still believe that I'm right, and I still believe that I made good arguments. But if it
Of
happened
course.
now, I would wipe the floor with him in that specific subject because I was right.
Yeah.
But that's love, right? But okay, so you
Uh,
wanted to join the stream. You just have commentary or like a serious question about the subject? Like,
uh, so what question you want to know? Like what subject specifically are y'all on right now? Like
well,
specifically, kind of. Like I've been watching,
uh,
but
Turbo, if you want to give him any directions, right?
Hmm.
yeah,
We
because
were last
it was
we
kind
were
of abstract. Go ahead.
sorry, what was that?
No, I was saying
You,
it was kind of it was relatively abstract, so that's why I was saying like where
Oh,
exactly are we at right now? Yeah.
yeah.
we talked about like the future of black pill on society, like are
Oh
people
yeah.
black pilled and
Oh, I would love to. I would love to. I have a questions about it, and I'd love to chime in on that.
okay.
So I feel like the future of the BP. I feel like it's not going to be good. But I promise you, this is what's happening. It's going to happen, and it's happening right now. I promise y'all guys this. You want me to tell you what's going to happen? They're going to the red pill grifters, all those grifters are red pill. They're literally taking it right now and they're absorbing the BP and they're regurgitating it to their fan base. So like you guys know how like of course you know how of course like pickup artists, you know, when they got caught for being like frauds, they became dating coach. And then, you know, each time they're caught selling fraud, they rebrand themselves or use a new information or a new, you know, a new marketing type of thing, right? Direction. So right now they're taking looks max and black pill stuff and they're regurgitating it. And and I would watch these like red pillars, bro. They would like, you know, they would take it and then they'll regurgitate it in their own way. And then like
Okay.
and they would immediately get like overnight success and fame because you know, because the way they do it, they water it down. And you know how red, of course, you know that when you go to red pill, it's easier to be more visible. And then when you go to blue pill, it's even way more easy to be visible, right? So if they take our stuff, then you get what I'm saying?
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
this is Turbo. You're here with us, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Look at this point. Like, from what he said, right? I'm gonna make it more concise. He's talking about when it becomes mainstream, there are a lot of grifters who are gonna jump on it and then use it the same way the red pill have been used, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So when people were blue pilled, the red pill was very useful because at least it stopped men from marrying women who disrespect them, right? Then it became a meme and it became a grift, and then blue pickup artists, right, like the ones who were
Yeah.
pickup artists in the blue pill era, they became red pill coaches and life coaches and stuff like that. Then it became a meme, right? And then everyone is making fun of them right now. But as a result, a lot of men stopped being oofy doofies. Like less men are getting married. We have the stats that prove that
That's
less
true.
men are getting married. Okay, so it starts as an insightful idea discussed by smart people. uh, Smart people listen to it, but then it gains popularity, and now sheeps are listening to it, normies are listening to it, and then okay, normies start listening to it. And once normies start listening to the pill, you have grifters who come in to make money, right? Like myself, I'm not being expensive on this. I come here because I see that there is a potential, there is a niche, and I want to make videos in this niche. But I have good intent. Some people might have bad intent, but this is the
Of
time
course.
where you come and you you see what people are asking for. People want to watch black pill content, especially now with the vacancy that Wheat Waffle is going to leave. We have one minus one.
Of
Imagine
course.
if I could replace Wheat Waffles. Do you imagine how crazy that would be, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't
Yeah.
make content. I don't make content as good as he does, but I aspire to that. Okay, then
Yeah.
if the black pill takes the same route as the red pill, it becomes mainstream. People will make fun of it, and people will invent something even darker and then make fun of the black pill. But then the society, as a result, will see some effect the same way marriage numbers have seen effect from the red pill. We're making fun of MGTOWs, but at least they are better than Oofy Doofies. I mean, would you rather be a MGTOW or an Oofy Doofy? Yeah.
That's
Now,
why I asked if you want shit or do you want like plain rice, you know? So yeah,
yeah.
I get what you
So
say.
you becoming a Oofy Doofy is way worse. And okay, there are a lot of people who would have ended up Oofy Doofies divorced, but are not because they listen to Richard Cooper. We hate Richard Cooper. We make fun of him,
Richard
but
Culper.
yeah,
Sorry.
he saved he saved few guys from getting married with the wrong girl. He was looking at the girl disrespecting him, and I said like, yeah, this looks like the guy he reacted to last time who was disrespecting it. And yeah, if I marry her, she's gonna divorce me. And then later he learns that that woman married another Luffy Doofy and she divorced him. And he said like, thank God I dodged a bullet, and that guy will spread the knowledge. So what used to be a joke actually was useful to people. Turbo, do you see what I'm getting with this, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so it becoming a joke, but becoming the mainstream, some good will become out of this. So we have this guy, I'm
Yeah.
illusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's do this, I guess. Yeah. So we do not
Hello,
have.
hello. Is my microphone Okay, hello.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to talk about a Weed Waffle thing. You talk about like Weed
Wait,
Waffle not being
wait,
confident,
wait,
right?
wait, 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 wait. Just so we have this organized, right? You kicked the other guy real fast. I was just gonna say like we just so we do not have this stream crumble. So we don't have this going sideways. Plague Doctor, you get to say last thing, last question, and then you're gonna leave. We're gonna leave the room for I'm Illusion. Then he's gonna do the same thing. So we do not have people from the comments hovering over this team. Okay. So do you have
Got you. Now I respect it.
do you have any last addition?
Um, before I go and stuff like that, I'll just say like the last thing I want to say before I go and come back. I want to say that like I just feel like I get you gonna do your thing. You know, everyone's gonna do thing. Everyone's people gonna do what they do regardless. But I'm just saying overall, like the BP is already becoming mainstream. It's just not becoming mainstream to the originators. You know what I'm saying? Like it's becoming mainstream through like blue pill, red pill, quoves, like all kind of outside channels don't really associate. You get what I'm saying? So directly they don't directly claim the community or philosophy. You get what I'm saying? They kind of just take the goody bits, and then that's how all the like the attention is getting like you get what I'm saying? Is getting usurped from the community. So that's like kind of what's going on. And I feel like a lot of us who are like specifically in the community, we're going to get like overlooked and kind of like fall away eventually more so. And the people that are like taking our content to refresh themselves are only going to grow and be bigger. So that's my last thing you could talk on. And before I go, I just want to say I'm Illusion. He makes pretty good comments in the stream and stuff like that. So I feel like I have good hopes about his questions and stuff too.
Yeah,
But yeah, I just feel like I'm going to
I will comment.
Sorry.
I will comment on what you said right now. Well, thank you very much for your participation. You can leave the
Of
stream.
course.
I'm gonna answer you right now, and then we're gonna move on
Got
to
you.
I'm Illusion
Got
question.
you. Yeah, y'all
So
take care.
yeah, go. Thank
Yo,
you. Okay, so I'm gonna
people say I
comment.
should like slow
Wait a
down my
second.
pace.
Wait. I just answered him quite fast. Just a couple of words. I don't think
Okay.
it is spreading as fast as he thinks because he is in a bubble. He's with black pillars all the time, so he might think that he has blackpill friends who will share blackpill content with him. So he will see that it's happening more than it actually happened. But by the same token, it is actually happening, which is a good thing. Less than what he thinks, but more than nothing. So I think that it is actually becoming more mainstream, especially that we are a funny bunch, right? We have a lot of memes like Chad, Mog, Stacy, stuff like that. Like we're quite funny, so that's kind of catching, right? Do you have anything to comment, Turbo, before we move to the I'm Illusion question?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so I'm Illusion, you can go ahead.
Well, it's a bit of a mix of a question about a discussion. I want to talk about like Weed Waffle. You talk about him not being confident, right?
Confident
About
in
his
terms
like
of
whole
dating.
situation. No, like yeah, in terms of that, but like in terms of his whole life, because like you criticize him a bit about like him not being confident, and like that's why he's quitting, right? He's like emotional response. Is that what you're arguing about, right? About Weed Waffle?
Yes, but before you say anything else, let me make it clear. I don't blame him. We are used to established YouTubers who are adults, who have lawyers, who have lived life, and they have many negative experiences in their past that they can rely to know that they're gonna get out of this. Wheat Waffles is young. He is unexperienced. I do not expect him to handle this situation perfectly. I'm just saying if he had an older friend who is like a close 45-year-old friend who like looks for the best for Wheat Waffles, he will tell him like, listen, haters happen, you must do this. If his decision was based on other things that are unknown to us, then that's another thing. Maybe he decided that he doesn't want to work. Maybe he decided to retire. I mean, we will all respect his decision if he decided to retire, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so him doing this, but the excuse is that he's being emotional and stuff. I'm like, why all this emotional response? Just say like you don't want to work as hard anymore. You did so much for the community. We are always gonna be thankful anyway. And maybe he could come back, do like one video a year without showing his face, and we will all be happy. But he wanted to make this drama, but oh, my life is, I don't want my life to be shit, so to make your lives better. I mean, that was kind of pretentious. And I love wheat waffles. I said this like a lot of times
True.
already. It sounds very pretentious. Like, I don't want to make my life shit because and to make your lives
Eh,
better. You
I
got
kind of
rejected.
okay. Sorry.
You got rejected by a couple of girls. What crappy life it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So it's the way that you say about him like reacting right about the whole situation, or like how say. Okay, the thing is that I think like Reed Waffle like response to his like barrier in life, right, is like quite appropriate. Cause like let's say if you're in Reed Waffle situation, and then like let's say your parents snitch you out and like everything around you, most of you guys would like probably react like aggressively, to deter. But like the fact that Reed Waffle did not even like react to the whole thing like emotionally, other than quitting, but like he reacted in like a stoic way. Like I think that the way that Reed Waffle has responded to the whole thing is like really appropriate in my opinion. That's why I feel.
You think it is appropriate, right?
Yes, that the way that other than like quitting, because like let's say if your parents, right, like basically snitch you out to a propaganda machine, aka UK news, right, you'll feel like really shit because like it is your own parent. You like the parent that you trust the most, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you realize that most parents in the West end up in nursing homes because they did not treat their children the right way? So when they grow up, they stay grateful enough to take care of them when they grow up. It is a very individualistic society. So maybe his father saw some gains into doxing his own son, but
Damn.
if my father did that to me, it would be actually easier for me to get rid of him from my life, especially if I had wheat waffles money. But that's my experience talking. Maybe from his perspective, he cannot imagine a life without the approval of his parents. No, I mean, it's dark, but you're
Yeah.
True.
going back. Yeah, listen, if my parent, like, I have this principles in my life, like, where this is my limits. If my parents like if my parents are like go as far as doxing me, I can cut them off my life, not because they're my parents. I will have to find a way to keep them in despite what they did. But I'm not even sure how comfortable Wheat Waffles is that we are discussing this information. I mean, he did not make him public himself. I mean, he got doxed, and I don't think he enjoyed that at all. But if he was older, he would have had a better reaction, possibly. That's how I.
What why is the reaction you think it will be appropriate? Because the way that he didn't even like react really violently at all. I mean, the quitting part was a bit of unnecessary, right? But that's really about it. He did everything like correctly. What do you think he could respond correctly?
I, I had an amazing father, so this would not be my case. But
Real, bro.
if my father disagrees with me, I would be like, listen, father, I have a big YouTube channel. Let's take a table, open the camera, sit, and ask me any questions you want, and I will answer him because I believe that I'm true. Like, I believe that what I'm saying is the truth. Why will I hide?
Well, I think him and his father are like okay. It looked like it doesn't close, but then like I saw some stream with him, right, with like other like okay, not other like pickup artists that he did like a podcast with, right. He actually was with his father. If you guys ever saw one of those like shows
No,
like eyewear wise in real
that's
life.
not his dad. He look to
Wait,
respond
that's
to
not his
Aaron's
dad.
call, he actually does have like a 45-year-old friend. Like what you said literally is true.
Oh,
That would be that. I mean, if I mean, maybe that friend told him like, listen, you have made enough money. Just use the story to just make an excuse to end your channel without having people spam you to make videos again. And now that way, people will just feel sorry for him and leave him alone, right? Maybe
Yeah.
that was his strategy to promote for his Patreon more effectively. We don't know what he thought. I mean, we are never sure that he told us the full story, and he doesn't have to. That's his life. But what I'm saying is, what you're asking, what I can answer for sure is what I would have done differently if I was in his position. That's the only thing we can tell you for sure, right? I mean, I can also be lying to you, right? But I promise you I'm not. That's all you get.
Other than the
Uh,
father thing, like how about like how say getting all the bad thing right and like countless harassment right and like getting dogs right? How will you react instead of like him? Other than quitting, because like it's not really the quitting that I am arguing about, because I agree with you. Like the quitting thing was like quite unnecessary, but I'm talking about overall reacting. You say it's like quite. What will you do differently if you're in his
Okay,
place?
let's say sure. To be more respectful to Wheat Waffles, let's make a similar situation that is quite easy to respond. Okay, so let's say you are with your friends, your ERL friends, and I came to join your group with your friends, and I say something that is controversial, that is like too black pilled for the normies, and one girl from your group of friends will look at me and say like, "Oh my God, guidance, you're being so negative." Do you know what my answer will be in that case?
What will it be?
Am I wrong though? Like you're telling me that I'm negative, but am I wrong though?
Mhm.
Now, it doesn't look like much, but that's the whole difference. I dealt with the situation differently, and that's more effective. So what? But you ask the question. So what? You gotta beat me? You gotta put me in jail for my opinion?
God
Where
damn.
I?
But
I'll be yelling. Like, where is the freedom of speech? Isn't freedom of speech a thing anymore? Try to gaslight me. I'll gaslight you even harder.
Hey man, that's an exaggeration, bro. If you did it like that, you would actually get rejected. I mean, you stand up for
I
what you
mean,
believe in, but you're not
the
gonna.
thing is that majority of like society is like, okay, especially in his place, right? Whereas in UK, right, bro, UK news is like the amount of propaganda is actually insane, bro. I bet the majority of people there's like way less like black pillar than like how say black pillar in our country. Like it's actually really bad, bro, in UK, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, because I'm a pragmatic person. I don't live in the UK. I wouldn't be living in the UK. Do you know that
Same.
I can come to the UK, right? I have a diploma and I speak English. I can come to the UK tomorrow if I wanted, bro. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I hear I uh, let me tell you this without being so specific, right? I mean, try to use your imagination, right?
Right.
But the way I act with my female co-workers at work would get me fired in the US. Okay? I'm not doing anything wrong, but because the US is so crazy. Do you think like I live in Russia because I'm stuck here? I live here because I love it, because it's more fair society as a society.
I mean, UK is worse than USA. We got to like in terms of like freedom of speech.
Yeah, it
Mm,
is.
Yeah, so if you are there, like you are asking me, you're not asking in theory. You're asking me, right?
No, I'm just talking about like I mean I'm also asking you because like it is a discussion, but I'm just talking about like Reed Waffle like circumstances is like really barbaric, like 10 times worse. And the thing is that Reed Waffle is like a really like chill black pillar. He's not even an extreme black pillar. He's not even like aggressive, and people are still hating him because of UK being such a blue pill propaganda this country, bro.
I think that they are not hating him as much as he thinks that they are hating him. Okay, so if Wheat Waffles do not have success in dating in the UK, what is it the real cause of why his dating life is not as good as he wants it to be?
Of course, looks is like important too, man.
Okay,
I agree with you. Yeah.
okay, okay. So if he blames it on his channel, how is he better than anyone else who's blaming it on personality, on the girl's taste? I mean, they're all copies in the end.
True.
If I am okay, do you know what, when I was blue pilled, do you know
Mhm.
what I used to blame the girls' rejections?
What you do?
What I would say that they don't like my accent.
God damn, holy cope.
I would say that they didn't like my clothing style. I would say that she rejected me because I don't have a car. I'd say she rejected me because I sounded stupid at this moment. That's what I would think. Okay, Uh, every time it was my looks. That's what we all believe in as black pillars.
Yep.
I want Wheat Waffles to believe the same thing. If his dating life is not a success, he must leave the United Kingdom, go to a place that has a fairer market. Being white, he can have a pretty decent dating life, especially given that he is filthy rich. Why is he stuck in the UK? He wants to get married to a girl from the UK, and I don't know. He thinks that he's gonna get some special treatment because he got famous, but he's not, because in the end, it's your looks regardless. I mean, we can see that earlier today on the Discord they shared uh, what's his name, Mr. Beast. Even a guy as rich as Mr. Beast is in a Nufi Doofy relationship.
Yep.
So
True.
why would Wheat Waffles be in a better position than Mr. Beast?
I agree with you. I think he should actually geomax like anywhere but the UK. Like
Wheat Waffles is not better looking than aesthetics waiting. Okay, maybe they're on the same level of SMV. I don't know, but aesthetics waiting is not living in the UK. I am not living in the UK. Okay, I'm not originally from there, but I wouldn't go there. So I don't know. If you are a true black pillar, you wouldn't say, "Look, you said that Wheat Waffles is a black pillar, right?" A true black pillar will never blame the rejection on the fact that he has a YouTube channel.
Okay.
he of course doesn't like blame it entirely on his YouTube channel, but I mean, but on UK on its own, right? Like Blue Pill, it does like
bruh,
affect.
bruh.
Wait.
If-
Let it finish.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so okay, the fact that UK is like super duper like Blue Pill on its own, right? Like, of course, it does affect, and I think, of course, like you did like say like he did talk about that, but in terms of dating, right? UK is of course one of the most difficult place to date. We all like acknowledge this, and
Okay.
and this is more than like about dating. It's more about his lifestyle, because like let's say if the dating thing was fine for him, right, I think he'll still have an issue because of like how people like society in UK, right, basically treated him like garbage, bro.
Okay, so the same the same society, the same YouTube channel, the same circumstances, the same parents, but Wheat Waffles is 6'4". He has like a crazy ass jawline, and you basically bump his looks to a 9. Okay,
9, god damn, holy, that's a lot, man. All right.
just for the sake of explanation, because then later you can take it back a bit, but just for the sake to make the point, right? If he is that attractive, the same channel, the same ideas, the same everything he does, will that stop him from dating girls in the UK?
Not at all, but that's because he's
Okay,
a chat.
yeah, so we established that it is a combination of the factors. At least it's not the channel that stopped him, it's a combination of both.
Yep, true.
So Wheat Waffles is saying, "Oh my god, I don't want to live like shit because of my channel." Okay, you stop the channel. The shit is not gonna be removed from your life unless you improve your looks and use that time and money you have to improve your looks. Other than that, you're not gonna have the girlfriends you dream about or whatever. Because in order to get that, it is looks gated. It is not money gated. It is not a money issue. It is not an anonymous, a fame, or what's the opposite of fame? Anonymity, right? It's not an anonymity fame issue. It is the fact that he is not good looking enough for what he wants. That's it. And that's sad. I mean, I wish him happiness. I wish he finds a girl that makes him happy. I mean, he wants to have a family, right? That's his goal in life. I will be happy to him if he finds a family. But it's not that his YouTube channel that in which he's saying the truth. He is not lying in his channel. He's saying what he believes is to be true. Sometimes I disagree with him, but he is trying to say the truth in his channel. They are forcing him to shut up. They're censoring him. And I don't think that's a positive thing that he yields. If it was his decision, let it be. But he's being forced out of YouTube. And I don't know. I'm not saying like I'm gonna choose what for him what he does with his life. You ask me my opinion, I give my opinion. If my opinion is not interesting to you, then you do not watch my videos. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, I
Fair
understand.
enough.
Yeah, yeah. Carry on.
So people who watch my videos are people who are interested in my opinion, and my opinion is that I don't think that's the I don't think that's the right way to act. I don't think that's the steps I would take to diffuse the situation. I would ignore the situation. I will bury it, or I will like make a lawyer or something. I will not stop making videos and losing myself on opportunity to make money in an easy, relatively easy way, just because there are some haters. I mean, isn't he was in YouTube for 5 years. I'm pretty sure that he had a lot of haters, but he said like the number of haters and the danger became more serious when he started showing his face more, which is true, right? But if his face was like a 7, then that would have not happened. But since it's not, then he got a problem. If we could go back in time and him continuing to do the presentations, I think, I mean, we all have to blame that motherfucker who doxed him, right? I mean, that guy is evil.
Yep.
But if now that the cats is out of the bag and We Eat Waffle is doxed, he must make the best out of the situation, which is create an Instagram, and that Instagram will have his name, We Eat Waffles, and then that Instagram will be validated with the blue check mark. That blue check mark will give him status as a celebrity, and then he takes those girls to make pre-selection to get the girls. I don't know. There are a lot of ways he could make a better lemonade out of the lemons, but he did not, and that is not a big deal because I think he can come back on that decision anytime. I mean, if Wheat Waffles come back to YouTube, a lot of people will be happy to see him. I don't think a lot of people will be like, "Yeah, but you quit. Why did you come back?"
Yeah, it is pretty like it is important what you're saying, because like when people achieve success, it is important to get like a shift of mindset, because I think Wheat Waffles is still like treating his life like he's just a regular guy, and his YouTube channel is just something on the side, right? And it's like this might also happen to some people who get rich or get, you know, moderately wealthy at a young age. They might not like, it's like they might still like cut their own grass and not hire like a cleaner or something. It's like
That's an
because
amazing point. Amazing point. You're
yeah,
right. Go
because if
ahead.
you don't shift your mindset into thinking like, okay, I have all this money, how do I optimally use it? You still think of yourself as just like a regular dude, and like everything else is just on the side.
This is a very great point you make. He still thinks like a poor person. It's like he has this cards like he's playing, and then he added magic cards on the side, but he still wants to play fair, right? He's still trying to approach a girl as if he's not rich, as if he's not famous. Listen, you have advantages, you abuse them. It's a combination of both. You must have the power and the will to use that power. Will has Wheat Waffles has a lot of power that he's not willing to use, and it frustrates me. Listen, I'm not emotionally engaged. When I say it frustrates me, I mean like I'm just wondering. I'm not like emotionally frustrated, right? But I'm thinking if I was in his shoes, I would be abusing those advantages. I mean, so hard. And since I have the black pill, because since I have the black pill knowledge, I will not being doing like famous YouTubers. You know, like those famous YouTubers, like let's say Dave 504, right? Like the bassist. You know him, right?
504.
I haven't heard of him.
Also
Dave.
haven't heard of him.
Okay.
Wait,
Like he has like 20 million subscribers. Anyway,
is he the
like
bass? Is he the bass guy?
yeah, the
Yeah, yeah,
bass
he's
guy.
the bass guy.
Yeah. So the bass guy is 6'4". He's like well average looking, but 6'4" and extremely famous and like a billionaire almost. But he's like marrying like some to Vietnamese short girl and stuff like this. So he's still having the normal life. And the point that Turbo has pointed to is very important because when you gain assets, you must think with those assets in mind. You cannot think as a poor person when you have the money and fame and notoriety as Wheat Waffles. Wheat Waffles could nuke any guy. Listen, Wheat Waffles could dox his father, not the way around. If Wheat Waffles,
Oh,
I mean, if
And that would not be an
was
appropriate response, bro. As I say earlier, man, that would not be an appropriate response. But carry on, carry on.
yeah, I mean, if look, Wheat Waffles have parents that potentially could dox him, and he was hiding his channel from his parents. If I was in his shoes, I would be buying a house way before they discover anything. By the time they discover everything, I'll be like, out there. They will be like, do they want to be a part of my life now, or they don't want to be a part of my life? And then I will just get rid of them from my life. I will not be living under their roof and expecting them to be. But then, listen, guys, his fame happened to him at a very young age. Like he started at 19 or something, and he got on because he was very smart and he did a lot of good videos. But what he lacked is experience in life. The fact, it is like Blackpill is Blackpill, but even your parents will treat you worse because you're not a Chad. So when you are Blackpill to this point, I mean, I'm being brutal, but then we are here for that, right?
Yeah.
If your parents are not going to be respectful of your points of views, if your parents are going to censor you from speaking the truth, maybe you should have like uh, moved out sooner. If you think about it, when Wheat Waffles was recording, initially he was doing it in his house, in his parents' house. Then when he announced he's leaving for the first time, he left for 5 months, and then he came back recording in some flat that he's renting. Later now, he's announcing that he bought a house in the last video. So if I was Wheat Waffles and I was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would be buying my own house or renting and leaving my parents so they do not have leverage over me when the shit hits the fan. When they discover that they're gonna dox him, he's gonna be already gone, and then he can continue to do whatever the fuck he wants to do with his life. Because every man in here wants to do whatever the fuck he wants to do in his life. Only few of us will get to do that. He was the lucky one who got to do that because he's not bad looking. He got rich, he got famous, he could leverage that into making a perfect life for himself, but he still lacks the experience to manage that. All I wish for him is to gain that experience, to fix back all the mistakes that he made, and continue on with his life, and I will be happy for him. So, if your question is, what would you do? That's what I think he should do.
I see. Well, talking about leverage, right? Double, you know a lot about Revolver. Does he have like any what I call emotional attachment towards UK or something or not?
Even if he does, I think he should get rid of it. I mean, maybe he's culturally loves his country. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I love my country of origin. There is a lot of good things about it, but I love Russia. I mean, I love it. I love Russian culture. I love Russian cities. I love living in Russia. And this is not the country I was born in. So it is possible for someone to move. You live only once. And like the saying, if you live in one place your whole life, it's like you only read one page of the book, something like this. So maybe he can be more comfortable not in the West. I mean, what does he think? Does he want to fix the West on himself? On his own? Like, does he want to fix the West on his own? That's pretentious, ambitious, overly, maybe. I don't know what he wants with his life. So all we're doing is speculation. I hope like nobody takes this out of context.
Take everything as a grain of salt.
Yeah, so yeah, we are not deciding for him. Listen, you can, instead of asking me what I would do in Wheat Waffles, just ask me, because I am intending to make videos and become as famous as him if possible. Like, even if, listen guys, I will be satisfied if I have like 5-10k subs that I talk to. I will be happy. But what I will do once I get to that position, I will continue to live in Russia. I will buy a house in Russia, and I will keep making content in English like this and enjoying life. That's what I would do. There is no harm of like, I will not be doxxed here. Okay, I will not be cancelled here. I can be doxxed, but I cannot be cancelled. My content is in English.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about like Reed Waffle. Okay, do you think like we talk about Reed Waffle, because I don't really know what Reed Waffle actually want, but you talk about him wanting to like settle down, right? Does he want like in looks range, right? Does he want a girl? Like, how attractive does she? Because like if you want a girl that's like quite high, right, he honestly, I like Reed Waffle is around a normie level. So if you want a girl that is like quite high, I would say it's like it will be very difficult even if his SMV is high, right? Because like I believe hypergamy also play in like looks too, man.
Okay, but Wheat Waffles is looking to get married in a country where majority of women will not be married, and if there are few minority of girls in the UK that want to be married, I am very sad to say this, but they will be married to guys who have it better than Wheat Waffles, because well, Wheat Waffles have the money stuff checked, right? But there are a lot of guys who mug him in other areas more important to women. So let's say the UK, like where he lives, right? There are 100,000 girls in his age bracket. If 90,000 of them don't want to get married, and 10,000 of them, like half of them are already married, and the other half wants like more attractive people, then he's in a tough situation. So whatever, if he wants to be married and have kids, maybe it is impossible for him in the UK. Maybe it is. I don't know. But it is hard regardless. It's either very hard or impossible. It cannot be easy. I think you agree, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
So my goals are not like that. I do not intend to get married anytime soon. So I'm enjoying my like casual stuff, right? But if
Honestly,
I
marriage
want,
is such a pain in the ass, bro. Holy, bro. Marriage is like, even if you sign a prenup, it's not like it's always gonna work too, man. Girl can go on court and just say, oh, he forced me to do a prenup, and the prenup just like, disappear. And like,
yeah.
Yeah.
shit. God damn.
Okay, but then ask me like if I wanted to get married, what would I do? So if I wanted to be married, then I will be looking for a wife. How to say this? It's either gonna be on my terms that are gonna be very crazy for the average person to meet, or it's not gonna happen. I will be very, very, very selective, rightfully so, because when you're dating casually, I mean, if a girl is crazy, I mean, you just block her, right? But
Yeah.
if you're doing something as serious as he's doing right now, like he's also, I may add something, right? Turbo, this is gonna be very important for you, right?
Okay.
Him going to the girls and announcing that he wants serious relationship with them is the wrong approach, even if that's what you want in the end. You gain nothing by being honest.
Mhm.
So
True. I actually agree with you, yeah. Because like showing off your intention like too early, right? And then like the mystic. Okay, it sounds like too rape each, but it's true though. I agree with you. Yeah, you don't want to like show off too much of your mysteries. Yes. Yeah.
yeah, listen, I can do a good analogy of uh, if you are waiting on a table, like you're a waiter, right? What is the most important thing in the whole interaction? That is the tip, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this anxiety: are they gonna tip you or not gonna tip you? So you are going to serve them right. You're gonna wait on their table perfectly because you want to have the tip. If they tell you in advance that they are not gonna tip you, you're gonna like basically do the minimum, right? Because they're not gonna tip you. They announced it.
Mhm.
But you will have the same problem if they promise you a tip too. If they give you a tip in advance, maybe the only way you're going to treat them right is because you think they might tip you again in the end, right? But if they give you a tip in advance and that will be it, they have a fixed tip that they're going to give you, you're also going to treat them worse. The best case was the anxiety, right? The best case was like when you didn't know, when you thought it was dependent on your actions. Do you see the analogy, Turbo?
Wait, the thing is, it depends on what type of girl, bro. Because like, there's a type of girl that like really confident guy, but there's also a type of girl that like introverted guy. It's honestly, the thing is that when we talk about looks, of course, it's pretty like how to say what's the word, objective. But then when we talk about like the way that you interact with like girls, right? That is like becoming like really subjective on what type of girls you're talking to, man. Some girls like mysterious guy, but there's also some girls that like really confident guy or like chats. So you
Yeah,
need to. It
I
depends
want
on
you
what type of
to.
girl.
Have you watched like my video that I reacted to the mistake Hamza does?
Oh,
I'll
what was
react.
that?
I can react it after the stream. Yeah, if you
Yeah,
want.
that in that video, I basically explained that I do not believe in the fact that there are different women. I think all women basically act the same. It just depends on their level of attraction to the dude they're interacting with. So him trying to find a girl by telling her like, "Hey, do you want to be in a serious relationship with me? Listen, I only considering serious stuff. I think even Chads cannot get away with that. And I'm really meaning it. I think even Chads must not
Shit.
be as direct.
Actually, you also don't think chat should be direct.
Uh, Chads,
Of course, you don't want to like be pushy, you know, but you also must be like, how to say, what is it? You of course don't want to be pushy to the girl, but you also need to like at one point escalate things.
then you answer her when she's asking you. She's gonna ask you. I mean, what do women do? Like they ask these questions all the time. If she's gonna ask you, what do you want to do in your life? You tell her, I want to be married someday. That's it. You don't start the conversation by telling her that yourself. That's
But
it.
yeah, how is that escalating? It's just asking you. It could be a platonic friend that's asking you that question. Like when she find you platonically, she also could ask you that question too, man.
You do not interact in girls in one dimensions. I mean, this is not going to be the only conversation you're going to have with her. You're going to have other conversations, and like you're going to take feedback from all the conversations, and you're going to know whether a girl likes you or not. I mean, if a girl likes you, you do not have confusing signals. Like if a girl likes you, you know that she likes you. That's it. How do you imagine like listen, if you cannot tell if a girl likes you or not, you are still too inexperienced to get married as a man.
That's pretty true. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
must gain more experience because you have to game your wife too. If you are like in love with your woman and you live together, that's not the end of game. Like you still have to make her fear for her spot a little bit. Like you must remain attractive to other women. You must be, but then listen, the UK, it is over, bro. Have you seen like I shared like the Riyad Mahrez, the football player, right? He's playing today in Saudi Arabia. He's playing football, and his wife dropped a picture on the Instagram with her training with her coach, with a Tyrone coach in the gym, right? They're alone in the gym.
Brutal, bro. God damn.
Yeah. Have you seen it, Turbo?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I will just drop it to you in the GMs right now in the Discord because,
Okay.
like this guy, he's married to this girl. I don't know if you can show people, but this is like a football player. He's like a millionaire and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Recently,
Look
guys,
at
I recently joined your Discord. Like, you're Christian in Discord or something. I don't know, man.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I recently joined your Discord server, Turbo. Yeah, I recently joined your Discord server. God damn.
Oh, cool. Nice to see you in the community.
Fire. God damn.
so you see that guy, right?
Yeah, I see him.
When he was playing football, this is like his wife in the gym.
Oh, dang.
Was the guy looks match the same as her, or was it like
I
he
mean,
mocks her
he
or
has,
something?
he has makeup on. Like, well, I'm describing the guy here, but he's like, I think if she took off the makeup, maybe they would be at a similar level.
I see. But the thing is that like most people will judge based on like their looks, their like potential best look though. So it's like in
Yeah,
that case, it will be her mogging him. Yeah,
she's like an 8 in this pic, and the guy's like a
her
6.
mogging.
Look,
mean,
if such guys could not contain a white girl in the UK, I'm assuming like Wheat is like basically trying to date mostly white girls. I'm supposing. I mean, I think it's a hard ask, but whether he succeeds or fails at this task, that's BP based, which is basically he must improve in looks if he wants such things. I don't believe that deleting your channel, hiding your channel, stuff. If he goes to the gym and applies looks maxing advice, it can work for him. Maybe he will never get what he wants in life, right? I mean, most of men will never get what they want in life anyway, but it is not related to the channel, and it will die on that hill. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, V Waffle is like the thing is if he looks match right, like all I think he still will be like around a normie level though. At best will be like maybe chat like at best if he did all the surgery shit. But the thing is that since he's a normie, right, anything will be volatile though. And like, you know, as I described about the UK thing, it will of course affect him like significantly, even if he's like one expect. So
Yeah,
like
so
him deleting his channel, right? Okay, the thing is that it's not the best thing he could do, but it's also not the worst thing he could do.
because it goes to like two levels. I don't want to get married, but if I wanted to get married, it's not gonna be in the UK. So you see how unrelatable I am to Eat Waffles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's I can. If Wheat Waffles was my little brother and he wanted to get married, and I respected that opinion, I could not like dissuade him of marriage. Like I could not sell him on the idea of never getting married, right? And he wants to get married, so now I'm gonna help him find the best suitable solution. I don't think the white women of UK will be the answer for him. That's it. That's my take. We can talk about something else if you want, or you can add. That's on you. But I think I made my point clear on the matter, right?
Yeah, I think you made your point clear. Yeah, I mean, he could get a Caucasian girl, but it cannot be like from those type of country where huge blue pill propaganda, man.
And if
Huge.
it's not gonna happen, that's not gonna be because of his existing YouTube channel. Actually, I would
Wait,
think that
hold up.
his
Wait, repeat your last point. Sorry, my microphone just
yeah.
Repeat
So
your.
if if what he wants doesn't come to him, it's not because of his existing YouTube channel, it's not because of anything you do, it's because of who he is. Actually, if a girl likes him, she will embrace the fact that he's advising other men. What Wheat Waffles does is noble, guys. Wheat Waffle is a good philanthropic man. He gets a lot of money. You can call him a grifter all you want, but he's not gonna do this shit for free. I don't intend to do this shit for free.
Yeah.
You cannot like ask doctors to heal people for free. That's not how the world works. Otherwise, you will not have a motivation for him to do anything, right? So
Yeah.
if he's helping people and he's making money out of it, good for him. But if he's not gonna get something from his life because of his channel, I do not see how that can work. I cannot see how, because of the fact that he's being nice and helping fellow men, that's gonna stop him from being happy with a woman. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, I kind of agree with your point, but like you say, a girl would really like him, right? And that's the only way is to looks like all the way there. But he Geo Max is the only thing he can do, man. Honestly, I don't think he can like really ascend that much from his like current genetic point.
Okay,
He already
then
like
if
looks
he,
match everything.
but if
Yeah.
he do you agree that if he geomaxes, the problem with his channel will basically stop happening because he's gonna be living
Yes.
in a country
Yes.
that does not mainly speak English or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Yeah. And also, if you get the blue check on Instagram, people will not care what you get famous for. You could be famous for selling tuna, right? If you have the blue check mark, that's status symbol. That's it.
Oh yeah, you can buy the blue check mark. The thing is, I don't know. I think it loses his status symbol after like how say it being like a paid
No,
promotion where it doesn't
I'm
take
not. It's not Twitter. I'm talking about the Instagram one. On Instagram,
Instagram one.
you cannot buy it. You have to have like a following and stuff. So
You only need 1,000 following, what, if I'm not wrong. Or
no, no, no,
around
no,
that.
no,
No,
no.
man.
They do a lot of verification. You need to be a significant figure. Like you may apply. Wheat Waffles could get it easily, right? He's famous. For example, like someone like
Is it really that hard? Because like I know one of like a person I know IRL that got a blue verification mark. It's not like a celebrity or anything.
it is. I can tell you this. Okay, let's move it the other way. If I get the blue mark and I DM girls on Instagram, my results will be infinity times better. I will have 50 times more girls responding to me if I had the blue check on my Instagram. So it is effective, regardless of how you can get it. If I could buy it, I would buy it. It would make my dating life significantly easier. I will stop using dating apps. I will just like girls on Instagram, and that's it. And
Of course, there's a balance though. You cannot like just get verification and like how say not ascend, right? Because like there's a oofy doofy TV that like you cannot talk about. Where,
no,
like,
no.
high status, but yeah.
I mean, listen. I'm basing this on myself, so I know my value and I know how many girls I have to talk to before I get one to respond to me. I'm saying, if I get famous enough and I get the blue mark, it will significantly reduce the number of girls I have to talk to before I found one that is fitting. That's all I've said.
True. Oh yeah. About you talk about like people that hate wheat waffle. Like I agree with you. Holy bro, a lot. I seen like a lot of like even DPer, right? Like hating Wheat Waffle. It's so unnecessary, bro. All they're doing is like trying to get views from like
Mm, yeah, but
it's
you cannot stop that from happening. I mean, look, could companies that make clothes and like stuff in like bigger countries, they had China making copies and stuff the whole time, but they still exist. They could not stop, like maybe it hurt them, right? It would be ideal for those companies if China could not make replicas, but China make replicas and these they still exist. So life is like that. You cannot protect yourself from everyone all the time. Life is not a clean game. Life is like I mean, that's like, trying to play a football game without entering in contact with anyone, like just playing pass far away from each other without ever interacting physically. No, that's not how the game works. You will have to collide at some point, you see?
yeah.
So if Wheat Waffles wants to create content, he will have to deal with haters. And if you are successful on YouTube, people will try to bash you, to get a rise out of you, and to be famous thanks to you without like for example, let's say I become famous and I refuse to do collabs with smaller YouTubers, right? I will not. I'm just saying in theory, right? And I refuse to collab with smaller YouTubers. And those smaller YouTubers will try to mention me, will try to react to me as in a way to get views themselves. I will not find that a problem that I will lose sleep over. That's it. Maybe if I could, like, if someone says something unfair and inflammatory, I might like send them a copy strike or something and like nuke them out of the platform. Maybe I will do it, but it's not something that I will be very worried about, because all I care about in the end, what's happening in my life. If your life got better because you based your life on my life, I will be happy to you. Look, a guy like Rehab Room, he showed my video in his video for a few minutes, and I got like 80 subscribers out of it.
Damn. Holy
Yeah.
bro.
So that thing, like, I'm very thankful to Rehab. But all I'm saying is, before he did that, I reacted to his video, and the react video is the most watched video I have on my channel. And despite that, he still managed to promote me and react to my content. So, as a proof that it's not negative that people try to maybe taking it to the extreme and trying to how to say this, trying to hurt people, harm them, dox them, stuff like this, maybe you should be stopped. But most of them just said mean things about him. I mean, do you care that much about people saying mean stuff about you? Listen, Wheat Waffles
Yeah.
have thousands, hundreds, like, okay, tens of thousands of people saying nice things to him, me included. Okay, we say nice things about Wheat Waffles all the time. Why couldn't use that positive energy to counter the few trolls who said mean things about him? Look, if you received as many compliments as Wheat Waffles, will you care about few guys saying bad things about you?
Nah, but I think it's not really about the mean comments. I mean, of course, it's mean comment, but it's more like how to say it affected his like life. But of course, if he Geomax, it won't like be that much of an issue. You know what I mean? And also switch houses.
I mean,
So yeah.
Turbo. I mean, you have like 2.5k subs. Like, you had like your fair share of haters, right?
Honestly, it's really not that much. Like, it's like a very small minority of the viewers.
Okay, but you have a lot of viewers who actually love you and love your content, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you get more famous, and like we wish like your success. If you get that success, would you basically be bothered by like few rotten eggs that will come in the bunch?
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, and I was expecting the same from Wheat. That's it. I'm disappointed that he did not expect the same thing.
I see. Oh yeah. You guys, is it okay if I switch the topic a bit? What do you guys think about the current state of like DP YouTube?
The current state of BP YouTube. Wait, hold that thought. I want to ask Guidance something about do you know the
Sure.
channel? Do you know the channel Loser Maxing?
No, I never heard of him.
Oh my god.
Well,
Can we-
this is a guy that it's not like Wheat Waffles where there's like some haters among thousands of people who love him. This is a black pill YouTuber, Loser Maxing, where if you go in his comment section, literally every comment is making fun of him or calling him a fed, or it's like 90% of the comments are negative criticism against him. What would you do in that situation? Would you just keep making videos and just brush it off?
Well, is he still making videos?
Yeah, he's still making videos, even though
he take a break. He
everyone-
took a break though. He took a break and then he come back.
I'm gonna check his channel right now while we're speaking. But if
Well,
he's
he
still
did
making,
criticize a Wheat
I'm
Waffle
asking you
a
in
bit.
theory, is there a threshold at which the criticism would make you quit, or is it like nothing? Like even if 100% of people hated you, you would still make the videos.
Well,
Okay.
it depends. Oh, wait, sorry.
if most people online hated me and I got money out of it that I could use for my IRL life, I would be happy because it's still a net positive. I go online so people can hate on me, and then I use the money that I get from that hate and attention to buy nice stuff for myself to be able to lay down and rot or neat effectively. I will be happy. If I was like a sub 5, okay, people are hating on me, at least I can get money while people hate on me, so I don't see a problem with that. But you see, you're not asking the average person. I'm telling you, like in my training, like in my work, I had to deal with people who just insulted me. Like I was trying to treat them, and they will be like cursing at me and telling me like, "Hey, you're stupid. You don't know what you're doing." But then he's my patient, so I have to treat him anyway. So he's telling me these mean things, but I know that he's telling me these mean things because of his condition. So that's like. I do not get offended by. Do you know what you're asking me? Do you know like the Tourette symptom where when people like just blurs like insults like that, right? Involuntarily.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know the condition, right?
Tourette's, right? Tourette's.
Tourette's, but it's just like
Ca-
it's like an uptick thing. It's not necessarily like actual insults. It's like a word at a
Yeah,
time.
no. Tourette can be literal insults. It can be like, "Hey, fuck you, you stupid." It can be like that, right?
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Would you be offended by someone who has Tourette that curses at you?
No, if I knew they had Tourette's.
Okay, well, it's usually they cannot hide it, right? But
Yeah.
let's say you are next to a guy who has Tourette and he's telling you like, "Oh, you're fucking ugly." Okay, I mean, you will not be offended.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. No.
Yeah, for me, the average guy who does such thing is not more high IQ than someone with Tourette. It doesn't affect me that much. It's not like how to deal with it. I'm not even affected initially. That's like when you drink. It's not like you forgot what happened. It's you don't even register it. That's the thing. I do not feel the harm in order to respond. Those are not people that matter to me. If you want to ask me in the context where what if someone that matters to me did something mean to me, then it would be a different dilemma. But you're talking about people online. I grew up before this was even a thing. I grew up offline, then online came. So it is one part of my life. It is not my whole life. I have lived without the internet. So I think I can live without it. I don't want to. It's very convenient, right? But I don't want to make it as if it is my life online would be my only way of to live. You get it, right? If everyone hates me online, but I have people that I interact with offline that are not on that wagon, I will be happy. Yes. So that answers the question.
Hmm. Okay, so iamillusion, iamillusion
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to talk about the state of.
Oh yes, sorry for interrupting you a bit just now, but the current state of DP. What do you guys think of the current state of DP?
Turbo.
Mm, oh well, I think that there's quite a big void to be filled since the most popular BP YouTuber just left the platform. So there's like an opening that's. I think we're going to see new creators rising up.
Do you think now is the perfect time to make DP content?
Ooh, like overall, I mean, I'm on Guidance Vault's side. Like I'm all for like looking forward and like having like not giving up and like having a good attitude about it. But I'd say like the perfect time, all in all, it's long gone. Like the perfect time to make BP content, I think, was back in like 2020.
What do you guys
Yeah.
think of wait, can I say names, creator names? If you
Yeah, sure.
Face IQ, he's like he only started like creating DP content like only a year ago, and he's like I think he's rising really well, bro. Holy bro.
Yeah, these channels like Catify and like these quotes type channels that also incorporate some BP into it.
Face IQ, I wouldn't say he's like. I mean, oh yeah, fun fact. Face IQ actually used to work for Cove, but like create his own content. But he's the channel structure is like similar, but he's definitely like when people talk about like DP, right? Like not gatekeeping it, right? He actually does like talk about DP a lot, and like looks
Yeah,
does like really matters.
yeah. I'm looking at
Um,
it now.
I think it will be a combination of luck. The only thing that I don't like is that historically you go back in time, and the only ones who made it above 100 subs, they were not genuine, which is uh, like say Hamza or stuff like this. Like he started like his channel discussing things truthfully, and he actually seek truth, and he actually did what he wanted. And then like at like some point he just drifted and became like the worst grifter I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
Like I
god
mean,
damn, bro. The
yeah,
fall down is crazy.
like Skamza is like like crazy, right? But he rose above 2 million, right? One guy like who also like you could say BP adjacent, which is Alexander Grace. Do you know his content, right? He's mostly like in
Ooh, yeah.
psychology and stuff, but he's like a bit older and he's more focused on relationship stuff, right? I don't think he's that relevant to the younger audience. I would think of myself as a good replacement, but I came too late. Like I started my channel like a year ago. I don't think I can fill the void of someone like Wheat Waffles, but I think that I have how to say this. I would have the brutality of Rehab Room with the ability to create content as engaging as Wheat Waffles and stuff, but in the future. I don't think I have that skill right now. I would give my vote if we were voting for some sort of ambassador or like the carrier of future of BP. I think a big bet would be on aesthetics waiting. I think he's
Ooh.
based. Honestly, I
Okay.
Oh,
think.
I really agree with you.
Right.
Aesthetic rating content is really good, bro. Holy bro. I agree with you 100%.
Aesthetics waiting. Let's go.
He has 17.6 thousand subscribers. He doesn't look like he's gonna get canceled because he doesn't say like the wrong things, but he says everything that we want to hear, right? And he's just like a chill dude. Like you watch his content and you feel like he's your friend.
And
You
also
know?
really honest, man. Super honest.
Yeah. Like for example, you know the feeling that when you get when you watch with Rehab, like you don't see his face, right? But when you watch Rehab Room, you think that you were having a conversation with your older brother or something like this, right?
Yeah. Well, the
No,
thing is,
Uh,
actually,
depend
I
on how
don't
you
get that at
classify.
all
Because
from
like
Rehab.
there's some people that's like really blue pill or red pill, right? And then they're gonna like find everything to disagree with you on. You know what I mean? But there's like people with that is like really close minded.
yeah, I mean, why at this point, like those are like casualties. Like I don't care about people who don't want to improve their lives.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's a bit different from like Wheat Waffle, where you actually introduce people into like black pill. They are like how to say they are for people that's already into black pill, right? They are just there to like
okay.
casual
So
watch.
you are telling me what my cousin told me. He's in the comment section, by the way. I like say hi to him. But
Oh,
my
Oh,
cousin told me,
actually, damn.
yeah, he told me that I should make less brutal content or more content that will be welcoming to people who are on the edge, right? He wanted to me to make more recruiting content because I have the ability to convince maybe the people who are on the edge to join the BP, right? That was his suggestion to me. But I was thinking like I need first to get a better base first, then I can like maybe delete the brutal videos and start again. Like I think
Yo.
aesthetic.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know what happened to his older videos, but it seems like he only have clean videos now that do not get him cut. So maybe one day, if I start getting monetized and I start making money out of this, maybe I will like stop appealing to the people who are already black pilled and start trying to get more people to join in. But I don't know. For that, I will need a bigger base of actual supporters. What do you think, Turbo?
I think that's I mean I'm not like against you doing this. This is like everyone wants to make money off of YouTube, but I think that this is like quite a self-interested thing to do. If you like, because you have to actually like you said that you would delete the more brutal videos, so it's like I think you're saying that you just present like a more diluted version of it. So
No,
you're not focusing on men as
by
much.
dark. Just a second, I'm gonna correct you on like this point little bit. Not brutal, but I don't mean by brutal by like the idea of it. I'm saying like the way I presented the idea. I might delete one video and then repeat what I said in that video, just using less vocabulary like Chad and Mog, because if you say like a 7 out of 10 Mogger doesn't get a big light, like a person who's not black belt will not understand what we're talking about. That's it. That's what I mean by brutal, but brutal in terms of technology of words used. You get it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And like I haven't thought of that before, but it makes a lot of sense to use as a strategy, because like you first build like a cult following of people who are very passionate about the topic already.
Yeah.
And then you use that as your base.
Yeah, then I can repeat every last I can repeat all my videos just in a more friendly format. I will have a better camera, I will have a better sound quality, I will be looking better myself, like I will be leaner and stuff, like more attractive to the
Yeah,
to
then
the
the
eye.
bicep flex for W.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I get leaner and stuff, that will attract more normies than black pillars, because normies are more obsessed about looks than black pillars. I mean, that's the truth, right?
True.
So
Really
if
true.
I will be able to attract such people, then I will be catering to them. I mean,
Do you guys
that
think
will
about
be,
like how about
yeah.
editing? Recently, I only a day ago I like started on YouTube Shorts, right? I started a new like editing like format. You guys know, like, you ever watch like Face IQ, right? Or like whatever YouTuber that do like how attractive is blah blah blah, right? I just started only one video, but I think because I did before and it did like quite okay, I guess. But I changed the editing up so it's like even better. So should I continue to do that type of content? Like how attractive is like
I mean,
you guys can check my channel after this if you want. You guys, you can check my shorts.
yeah. How many
Editing,
how many subscribers do you have? Because I cannot click right now.
not a lot, only 176. I only started like a month ago.
Yeah, I don't know like the style of your videos, but you speak like with your voice, right?
Yep, I speak with, no, for the shorts I don't speak with voice. I use the AI, but for like my long form content, right? Like, which is where I get most of my subscriber, right? Because I only started the shorts like just a few days ago. But
But just like fair criticism to you, I think like your voice is very hard for someone who does not speak English very well. Like I'm not hearing what you're saying. I am guessing what you're trying to say. Can you understand that?
I understand.
So you do not pronounce all the letters. You skip some syllables here and there, and I have to guess what you're about to say. So if someone does not speak English as good as me or better, he will not be able to understand what you're saying. So maybe I haven't watched any of your videos. It's like I was not aware that you have a channel. I will check it out, and I will always support like content creators in the sphere. But if there is anything that could be done about like the accent and the way you speak, I think that will help you a lot.
go to accent max, bro. Oh yeah, every time you comment about I should like do a mic, dude. I think I was thinking of buying a mic, bro. Honestly, a new mic to make the voice, because I think you got checked before. I think I got comment on your video and like you give me some feedback, which yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah.
Okay. I remembered. Yeah, your editing was perfect. Your editing was great. I remember now. I will tell you, Turbo. You know the kind of editing that fits the zoomer attention span is like boom, pa, push back, and then every word you say, like he shows.
Yeah, the Hamza intros, Hamza
Yeah,
intro.
yeah. No. It's even more brutal. It's like the whole video is the rhythm of a short. So he does like boom, bam images, which is very like a lot of hard work you put on that. It is a shame that the video is hard to follow because your accent and the speed you speak in like, and then it becomes so many more informations that I could not understand what you were saying. That was the problem. Now we're talking like you're talking calmly and slowly, it's better, but with the very high tempo on the video, that was very hard to follow. So my advice to you would be like, I don't know, maybe some AI shit that
Wait,
will
wait,
fix
wait,
your
wait. You
voice.
say what? Wait, what type of video again?
Hmm?
You say one of my video was way too fast or something. I didn't catch that. Or
Yeah,
is it just the recent one I made?
like I watched your last video, and since you have an accent, and since you speak quite fast, and since the video is very dynamic, it becomes hard to follow. And I'm guessing the average viewer does not speak English as well as maybe me. Like Turbo is this is your like main language, right? This is your mother tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see that we have to guess? Like you agree with me that we have to guess what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah. Occasionally.
Yeah. So what if English was not your main language? Do you understand the challenge?
Yeah, it would be very,
Yeah,
very
I
difficult.
understand.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a big part of it. So yeah, but I
Got
don't
the
know.
English
Like
max, bro. Holy.
yeah, I mean, like YouTube, like you do not even show your face, so they you only have one factor left. So it's like if you want to make it, you have to voice smog, right? That guy that I made that I reacted to, the guy I reacted to, like CBC, like too cold, or YBC too cold, or whatever his name is. You remember him, right?
Oh,
I-
YBC Tuko. Yeah. The reason why
Yeah,
YBC Tuko more like YBC
yeah,
Tuko.
yeah.
God, that.
oh
Why?
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, YBC too cold has a mager voice. His voice is good, honestly. Like
Voice
he's
mock
doing
me, but holy.
yeah, he's doing some react, like all he does is he picks some tier lists and then he does some tier list, and his voice uh, it makes it so easy for you to stick to the video.
I don't think YBC Tuko sell any courses, so I don't know why is he like so deep into the whole pickup artist. I think he actually really believe in the whole pickup artist thing. Speaking of like YBC Tuko,
He's
he advocated a
totally
lot.
he's blue pilled. I mean, he says he's red pilled, but man, he's so hopeful.
He's like purple pill, man. Honestly, like super purple pill, bro. I mean, he did say 1 point. Yeah. I mean, actual blue pill will be like how to say nothing ever matters at all. But and then his whole objective is that like pickup line or whatever thing only matters, or the way you act, personality, basically it. Wouldn't say that's totally blue pill, but that's
Well,
definitely
you
yeah. Wait.
when I
Oh.
look at people like him, like being successful, I think it's impossible for me to make it to those levels without becoming like them, and I don't want to become like them. And the only
No, man,
people
you can
I
do
see
anything,
that
bro.
give
Don't
me
worry.
hope, I think, like you see, I would be afraid that I will be stuck like Turbo BPL here, because Turbo is stuck because he's lazy, right? He's stuck on this level of subscribers because he doesn't create content anymore. But I wouldn't want to be stuck at that number, like 2K 500. Like, nah, I want to reach Rehab Room level. But I think that Rehab Room, besides being like a high IQ and being very relatable guy and stuff, I think he also had the just be first phenomenon happen to him in terms of YouTube. I don't know if you agree, guys.
Phenomenon as in like what? Like
Hamza was just be first too. He was the first of his kind, or maybe there were a lot who tried like him but did not succeed, and he was the lucky one. I don't know, but it
he
takes
was
a
the
lot
first
of
guy
luck.
too. Yeah, true. He the first of his kind. I think video really pop off after he did the what do you call that one guy, right? That everyone like to say, oh, he broke the blue pill, but basically people make fun of. Basically, people like how to say make comments like criticize him after he make a video about how like girls are treated better than guys, right? If you guys ever watched Rehab Room most popular video,
Which one?
wait, let me find the title. It was something about they turned on him.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
the guy who is unattractive, and then he got a girl, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
Oh no, it's the being ugly my experience.
yeah.
Never
That.
give up.
I mean, the situation where he was in the hospital and they were like looking at the girl, like, "Are you sure you want to keep the baby?" I mean, that was like crazy, man.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, dude.
That was
You say you want
brutal.
to be like face, you want to be like rehab boom level, bro. I want to be like face IQ level, bro. Not gonna lie, bro.
Mm.
I like face IQ. That I like editing style. I really like it, which is why my editing style is like really fast. Of course, I have to put a lot of hard work into editing, man. Holy, bro. But
Yeah, I see. But I don't know if you can find a combination where you can use your skills in editing but speaking slowly at the same time. Because someone says in the comments, deleted. I will read his comments for you. He said like, just speak slower. Rehab's accent is bad, but he speaks slow. So yeah, like he speaks with pizzazz. Like he's like, "Hello guys. Today is a new cope. Never let the how like he ends the video like,
Don't
don't
be
be
a
a
free
free
agent.
agent." Like yeah, he says
yeah,
he says it slowly.
yeah, true. I need to find a good
Yeah,
balance. Right? I cannot be too slow. If I too slow, then like retention rate will be really bad.
but you can do it if your pronunciation is perfect. You lack a lot of letters. You lack a lot of sounds. Yeah, so it's not possible for average viewer to follow you. I'm telling you, my English is better than average, and I will have a hard time following you. You do whatever you want to do with the information, but if you cannot make it to where you can speak slowly, then you're not going to be able to retain people. That's all I'm saying.
Mm. I see.
The
So I should like every time when I make a audio recording, I should like listen to it multiple times to see whether my voice
not
or am
not
I
not no
coherent
no no
enough.
not yourself. I mean, when I check my energy in the video, like when I record a video and check my energy, I sent it to my cousin or to my Blackpill friend and asked them their opinion, because I cannot be objective to a text that I already said myself. So I know what I'm going to say. So it's easier for me to hear it, right? So I ask someone else. I usually send it to my cousin and say, like, "Okay, is my energy good in this video?" I said, like, "Nah, you look like you're sleeping." Then I re record again with more energetic voice and stuff like this. And I realized, like, in order to make it on YouTube, you need to speak in an energy that you would not be speaking in real life. You need to be like, we're chilling now, right? This is a live. But if I was making a
Yeah.
short video, I would need to be screaming all over the place, but being understood. If you're screaming past the point of being understood by someone whose English level is barely average, then you're going to have the problem, because you cannot expect everyone to be like a high IQ English native speaker.
True. True.
I have, by the way, talked. I have talked with Aesthetics Waiting. Actually, he responded to me, and we're actually going to have a conversation on his stream too, like me and him.
Oh, you talk to
That's
him
quite
on what
exciting.
platform? On Discord?
Like I just I don't know if like he's comfortable sharing this information. Like I cannot disclose the
Oh,
information.
then you
All I
gotta
can tell
discuss
you.
because I can somehow I think I found a way to contact him, but holy bro. Yeah, he actually
Nah,
did
I mean,
respond to one of my message. But you didn't say on stream. You didn't say on stream. You need.
yeah. So I don't know if how that's gonna work, but I don't know. So the speed is the sentence. You pronounce each word so quickly, then you have pauses between words. Give each word the length it deserves. Yeah, I kind of felt like that. Like, um, like, listen, I am not a speech specialist. There are people who know this, right? Like they work with actors or they work with kids who have speech impediments. I'm not one of them, so I don't know not exactly what's wrong with your speech. All I can tell you is from the perspective of a viewer, that's hard. Okay, okay. I'm gonna ask Turbo a question. Are you here?
Okay.
Uh, do you think I have real chances of actually making it on YouTube myself?
Um, according to my uneducated opinion, I think that that you have like a 95% chance of crossing 1K. Maybe like a 80% chance of crossing 5K in the next year. I don't know, man. Maybe like I'm just throwing numbers out there. I'm pulling it out of my ass because I'm so inexperienced. But I think that you can make it. Like I'm rooting for you.
Likewise.
Well, I mean, that gives me hope. I mean, the last boost from the rehab shout out, I mean, it's crazy, man. Like 585 now. I mean, that's crazy.
bro, like, hey, what do you think about this thing on YouTube? Because I've been observing recently that I've seen, like, this is something that I used to not see back in the old days of YouTube, like 2013, 2015. Back in those days, like, if you got like one viral video, your whole channel would grow, right? But these days, I see some channels that have like one video that has 1 million views, and the rest videos, they have like 700 views. It's like YouTube really only promotes individual videos and not whole channels now.
Well, the
That's what
logic. I think the logic is like your other videos have to be interesting to the people who clicked on that one. I think that's their logic, no?
Yeah, that is their logic. But it's just like more difficult for your channel to take off from like a one big success. So it is more of like a long grind now.
But on the other hand, it gives more chance to new creators. That's also good.
Yeah, that's true. Because I get recommended like low views videos very often now.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
you
same.
know,
I also get, yeah, same. Holy.
this thing was pointed to me out by Fish, like Fish guy from the Discord of the era, right? He told me that have you not noticed that a lot of like no ones have good videos, and the thing is that also new people coming into YouTube, they are making good videos. Like they start with a good mic and like a good camera and whatever. So sometimes I'm watching a subject and I'm interested in the next video. I click on it and I'm watching it and I'm engaged. I say like, okay, this is good content. And then I look and it's like 200 views or something. And I'm like, holy shit! Like, I support the guy, of course,
Maybe-
like I subscribe and stuff. But people now are starting better, so it is good thing that it's giving chance to smaller channels. But smaller channels now really need to come in strong. You cannot learn. You cannot like take 5 years to learn.
Oh, so wait, is the like I don't know is it still happening, but age account, like how say in YouTube is like better, right? Is it not happening now? Like even like a brand new account can still work. Because like age account, you guys ever heard of the thing like age account will do like better, right? Because like if you start a new account, right, and you start posting, right, there's a high chance you're gonna get like 0 views at all because like the algorithm think that you're a bot.
ooh, but but are you comparing that to an old account that doesn't have very much content?
No, a old account will do better. Like I heard, if I'm not wrong, but I don't know about now. You say like a lot more small channel are like getting recommended. Is it not a case anymore where like each account will say, where like any channel where you create, you will actually like you'll be successful as long as like
Are
you're
you
making
saying
good
that like
content.
the time that the channel has existed is not a factor?
Yeah, yeah. Is that not a factor anymore? That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I don't know. I
Hmm,
do not know. You'll have to find that out from YouTube experts.
Yeah. Because this account I created, right, I aged it for a bit. Like I created like last year, like let it age, and like, I start posting. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, after all, it's like so unpredictable that all you can do is just keep posting content that you believe is good, and that's it. I don't think I don't think there is much you can do other than trying to make good videos.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about Clavicular, bro. Holy, bro. I like recently watched some Clavicular content, right, on like how say on his shorts version, like TikTok and like Instagram, right. They are hilarious as hell. I'm not gonna lie, and pretty, I say quite based. Of course, I don't agree everything he
How
said.
many viewers? How many subscribers does he has?
Let me go check. Clavicular. Clavicular got like 12.6K.
How much? Your mic just dropped.
What do you mean?
How much? How many? How many subs
Clavicular,
does he has? I didn't hear you.
yeah, 12.6K. 12.6K.
Yeah, so whatever like that happened to him right now, the fact that people are talking about him, I think that he could leverage that into actually not needing university at all.
Yeah, I mean he make a coaching, right, and then like he yeah, of course he doesn't like right now I don't think he even need at all, but like of course he will be like in the, let's say you study uni, even if you're like successful, right, you'll be also quite a bit sad, just they kick you out because of that. I mean like the school could not like just not care about it, but they have to like so extra and do all that.
Actually, if I was in his position and I was kicked out of university because of it, I would be making videos about how the university kicked me because of uh like how to say this, the fact that they wanted to censor me. I will play the victim card and then like gain popularity on the back of that. I mean, I don't think of university as, you see, like he made his own video. I was expelled from university. Okay, I can see it for looks maxing. Then he continued making videos. So good for him. I mean, at least
Yeah,
he kept
that's a
making videos.
W.
Yeah, but also that is the most viewed videos he has in the last year. If you want to go back to like his most viewed videos, it will be like 10 months ago. So for the last 10 months, his most viewed video is the one where he explains how he got kicked from the university. I don't know, like I don't believe that uh, university is the only path. Actually, I think that university is one of the slowest way to success. Most of things that you are studying for right now are rendered obsolete, like by AI. By the time you get your diploma, AI has replaced your job.
Yeah, I want speaking of that, holy bro, there's people that go to courses for like the dumbest shit, like how to say video editing for example, right? Which you can just learn it like at home on YouTube and like incorporate that skill. Like a lot of the courses they sell is pretty much dead useless.
A bit. They're talking about people who are losing their jobs, and I'm thinking about people who are still in university trying to get a diploma to do that job, and they're looking at the job being done in a few seconds by some AI.
Yeah.
Like, imagine like you are writing your thesis on graphic design, like you're doing your final project, like to get your diploma, and then like yourself you use AI to do it. Like what the
Or like
fuck?
no, even worse, some kid basically like steal your whole job, bro. God damn.
Yeah,
Kids
like
are like doing editing shit.
he's thinking like, oh my god, I'm gonna pass my exam so easy because I have this AI tool. But then, bro, that AI tool makes your whole diploma useless now. So why are you
You
happy,
guys
right?
think DP and looks maxing are like similar? I mean, like if you're saying popularity of looks maxing, right? I think it got like really peak on like around uh I how to say it, around the time of Jim Seth, around 2023, yeah, where it got really popular.
So you're trying to separate Blackpill and looks maxing as
No,
some
no, no, I'm
different
not
things?
separate. No, I'm asking you guys. No, I'm asking you guys a question. Do you guys think it's a different thing or same thing, or content wise?
Content wise, no, it's different. In terms of like philosophy, like you can discuss both, like no problem. But in terms of content, like you will never see me on my channel making content like, hey, if you want to have better face, just do this every day and you will
Okay,
look
that
better.
one
No.
is not even, that one's just a scam maxing, but that's not really real looks maxing.
Yeah, but you see, in my channel, I made a whole video guide about hair transplants. So what do you? That's like pure looks maxing, no?
Yeah, that's pure looks maxing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, despite it having like the part where I talk about the importance of hair, which is like, well, still, I don't know. Like you see, like there are a lot of gray areas.
Because like if you talk about growth, right, I think looks maxing may like growth even more. I think it's still like popular, not as much as like 2023, but it's still quite really
Well,
popular. Talking about
there.
DP on its own is like a bit difficult because like deep. Do you guys think YouTube actually like censor DP or not?
Uh,
What do you guys
yeah,
think?
I don't think it promotes it to random people. I think it's very specific to whom it promotes to. Because listen, people watch BP, so YouTube will not, how to say this, will not stop himself from making money, so he will promote this content. It's just he's too careful not to promote it to the wrong people, and by doing that it limits the amount of people our content reaches to. But if Wheat Waffles could make 100 subs, if 100k subs, if Rehab Room can make 30k subs, why can I make at least 5k subs? I mean, 5k subs, I'll be happy. I don't need more than that. So hopefully you and I, or both, like the three of us, could reach like 5 10k, and we would be able at least to make some money from YouTube. I'm not
Make
saying good
money
money.
just to support our parent, man. We like goddamn, bro.
Uh, so yeah, Is there anything else you want to discuss, Turbo?
I don't have anything on my mind.
So this stream, like you're gonna leave it like this, like 4 hours, and just leave it live, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I might.
What do you guys think of okay. Let's do, imagine we do a tier list right now, bro. That would be cool as hell. It would be very interesting. Do a
That
tier
would be
list.
cool.
You guys
Yeah,
should. I
like,
mean, we
look,
can represent screen and then we can find out some
I
tier
don't
lists.
I don't mind like such ideas. Like we could gather one other day and do like some tier
Wait,
lists.
do you guys
But
wait? Oh, you need
I
to go
think
now.
we should. No, I'm not going like right now, like now. But we should find a conclusion to our stream, because we cannot have such a very engaging idea in the end where everyone is trying to like sleep already, or we are already like less people, right? We should. There should be like on a weekend, or like after like 2 hours after the release of Rehab Room video, like on Friday or something. Then we
Ooh.
can gather, and like we'll be having like, I don't know, like 40-50 viewers, something like this, right? We can do like some reaction, something like this, because uh having such amazing content to be after a live that lasted 4 or 5 hours, that would be a waste of such good content.
I see. Yo, can I add one of you guys on Discord or something? Because I want to like create a tier list on like, wait, should I even say on stream? I don't know. But I was thinking of like creating a video idea where all of us like do on like tier list. I mean, a group tier list would be way better, bro. Holy, it will create a fire content, especially on live. Also could make into long form content, but I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Let's see.
I am open to going live in other days, like if we have the time and stuff. I don't mind like these collaborations, but I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be a good cutter, but definitely yes. Like if we find a tier list that's gonna be interesting, or we can find, for example, I don't know. Like a good idea would be if Friday evening, like we log on and we watch the Rehab Room video together. That would be fun and fun experience, right? Like
Yeah.
we could
Yeah.
basically react to it live or something like this.
Yeah.
Or I think a guy who has a good you can farm good content on his back is like this YBC guy, like the guy who makes a lot of tier lists. I think he makes a lot of. Do you know what makes it fun to react to him is the fact that he says wrong things but confidently. You know, like he's
Dunning-Kruger effect. Do you guys know about the Dunning-Kruger effect?
yeah, he's very confident.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's making like blunt statements, and I'm like, huh, how? But yeah, like that's also like I'm willing to try all content. One of the things is like, I think also we can do stuff like Turbo. I think this would be a very good idea. If you bring me, for example, examples of conversations like texts and stuff, and then we analyze together, and I can tell you exactly what went wrong at that message, like right, like what does that message like shows and stuff.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly. That's fire content, like specific examples of social skills advice, like not just generic, like here's how to be more confident. Like you look at actual conversations and you analyze them. I
actually prepared few situations yesterday when we talked about the stream, right? I registered some moments I wanted to discuss, but I did not get to go through all of them. Like examples of actual, I did some, but not all of them. But I think it would be even better if you can bring me something that you already can relate to, like some conversation from, like, not from movie, it must be from real life, right? Because we want to analyze real life setting. But you show me a texting between a girl, like when I did something like this friend talked to this girl and then this happened, and we try to speculate on what happened. That would be great content. I wanted to do like text game myself, but then I was afraid of, if I start making content like this, people will start accusing me of doing the same thing as Wheat Waffles, which where he stopped being brutal suddenly and then he became like a red pill version, right? There were like a period where Wheat Waffles basically became like a red pill guy, only addressing to the like game part of dating. I don't know if you remember this.
I mean, his whole channel is based on the dating market, so it's like, yeah, people be saying anything, but it's still part of Blackpill.
Yeah, he's covering all sides of dating. Like looks isn't the only thing that matters.
No,
I mean,
I'm
for me, I
talking about
believe that's the
the
only thing that matters
accusations. No,
though.
no.
But
I'm talking about the
yeah,
accusations he got at that time. Like
yeah, the
at
accusation.
the time, look, at the time where Wheat Waffles got accused a lot of abandoning the black pill. Uh, I mean, I think he had a drop or something. Like a lot of people started hating on him until he went back to speaking like his mind, right? But I myself felt it when he stopped like addressing. Listen, I am not a sub five, so that content was more relevant to me. I'm just saying that it was different from how he started. He
Yeah.
started like addressing to everyone, especially to the sub five, so they thought of him as his friend. Then like he got a bit famous and stuff, and then he started to talk about game and dating and stuff, and like he's recording himself going to universities, which is fun content. I'm not saying it's not, but people basically subscribed for the slides. That's like what they actually wanted initially, right? um, I don't know if I can make that switch. I mean, will I be able to get my cousin to film me while I approach girls in the streets of Moscow? I mean, I think that's gonna be great content,
Oh,
Let's
but
go, bro.
will people actually enjoy that? I don't know. Like, I must actually try stuff and go based on the metrics I have.
Austin Dunham our video, bro. Holy. Oh yeah. Turbo, can I ask you a question?
yeah.
So you say about like looks doesn't matter, or is that you're just describing like because like I want to ask you like what do you view like dating at its own? Because I think I hold a bit different than you, so I want to know what you view it as. I also want to know from guidance before I say yeah. Turbo, you start. What you view dating as?
What do I view dating as? Can you rephrase?
Okay, what do you believe dating is about ideology wise? Like blue pill, red pill, black pill. But of course, you just
Oh,
elaborate more into it. Yeah.
well, the way that I see the pills is that I believe that the black pill is the truth, and so everything that I believe, I say that that's the black pill, and then other people might disagree with me on what the black pill is, but I'd say that it's 100% black pill, but my black pill is not only about looks. So it would be what somebody else might describe as like a mixture of blue, black, and red pill,
Green pill, basically.
like dark purple pill, leaning towards black.
At this point, like we
That's
must
green pill.
just
That's green pill. That's
stop
basically green
calling.
pill.
When I say like black pill, when I say black pill, I mean probably what you're describing with the green pill, because I think like the focus should not be on what color the pill is. I think it should be like whether we
Yeah,
are trying to find the truth or not. Like we're being genuine about our pursuit of the truth. And if we are, I think that's good content. To answer your question very easily, dating is cringe. That is it. Dating is cringe. I am for arranged marriages because dating is basically a man trying to prove to a woman that he's worth it. And I don't think a relationship should be based on that. I think if people, I mean, listen, I think this is arranged marriage. This is people just meeting on Tinder and fucking right away and then dating. Dating is inferior to everything.
dating is below the Tinder fucking, bro.
Yeah,
Damn.
do you know why? Do you know why?
What?
I want to know why. Yeah.
Because while you're taking her on our dates, she is doing the Tinder fucking with other guys. That's fucked up, bro.
That's true.
That's
That's true.
that. So I
Okay.
think that I think, and I'm willing to die on this hill. The activity of dating is cringe. Like, what do you mean you're dating? You're going out with a stranger and you're taking her and spending your money on her without any guarantee of anything. Why? What? I don't see the logic of it.
That's a
So
really unique opinion, man. Holy. And I honestly believe, I really believe you because like I dated before, and okay, I tell you this on stream. I'm like a 4.5 out of 10, right? So I'm a sub 5, right? But since I'm in a region where it's like easier to date, right? So I want to tell you some like a brutal thing that I saw about my friends. So one of my friends, right, was dating a girl for like 8 months, right? And like, dude, at the end, he randomly like she randomly broke up with him during like exam day, right? And you tell you the brutal shit. She cheated on him with his friend, bro. Holy, bro.
well,
Oh man, human nature, bro.
I
And the
don't
thing is that the
think.
girl is wait. I want to tell you something about the girl. Wait, sorry. It's, the girl is like honestly, she's like a sub 5, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. Lower thirds, like the bottom of the thirds is like really squished. No, but the thing is hypergamy, man. Oh yeah, continue, Turbo. Yeah.
Man, I was just reacting and saying that that's brutal. I didn't really have anything to say to
Oh.
that.
Monkey
No,
benching and like cheating is not cheating, more like yeah,
okay.
monkey benching and hypergamy.
I'm gonna ask you this: what is the objective of dating? Like, what is the end of dating? What's the end game there?
The objective is to like, well, the most common one would be to get married and start a
Okay.
family.
Okay. Do you see that the dating is seen as an efficient way to that end?
No, but
Yeah.
it is a way for attractive people to have fun along the way.
So it is not an effective way for the majority of people involved.
No.
So another format would be more fitting for that end goal.
Mhm.
Actually, that's pretty guidance. Oh yeah, what do you think? Speaking of arranged marriages, right? I got a question about that. Are you religious? If you don't mind me asking a personal question.
These are things. There's like a list of things I am not discussing at all in my videos, which is like political, like clear political standpoints, religion, body count, these like penis length. These things are like off the list for me.
Okay. Then we don't discuss about that. Holy. Okay.
Yeah.
W, you want to
But
talk?
all I'm saying, like like arranged marriage is a cultural concept. I mean, marriage itself is religious. Like, if you have no religion, you have no marriage, right? But
True.
the arranged marriage is more cultural than just religious, and I think it is a fairer, more reliable if the goal for this. If the goal of the society is to survive and prosper, then arranged marriages where the father would choose for his daughter the best fitting man is better, because women if left to their own like own arbitrate, like if the women made their own chances, they will fall victims to their own hypergamy. That's it.
Totally true. Yeah.
I think you yourself, you will find a better husband for your sister than the one she will find herself.
Pretty base, holy base, bro.
Yeah.
God
Yeah,
damn.
but
So
it
what?
would take a very would take a very like good father to do that. Like he would have to be very based and have a lot of experience and like the average father of today. I don't think he would do that good of a job. Like, what
I
do you
mean, I
think?
don't think the father will even help with arranged marriages because of like how, atheistic society is becoming.
Increasing what? The word you said before, society is becoming. What was that?
Like more of a atheist path, like how to say, lack of traditional belief and like
Oh.
what is it? More woke culture, that type of shit.
Yeah.
Well, look, if dating is the norm, I do not expect anything from that society. If the way people meet is dating, if you ask people like how I'm like on few apps, I go out here and there and I'm dating, I do not see any positive outcome for that society. I think they will just collapse. I don't see dating as the model humanity should. I mean, and that's if I cared, because let's say for my end goals, for my personal end goals, I'm enjoying this dating things, right? If it works for me, then it works for me, right? If I have girls willing to spend time with me, I'm taking it, right? But if we are being like if we're caring about the general good, then dating is detrimental and it's not an effective model. Like, you should be like physical interactions, like intercourse, should precede any spending money on the girl regardless of your SMV, and that's what happened in the arranged marriage.
So it's like you get married and you immediately fuck, and then that's before you spend any money.
Yeah, it's very important. I talked about this in one video of mine. Like, when you first have sex as soon as you get married, as a man, you establish your authority and you're not pussy whipped, because having sex with your wife is not a matter of will she let me. She doesn't have a choice. She sleeps with you. That's it. So that gives you the confidence to be normal in the relationship. But if you start the relationship by catering to a woman who's dangling her pussy in front of your eyes like this, like from the start of the relationship,
Wait, what is it? What is the one character in Pokemon that did the what called the thing that you did with the watch hypnosis or something.
Yeah, I mean, you can use the image of like the donkey with the carrot, right? Like he's attached to his head, whatever. So
With a
if
pussy
you
image, bro.
if you start okay, Turbo, if you start your dating experience with a girl by actually catering to her in order to prove to her that you're worthy of her pussy, don't you see how that's gonna end up in a dead bedroom in like 5 years in the future?
Oofy doofy, bro. God damn.
Uh,
I
Yeah,
mean,
I agree with you. It's
I
pretty oofy
don't
doofy.
really see that, but I'm gonna take your advice and try to see that. Um,
look, uh, Chads have their relationships by sleeping with a girl right away, or like basically really fast, right? And then they have a relationship in which that is equal, where like when she's being annoying, he tells her like, "Hey, you're annoying." But the relationship with an oofy doofy, it starts slow, and then he's very afraid to say anything that will get him out of her graces. So he's trying to stay in line and walk on eggshells and stuff like that. And I don't see that happy as a start of a relationship. I think a man should feel as comfortable as a man at the start of the relationship. So you should be having sexual intercourse as soon as you meet the girl. And now you tell me like
oh,
no one can afford that, and then my answer will be, and that's why it's over for most men. It's logical. It's consistent. I don't see the flaw.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
so
true.
uh, yeah, that's such an interesting point of view. Um, that you like you want to implement like a conservative system, like a arranged marriage, but you even in this like dating system in the current day, you want people to fuck as soon as possible, so that you put the like the Tinder hookup above like long-term dating. Like I've never heard that take before.
yeah, it is original take. Like I thought
Yeah.
of this myself, and I think it's true because the girls I had the best relationships with are the girls who did not make me wait for anything. It was my own temp. Like I chose exactly what I wanted to do whenever I wanted to do it. They were up for it all the time. They were like, "Yes, should we go out? Yes. Do you want to come over? Okay, I'm on my way." Those were only normal relationships. By the way, I do not consider an oofy doofy a relationship by the same term I would define the normal relationship with normal dynamics.
Mm.
Like I can use the word relationship because that's the word colloquially used, but honestly, if a relationship has a woman disrespecting the man, then it's not a real relationship.
But if the man
Yeah.
disrespects the woman,
Do I
still a relationship.
well, no, I mean,
Wait,
in that time,
wait.
listen. The thing is, like, I would say I would go with you, but I love how you did like the devil's like advocate, and you're arguing like a feminist right now. But do you know a lot of men who would disrespect women just for the sake of it?
A lot of
Not
women
a,
seem
not
to
a
know a
lot
lot of
because
men.
most men are desperate, but a lot of men are desperate because of hypergamy, man.
Nah. I mean, you become the chaddiest Chad of all time, like just in a second, like this, and you're turned into a Chad. You will still treat women with respect. I mean, I mean,
True.
it doesn't cost you shit to treat people with respect. But women have this childish thing where even when everything is fine, they will try to create a problem. That's a very feminine thing. So
Oh, bro, shit, that means I'm feminine, bro.
Wait, the thing is that like wait, okay, the thing is I agree with you about the woman thing, and wait, the thing is that like it depends on what type you guy man you are, but because like for women, it's like as you say, right, pretty the personality is like pretty like generic. Like if you're a sub 5 guy, you go approach her, like she's gonna treat you as shit. But if you're chat, right, she's gonna like kneel down on the knee praying to you like Gandhi, bro.
yeah. So you must outrank the girl, or you must. All I'm saying is, it is not a good situation to be a man right now. So I'm saying, hey, what it takes to. Okay, let's say I'm doing one on one, and the guy comes to me and said, like, what it takes for me to be happy in my relationship. I tell him, listen, you must find a girl who's willing to treat you this way and this way and this way. And then he tells me, like, listen, I cannot find a girl realistically who knows in the middle of her face, right? She's not gonna be a normal looking girl if she's gonna treat me like this. And I tell him like, okay, then you realize that maybe dating is not for you. That's like the level of honesty I intend to have. And I'm sorry if it's brutal, but it is what it is. I mean, would you rather have no relationship or have a noofy doofy relationship, that
No
choice is yours.
relationship.
But I cannot make it for you. I cannot tell you like, hey, be oofy doofy, because I know the end of oofy doofy is very sad. You're divorced and you can't see your children if they're your children. I mean, so
Unless
the
you
end.
die early, where you get that what called state of happiness, and then you just like die early or some shit. That would
I
probably
mean,
be the best scenario.
I had this belief in life, and the only people I think who will live ever happy in life are the hot women who die before the wall. I think those are have the happiest life ever, because they lived the prime and they didn't have to deal with the decline.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I want to say my dating ideology. I haven't say about mine. Should I say now?
Go ahead.
I believe like okay. Firstly, I believe hypergamy is like law, bro. Hypergamy is like law, like especially in looks. And I also believe about white pill is basically black pill, but like I mean I know you guys are probably consider yourself as white pill, but we just say DP for like easiest sake. But when people want to associate like DP, like the actual definition to like nihilism, right? White pill is basically like the opposite of that. It's still the same belief as DP, and also looks maxing, man. I believe heavily in looks maxing will like help, unless like you're have major deformity like gigantism or Down syndrome, then yeah, you won't help. But the way that you act will also matters, man. You cannot like become like another ER and like commit just because you're too overwhelmed. It's also appropriate way to react when you're like at that level. You know what I mean? I'm gonna send to high tier Becky research. God damn, bro. Transmaxing.
That's a topic for another stream, guys.
Yeah, I think like we're good on this one. Like we can, well, basically 5 hours, right?
Yeah, man, 5 hours
Oh,
straight.
oh yeah, before what do you guys think of VX fillers?
The what?
Oh, bro. I mean, like, listen, now we have to wrap this up because, like, talking about other like YouTubers like Alex Fitzgerald, like that's
Feminist.
no, that's a topic that would require. I mean, that's one of the YouTubers I watch the most, so I would have a lot of takes, and I don't want to waste them on, like I told you, on the
Right,
end of the
bad.
stream. I'm gonna ask
Can
you
I,
like
guys on
the
Discord?
last
Oh
question.
yeah, sure.
Wait. I'm gonna ask you the
Sure.
last question. Turbo, if you can share with me like you know, the statistics that YouTube show you in the end of the stream, right? Like how many people chimed in, like stuff like this.
Okay.
If you can like take me a screenshot, like can send me like, I don't know, I want to see like the statistics on how we went, like how many people, because the time is weird and we still had decent people showing up, right? Decent amount of people showing up.
Okay.
I would thank everyone who showed up. Special thanks to iamillusion and the doctor guy who came on the stream and chimed in. It was a pleasure talking to you, Turbo. If you want to have say anything before we wrap this up, I'm happy to.
I don't have anything more to say, so I'll just say that I'm looking forward to Guidance Vault's new videos, and iamillusion. Like, I'd be totally down to collab with you in a future stream.
Bad. Let's add on Discord if you ready. I
Yeah.
send you a
Yeah, I have the video. I have the video about the importance of consuming Blackpill content dropping soon. I will be talking about few of my favorite content creators and why it's important to watch them in general. And then I will have another one where I discuss each content creator and what is he helpful for. Like, you watch this content creator if you need this, you watch this content creator if you need that. This one is entertaining, this one is more useful, this one are for sub 5, this one is for chat. I will have like a classification of like, maybe I will do it in a form of tier list, I don't know. And my other video, like the one before that, will be about the importance of watching, consuming BP in general. So if anyone in this chat is not subscribed to my channel, you are welcome to do so. I will be dropping videos even more regularly now. I'm motivated to do so. And I think everyone who's watching here is following Turbo BPL. I'm going to ask the last guys to leave a like. We have 20 likes. If anyone in the guys who's currently did not like the video, please like the video and subscribe to Turbo BPL if you are not subscribed. You can also encourage iamillusion to create more videos and to improve the quality of his audio and videos by subscribing to his channel. That will also be useful. And that's it. I said all I need to say, so you can wrap it up and close the stream if you want.
All right.
It was a nice discussion to talking with you guys, bro. You guys are really interesting and pretty based, super based.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
nice
it
to
was
talk
fun.
to both you guys.
Okay. I'm leaving the studio. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Yeah,
All right,
thanks for watching,
bye-bye.
guys.
Uh, God damn.
All right, I'm wrapping it up now. So,
Oh, you already ended the stream?
no, I'm still live, but I'm
Oh
about to end it.
shit. I see. All right. Bye-bye, everyone. Leave the like and subscribe button to Turbo and check out my channel and subscribe if
Yeah,
you like my
totally.
content. All right, man. Bye-bye, guys. Have a nice day.
See, iamillusion. All right, guys, that was the stream. So make sure to check out iamillusion's channel and Guidance Vault's channel. I'm gonna put them both in the description. I haven't put iamillusion's channel yet, but I'm about to put the link. So that's it, guys. Thanks for watching.